Life Understood by F. L. Rawson. 5th edition, published in 1920. This is a historical, public domain work. It reflects its author's religious, scientific, and medical beliefs of that era. Claims about disease, diagnosis, treatment, or mortality are presented for historical and literary context, not as medical advice, and may conflict with modern evidence-based guidance. Do not use this recording to diagnose or treat a condition, or to delay or replace care from a qualified health professional. In an emergency, contact local emergency services. You are listening to Part 2. This audiobook is presented in 4 parts. This part contains sections 3 through 5. Section Roman 3. The human mind that is no mind. Entirely ignorant as we are, we certainly cannot venture to set bounds to the mind's power. There are many more things in the reciprocal action of mind and organic elements than are yet dreamt of in our philosophy, Maudsley. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy, Shakespeare. Hamlet, I. 5. The human or material man appears to be a marvelous being when even a few of his limitations are destroyed, and so extraordinary are his seeming powers, counterfeiting the infinite capacities of the one mind, that many think the real spiritual being exists in the material person. This is because they confuse the individualized subconscious mind with the real spiritual man, who is made in the image and likeness of God, cognizant of and reflecting good only. Had science turned its attention to these phenomena with even a fraction of the energy and study which such transcendental facts demanded, we should have advanced far beyond our present limits of knowledge. But instead, it has chosen to simply ignore the facts as inconvenient. J. W. Hasinger, M.D. The subconscious mind or basic false mentality, for formidable range of phenomena must be scientifically sifted before we effectually grasp a faculty so strange, so bewildering, and for ages so inscrutable as the direct action of mind. Sir William Crookes, F.R.S. All psychologists have recognized what has been called the subconscious mind, although it can be more accurately designated the illusory, mortal, subconscious, or basic false mentality. Dr. Schofield calls it the unconscious mind, but if it were mind at all, it would be conscious. Myers calls it the subliminal self, but the real self is spiritual. Schopenhauer calls it the better consciousness, but both conscious and subconscious minds are equally bad. McCunn calls it the soul, but this word in the Bible, according to its Roman 3 context, nearly always means the human no mind. The translation is wrong through want of knowledge. It has also been called the principle of life, the abdominal brain, the communal soul, and the subliminal consciousness. The members of the Society for Psychical Research generally speak of the supraliminal conscious and the subliminal subconscious after the old psychologists. Some speak of the conscious and self-conscious minds. T.J. Hudson, who has given a good deal of time to the examination of the so-called mind, writes, I prefer to assume that man is endowed with 2 minds. As a working hypothesis, I am logically justified in this assumption, for the reason that everything happens just as though it were true. I have chosen to designate one of the 2 minds as the objective mind conscious, and the other as the subjective subconscious mind. It is entirely safe to say that not one fact has yet been brought to light by the psychological experts of this or any other age that disproves or tends to disprove the fundamental fact of a dual character of man's mental organism. Plus, this subconscious mind or basic false mentality is recognized by theologians under the name devil, by scientific men under the name ether, and by the leading mental sects under the name mortal mind. Professor Borgson, recognizing some of the facts, says that consciousness transcends the brain, and that though each man is distinct from his fellows, the separation between individual consciousness may be much less radical than we suppose. It is ignorance of this lower false mentality and its workings that has resulted in such troubles and limitations in the past. Now that we know how to think, we can destroy evil thoughts, both in our conscious and subconscious minds. Sense impressions. The sense impressions are absolutely wrong. Astronomy, optics, acoustics, and hydraulics all prove this fact. We are now learning the significance of it. It was not so very long ago in the world's history that the leading scientific men thought that the sun moved round a flat earth. To come to later times, Dr. Pearson, when he first took up a globule of potassium and was told it was metal, exclaimed, "Bless me, how heavy it is," simply from expecting it to be so, whereas potassium is excessively light. Professor Bennett tells us of a Scotch procurator fiscal, who, on having to exhume a body, declared when the coffin appeared that he perceived a strong odor of decomposition, which made him so faint he had to leave. On opening the coffin, it was found to be empty. All have at some time or other been entirely deceived by the senses. Human so-called powers. The statement to which I am prepared to attach my name is this: that conjoined with the rubbish of much ignorance and some deplorable folly and fraud, there is a body of well-established facts beyond denial and outside any existing philosophical explanation, which facts promise to open a new world of human inquiry and experience, are in the highest degree interesting, and tend to elevate ideas of the continuity of life, and to reconcile, perhaps, the materialist and metaphysician, Sir Edwin Arnold. If there be truth in even one case of telepathy, it will follow that the human soul is endowed with attributes not yet recognized by science. Andrew Lang. All the so-called powers that man appears to exert are merely continually changing, false mental impressions, cinematographic pictures, having no power of any kind. Receiving these impressions has been vaguely called telepathy. So much is certain that in particular cases we can put out the feelers of our soul beyond its bodily limits, and that a presentiment, nay, an actual insight into the immediate future is accorded to it. Goethe, Conversations with Eckermann. Memory is mental, and the Jews marveled, saying, "How knoweth this man letters, having never learned?" John 7:15. So ignorant have we been that, until quite recently, it was thought necessary to wade laboriously through a mass of so-called facts, indeed, often to commit to memory burdensome details, to obtain needful knowledge. Here and there we find men who knew better. Some have thought that we pigeonholed matters of which we became conscious, and as in a systematically organized library, could bring up before us words, or whole columns of words, or groups of mental pictures, when required. This is entirely wrong. The attempt to remember, looked at from the point of view of a natural scientist, is an attempt to get the so-called conscious mind to vibrate synchronously with the subconscious mind or lower false mentality. In heaven, a man knows instantly everything he needs, being an individualized consciousness, governed by mind. When this truth is sufficiently recognized by you, the action of God is made manifest in the material world. And this realization is prayer in its true meaning. The disciples said of Jesus, "Now are we sure that thou knowest all things." John 16:30. Through the realization of God, the mist of matter is thinned, and we see the real man more as he is, namely, knowing what he needs instead of being ignorant. From a natural science point of view, the two portions of the mind vibrate synchronously together, and the demonstration is said to be made. By praying in a scientific way, the limitations of the human being can be overcome, and the so-called abnormal powers, now to be referred to are found to be as natural and harmless as any other human procedure when under proper control. Thought sequences repeated. Sometimes, under exceptional circumstances, an individual gets ethereally in touch with a series of cinematographic pictures that, existing as far as such things can be said to exist at the moment, have already happened. He can also get in touch with those about to happen in the future. The individual then appears to see again and to foresee the events. From the former, the false idea of reincarnation has arisen. The sense of having before lived what we are now experiencing is known as paramnesia and is due to getting in touch with the cinematographic pictures beforehand. Sir Walter Scott, in Guy Mannering, says, "How often do we find ourselves in society which we have never before met, and yet feel impressed with a mysterious, ill-defined consciousness that, Sec Roman 3, neither the scene nor the subject is entirely new. Nay, we feel as if we could anticipate that part of the conversation that has not yet taken place." Charles Dickens writes, in David Copperfield, of a feeling which comes over us occasionally of what we are saying or doing having been done in a remote time, of our having been surrounded dim ages ago by the same faces, objects, and circumstances, of our knowing perfectly well what will be said next, as if we suddenly remembered it. Rossetti, in Sudden Light, writes, "T have been here before, but when or how I cannot tell." Edward Dowden and Oliver Wendell Holmes also refer to this. Coleridge writes, "Oft o'er my brain does that strange fancy roll, which makes the present, while the flash doth last, seem a mere semblance of some unknown past." Hardy writes, in A Pair of Blue Eyes, "Everybody is familiar with those strange sensations we sometimes have, that our life for the moment exists in duplicate, that we have lived through that moment before or shall again." Tennyson writes in The Two Voices, "Moreover, something is or seems that touches me with mystic gleams, like glimpses of forgotten dreams, of something felt like something here, of something done I know not where, such as no language may declare." And in the early sonnets he writes, "All this hath been before, all this has been I know not when or where. T seemed to move among a world of ghosts, and feel myself the shadow of a dream." Sir James Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S., in the Cavendish Lecture on Dreamy Mental States, besides quoting, amongst others, the above, says that sometimes there passes through the mind in a few minutes years of one's prior life. Sir Francis Beaufort, in a letter published in the Autobiography of John Barrow, describing what happened when he was nearly drowned, T+ writes, "Every incident of his former life seemed to glance across his recollection in a retrograde succession, not in mere outline, but the picture being filled with every minute and collateral feature, each act of it accompanied by a sense of right and wrong." Sir James Crichton Browne writes, "And since Beaufort's time, many persons rescued from drowning have given an account of their expiring thoughts, substantially the same and in harmony." Sec Roman 3, with what we are sometimes told of panoramic reminiscences in dreamy mental states. A domestic servant who consulted Dr. Hewlings Jackson when communicating to him the warning of his epileptic seizures, said, "It seems as if I went back to all that occurred in my childhood, as if I see everything so quick and so soon gone that I cannot describe it." One of the best-known thought readers speaks of the thoughts flitting by like the nearer external objects when in a railway train. These are some of the many proofs that the whole of our so-called human life has its apparent existence in the shape of thoughts, ethereal vibrations, both in the past and in the future, until destroyed by the action of God. Sight is mental, for nimble thought can jump both sea and land, as soon as think the place where he would be, Shakespeare. For centuries, the many wonderful and hitherto inexplicable powers of human beings have been more or less recognized. For instance, it has been found that man has the power of seeing things in any part of the world. I was once asked to accompany a well-known medical man, probably the leading medical authority on the human mind, to test another well-known doctor who found that he had psychometric powers, that is to say, he could see things at a distance. Amongst many other wonderful things, he described his sister, who had been lecturing about 200 miles away, giving many details of the room, the people, and so on. No one present knew anything of the facts, but on making inquiries afterwards, we found that there had been only 2 mistakes out of the many statements made. Jesus, amongst his many marvelous powers, exercised this capacity of seeing things at a distance. Before that Philip called thee, when thou wast under the fig tree I saw thee, were his words when Nathanael expressed surprise at Jesus' knowledge of his nationality and character. The accuracy of this statement is evidenced by Nathanael's reply, Rabbi, thou art the Son of God. John 1:48-49. Clairvoyance. In the Talmud is mentioned a 4th sight, by which means all that a person is doing, wherever he may be, can be seen by another. There are frequent references in occult literature to various ways of gaining this power. The human consciousness is always inventing new methods of apparently overcoming its own limitations. Such methods are all mere limitations, disguised as apparent aids. Remember that the so-called mental is really non-mental. A well-authenticated instance is that of General Sir John McNeill, V.C. On March 24, 1878, he was in the library at Windsor Castle, being equerry to Queen Victoria, when he saw the Eurydice being lost off the Isle of Wight. So real was it that he exclaimed aloud, "She is foundering." He mentioned the matter to several people at the time, afterwards finding out that the vessel foundered at that moment. Canon Warburton, when in Lincoln's Inn, was wakened one night by seeing his brother in the West End, catching his foot in the stair and falling headlong, full length down the stairs just when, and as it occurred. Rapid transmission of news. I once asked one of the well-known explorers of Central Africa, who happens to be a friend of mine, how it was that news traveled with such rapidity in Central Africa. He told me that when the natives wanted to know anything, they merely took a little black boy, whom they first hypnotized and then questioned, when he was able to see things at any distance and reply correctly in every case. This he had seen done 6 times. As a matter of fact, the boy, though in a trance state, was partially dehypnotized in this one respect, because we are all more or less hypnotized into the belief that we have not this power of sight being purely mental. Being now aware of this, we have to wake up and know the truth, namely, that man is never blinded, but has perfect sight, perfect capacity to be conscious of any idea of God. If the work is done in this way instead of by the wrong method, the other faculties would not be paralyzed, as in the case of the boy. All hypnotic influence is wrong. Degrees. Many will recollect Sir Rider Haggard's psychic experience with his dog, full details of which appeared publicly, and many confirmatory instances might be given. Now we know how the death of Gordon became common knowledge the same day in the bazaars at Cairo. Recently in The Spectator was quoted a letter from Sir Rider Haggard, in which he says that, about 20 hours before men, riding as fast as horses could carry them, brought the news of the disaster at Isandlwana to Pretoria. An old Hottentot informed me of what had happened. Here followed details of the fight. I was so impressed with her manner that I went down to the government offices to repeat to my superiors what she had said. Sir Melmoth, then Mr. Osborne, pointed out to me that it was impossible that such tidings could have travelled 200 miles or so in about 12 hours. Nevertheless, It proved perfectly correct. Once quite a sensation was created in the House of Commons when Mr. Harcourt said that he did not propose to read a telegram received from Somaliland on account of the exceeding rapidity with which statements made in the House were conveyed to the uttermost corners of Somaliland. Seeing with the nose and ear, the eye is not necessary for sight. Professor Lombroso, a most able and painstaking investigator in his book, After Death, What?, gives the case of the 14-year-old daughter of one of the most active and intelligent men in Italy. She had lost the power of vision with her eyes, but as a compensation, she saw with the same degree of acuteness at the point of the nose and the lobe of the left ear. In this way, she read a letter which had just come to me from the post office, although I had blindfolded her eyes, and she was able to distinguish the figures on a dynamometer. Professor Lombroso then gives other instances of the same kind. Fight cases are cited by Petertin and another by Carmagnola, in which a girl saw distinctly with the hand, selected ribbons, identified colors, and read, even in the dark. There are also other cases mentioned by Despine, Frank, and Dr. Orgonva. Professor Lombroso concludes by saying, "The truth is that it is absolutely impossible for us to give a scientific interpretation of these facts, facts which bring us to the vestibule of that world which is properly spoken of as being still occult because unexplained." Dr. Hasinger writes, "In the case of Molly Fancher in Brooklyn, NY, who has been examined during many years by the most eminent neurologists, we have surely a living miracle. She has for many years been blind, paralyzed, without apparent sensation, without food and almost without drink, without the performance of any of the ordinary bodily functions, and yet she is bright, clear, intelligent. And I have recently received a letter from her most beautifully and correctly written, and, as Dr. Hammond said of this case, she did not see, at least with her eyes. Physical sight is an ethereal effect, the thing seen vibrating along the lines of force of which the ether is composed, direct to the human mechanism or so-called mind. See, however, p. 71, line 24. Painting. It is interesting and instructive to note that when you are looking, for instance, at a portrait, you have become ethereally in touch with the thoughts portrayed, one of the illusory cinematographic pictures that constitute the material person. You are in ethereal touch with the so-called man, with the pride and cruelty, the wisdom, nobility, and love that the thoughts represent. That is why a portrait painter has to have what Malcolm Bell calls insight into the deeper mental recesses of his sitter. If you analyze this more closely, you will see that in looking at a portrait, your real spiritual self in heaven is in mental touch with the spiritual being who is seen falsely in the material world. In the material world, the picture puts you in ethereal touch with the material thoughts constituting the material form. Appendix V is a copy of a letter written to an artist friend a few years ago, which may be of use to those who wish to understand the position better. When discordant material thoughts are destroyed by right thinking, while the artist does his work, he obtains what is called a speaking likeness. When the thoughts of evil are destroyed and the best side of the character is shown, he obtains a result which stamps him not only as a genius, but as a benefactor to his fellow men, for he gives us a grouping of ideas which indicates, although faintly, the true man. Hearing is mental, mind is eye and ear together, blind and deaf is all else besides. Plato. Hearing also is entirely ethereal and can be developed. The human consciousness can hear at any distance. What theoretically takes place, although such a thing cannot be said truly to happen at all, is that the sound vibrates by means of the lines of the ether, thoughts, impinging on the consciousness, causing it to vibrate and receive a mechanical impression called sound. It may be recalled that just after Elisha had made the axe head to swim, he told the king of Israel at least 3 times where the king of Syria was pitching his camp. On Ben-Hadad asking which was the traitor, one of his servants said, "None, my lord, O king, but Elisha, the prophet that is in Israel, telleth the king of Israel the words that thou speakest in thy bedchamber." 2 Kings 6:12. Just after, Elisha foretold that the king's messenger was coming for him, and predicted the raising of the siege of Samaria and the death, on the following day, of the Lord who scornfully denied the possibility of cheap food, all of which happened. A well-attested instance is that of Sir John Drummond Hay, who, whilst Her Majesty's minister in Morocco, was wakened from his sleep by hearing his daughter-in-law, who was at Mogador 300 miles away, say, "Oh, I wish Papa only knew that Robert, her husband, was ill." On closing his eyes, he again heard the same voice and words. When he woke his wife, told her what he had heard, and noted it in his diary. Later, he found that Mrs. Robert Hay that night had used the precise words and had repeated them. Now that by suggestion alone we can with perfect precision cause a hypnotized person, or even a person who has at some earlier period been hypnotized, but has recovered his normal state, to hear, in his mind alone, sounds which have no objective existence, just as vividly and clearly as any sounds we can physically produce, does it seem extravagant to believe that the whole mechanism of sense, nay, the dark mind gulf beyond mechanism, too, will receive full illumination from the science of the coming time. Such a discovery would, of course, throw utterly into shadow anything we have yet learned of the nature of man. Limited as we are by the knowledge of our own time, we cannot even conjecture whither such discoveries might lead us. All we can affirm is that the whole outlook of man, nay, the nature of man himself, might very conceivably be changed by them, and the greatest problems of the thinker may be resolved. T.T. Baron Russell's. Speaking directly to America. A few years ago, a man came to me for advice as to whether she should allow his wife to continue daily, speaking mentally, to her sister in America. He had constantly been able to verify the information given. I advised him to discourage it as being too dangerous, and told him that it was rather like experimenting with high-tension electrical currents in days when we knew very little about them. Several times in the early days of electricity, in the ordinary course of my professional duties, I have paid the penalty of ignorance of high-tension electrical effects and burnt and temporarily blinded myself. In the false, non-mental work, the danger is that in endeavoring to get better results, the worker forces the human consciousness, causing troubles of different kinds to arise, leading often to insanity. There is only one way of awakening dormant powers safely and properly, and that is, in the way in which our Lord worked, namely, by knowing the truth, turning in thought to God, and realizing the truth, for instance, that God being soul, and man being made in the image and likeness of God, has all understanding. Soul is the synonym that expresses God as the giver of all wisdom and knowledge. The first step is to open the door. Everything being pseudo-mental, we could practically prevent any given result by realizing strongly enough that such result was impossible. This is the wrong way of working, as the human consciousness cannot judge of what is best. In our endeavors to gain truth, we must not outline human events, but must keep an absolutely open mind, ready to receive more spiritual ideas. Then we shall be governed by God. Prove all things, hold fast that which is good. 1 Thessalonians 5:21. Speech is mental. When one spiritual, immortal man in heaven speaks to another, he is passing on or representing the ideas that the action of God has caused a fellow being previously to pass on to him. That is to say, God speaks to us by means of our fellow men. In the material world, the human being has a false sense of these thoughts of God, which apparently give an impression of hearing sounds. When in this material world, or false sense of the real world, the thought is sufficiently uplifted, we get a far clearer sense of these thoughts of God. So clear, it may even be that they sound like a person speaking, though none be visible, and some mistakenly believe that it is a finite God speaking. This uplifted thought is the reason for the sounds heard by Moses, Samuel, Paul, and by others living today who are personally known to me and who are following in the Master's footsteps. At the same time, it must be recollected that whenever anyone speaks to you, the sounds are God's thoughts, perceived materially and therefore falsely, as everything in the material so-called world is simply a counterfeit of the real. Smell is mental. Speaking of the young girl already mentioned, Professor Lombroso says, her sense of smell was also transposed, for ammonia or a saphitida, when thrust under her nose, did not excite the slightest reaction, while on the other hand, a substance possessing the merest trace of odor, if held under the chin, made a vivid impression on it, and excited a quite special simulation, mimica. Later, the sense of smell became transferred to the back of the foot. Prediction, he continues, next appeared phenomena of prediction and clairvoyance, for she foresaw with what I would call mathematical exactness. She later predicted things that were to happen to her father and brother, and 2 years afterwards they were verified. She clairvoyantly saw from her sick bed her brother in the coulisses of a theatre, as in fact he was, distant by more than half a mile from the house. Psychometry. Sir David Brewster investigated the matter and testified to the power that man has of seeing the past. He wrote, not a leaf waves, not an insect crawls, not a ripple moves, but each motion is recorded by 1,000 faithful scribes in infallible and indelible scripture, only waiting for a suitable application to reveal themselves to the inquiring gaze. It is recorded in the Bible that it was not necessary for people to tell our Lord of events. For instance, he knew the past of the woman at the well. There are several cases recorded of his knowing what was going to happen, and often it is stated that he knew people's thoughts. Matthew 12:25, Luke 5:22, 6, 8, 9, 47, 11, 17. Agassiz, the famous naturalist, 3 times dreamed that he saw a fish, the characteristics even of which he had failed to recognize from its fossil imprint. The 3rd time, upon awakening, he sketched and described the fish, and later found that his dream was correct. Scientific explanation. Thoughts and images may be transferred from one mind to another without the agency of the recognized organs of sense, plus Sir William Crookes, Fr. 8. Directly a person thinks of anything in the material world, even in the past or future, he is immediately in faint touch along the lines of the ether with the thoughts or lines of force that constitute the thing thought of. The ordinary man is not conscious of these thoughts, as his human consciousness, through a belief in limitation, works so badly. Some people have not this false belief of limitation, and the conscious mind vibrates in unison or synchronously with the subconscious mind. Or universal false belief, when the person knows the thing immediately. Sometimes he sees the thing happening, and sometimes he merely knows it intellectually. This development is a curse or a blessing in proportion, as a man knows how to destroy evil foreseen or foreknown, and to realize the eternal reality of good. The divining rod. This is a useful form of thought reading, whereby the thought reader is able to tell when he is standing over water, and to indicate it by unconscious action in various ways, such as the turning or twisting of a rod in his hands. The use of a rod is a mere limitation and unnecessary. I remember a few years ago, when in conversation with a well-known scientific man, saying that before very long we should find such results as a man knowing whether he was standing over gold-bearing rock by his hair standing on end, or by some such inconsequent sign. A day or 2 afterwards, I read an account of a man in America who, when he stood over oil in quantity, knowingly or otherwise, was at once seized with severe illness. Evil effects when reading, passing through the brain of a Walter Scott or a Dickens. Such knowledge of the tragic events and turpitude of life becomes purified and protective, and has nothing but a wholesome effect when sown broadcast, but passing through the brain of an Afrabain or a Zola, it grows infective and deadly and disseminates a moral plague around. And thus ideas, like microbes, may by cultivation be attenuated and rendered harmless, or raised to a higher malignancy. Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D. LL. DFRS. It is a mistake to read books by people who are not of a satisfactory character. Directly you read them, you are in ethereal touch with the individuality of the person who wrote the book. And if he is not the right class of man, wrong thoughts are more likely to affect you, unless you are protecting yourself in the right way. If a man is protecting himself thoroughly, I do not think that he would find himself reading such books. Scientific method of working. Jesus needed not that any should testify of man, for he knew what was in man. John 2:24-25. In order to gain knowledge in the right way, we must turn to heaven and realize the truth. For instance, that God is soul, the principle of all knowledge, and that therefore man, the spiritual man, instantly knows everything necessary. The action of God as truth then destroys the particles on the cells of the human mechanism that give the trouble, with the result that the two portions of the machine work better together, and in this way requisite and legitimate knowledge of the past, present, or future is conveyed. It is interesting to note, however, that working thus, the knowledge does not always come to your consciousness in the way above mentioned. Sometimes somebody will give you the information, or you will see it in a paper or book. Thought reading, were I now introducing for the first time these inquiries, the results of his researches into so-called spiritualistic phenomena, for the world of science, I should choose a starting point different from that of old. It would be well to begin with telepathy, with the fundamental law, as I believe it to be. Sir William Crookes, F.R.S. The power of thought reading is nowadays very common. Mark Twain prided himself on his powers and said that he often knew what people far distant were thinking, or made them know what he was thinking. He called it mental telegraphy. Well-known recent instances are those of Mr. Zanzig and Mr. Sommer intensifying material thoughts so that their wives could perceive them. Such intensification is not only a wrong and dangerous method of working, but very tiring, and therefore those working professionally in this way do not use this ethereal method of communication unless absolutely necessary, relying as far as possible upon codes and other means. What has been called brain work has always been regarded as most tiring, and truly so, not being mental in any degree, but purely physical. Mental work is spiritual and natural, and nothing is so resting. It is thinking of God and His world. The power of reading human thoughts can be applied before they come into seeming action, whilst in action, or after they have acted. Many instances beyond all question could be given, but the facts are so well known that I merely give in Appendix VI some particulars of the experiences of Emanuel Swedenborg. His scientific position and the publicity of the results obtained make his experiences worth referring to. He was able to give to a company assembled at dinner at Gothenburg all the details of a fire that was then taking place at Stockholm, over 200 miles distant. I remember well how puzzled I was as a boy to understand why people did not try to find out the reason for this. There has recently been a similar incident where the Rev. Dr. Sanders, a distinguished Presbyterian clergyman of the United States, who has these psychometric powers developed, vividly described a serious fire taking place 200 miles away. the details of which turned out to be accurate. Lack of knowledge results in trouble. A lady, a friend of mine, experienced great unhappiness until she was able to cut off thoughts. She knew what ideas were coming to the people to whom she spoke, and the difference between what was said and the false thoughts that came continually distressed her, as she was of a sensitive nature. Had the truth been known to her, she would not only have prevented the thoughts affecting her, but would have destroyed them, and so prevented them harming those who were intensifying them. Early experiences. Anyone who is interested in the early history of thought reading will find a paper by my brother in the Transactions of the Psychical Research Society. This was reproduced in the Daily Mail some few years ago with a few experiences of mine in so-called thought reading, made about 12 years previously, the only time I ever tried anything of the kind. These results merely prove that which everyone must have more or less experienced, namely, that sometimes people think the same thoughts at the same time. This means that they are in ethereal touch with the same ideas along the lines of the ether. And these false thoughts cause a similar vibration in the human consciousness. In the reality, both are fully conscious of the same ideas of God, but in their full spiritual perfection. Work mentally only by thinking of God and heaven. An absolute rule never to be broken should be made, namely, never attempt to work mentally except by turning in thought to God and heaven. This is the essence of the whole of what is now put before you. With the exception of a few boyish experiments at the age of 14, I have never taken any part in either spiritualistic or hypnotic experiments. It was only in the light of the knowledge of truth that the recognition came to me of the divine protection, which steers one safely past such mistaken and useless attempts to gain knowledge of truth. And I am thankful for all the seeming circumstances in the past that have led up to this. Foretelling the future. There are hundreds of well-authenticated instances of this. It is merely reading thought before it comes into apparent action, and therefore, instead of being called second sight, should rather be called first sight. Professor Lombroso, after exhaustive experiments, declared his belief in the power of accurately foretelling the future. Professor Hulin of the University of Ghent gives instances of his own knowledge of prediction, and I have records of between 50 and 100 cases filed away. The Confederate General, John B. Gordon, whom Dr. Hasinger cites as a most capable man, both in military and civic life, devotes a whole chapter in his Reminiscences of the Civil War to various premonitions of death among soldiers, one of which was that of his own brother, who foretold the circumstances of his own death at the Battle of Chancellorsville. This occurred as foreseen. Abraham Lincoln was depressed on the morning of his assassination, as he had just had the same dream as had come to him before the horrors of Bull Run and before another terrible disaster to the Northern armies. Mr. Andrew Lang, in his introductory chapter to the Prophecies of the Brahman Seer, gives, amongst others, the following instance of this power. The murderer foreseen. On June 15, 1908, a lady well known to me and in various fields of literature told me that, calling on another lady the day before, she had seen a vision of a man previously unknown to her, who thrust a knife into her friend's left side. I offered to bet £100 against fulfillment. In the autumn, my friend, again calling at the same house, met the man of her vision on the doorstep entering. She found her friend dying, as her constitution did not rally after an operation on her left side, performed by the man of the vision, who was a surgeon. The Seaforth prophecy. One of the best-known cases related is the following, which is called the Seaforth prophecy. It dates from the time of Cherry's Roman II, and was said to have been uttered by one Mackenzie or Coinage Odhen, a famous Brahman seer. He was said to have given the prophecy before being burnt alive by the wife of the third Earl for clairvoyantly seeing and telling her that the Earl was unfaithful to her in Paris. I see a chief, the last of his house, both deaf and dumb. He will be the father of 4 fair sons, all of whom he will follow to the tomb. He will die mourning, knowing that the honors of his line are to be extinguished forever. The remnant of his possessions shall be inherited by a white-coiffed lassie from the Roman 3 East, and she is to kill her sister. And as a sign by which it may be known that these things are coming to pass, there shall be 4 great lairds in the days of the last deaf and dumb Seaforth, Gare, Loch, Kishome, Grant, and Rasse, of whom one shall be buck-toothed, another hare-lipped, another half-witted, and the 4th a stammerer. This prophecy was fulfilled to the letter, the chief being Lord Seaforth, F.R.S., the last of his house, who, through an attack of scarlet fever, became deaf and for a time dumb, and after the death of his 4 sons, died heartbroken in 1815, paralyzed in mind and body. His eldest daughter, Mary, who inherited, came from India, and her sister died from injuries received in an accident when the elder daughter was driving. Even the 4 lairds with the peculiarities mentioned were in existence when Lord Seaforth died. In an article called Prophecy and Coincidence in Nation of July 3, 1909, giving particulars of this case, the writer says, "The inquirer who pronounced the prophecy and its fulfillment to be a case of mere coincidence would, in all probability, declare St. Paul's Cathedral and Westminster Abbey to be purely natural formations." Robert Nixon. He was known as the Cheshire Prophet and foretold so many events that James I commanded his attendance at court. Nixon, who was a stubborn, drivelling fool, refused on the ground that he would be starved to death there. Being made to go, his greediness made him so troublesome to the cooks that they locked him up, and being forgotten, he was, as he had foretold, starved to death. Swedenborg and many others foretold the exact time of their death, as well as that of other people. Mr. Perceval's murder. One of the most remarkable dreams in English history was that related by the well-known writer, the Rev. S. Baring Good. A detailed account appeared in the London Times of August 28, 1828. On the evening of May LLTH, 1812, John Williams, a wealthy Cornish miner, had a dream which was repeated 3 times, in which he saw a tall man dressed in a brown coat with yellow buttons draw a pistol from under his coat and fire at a small man dressed in a blue coat and white waistcoat. He heard the report of the pistol and saw the blood stain on the waistcoat. The man fired at fell, and he saw the color of the face change, as in death. In his dream, he asked who the man was that had been shot, and was told that it was the Chancellor. During the day, Mr. Williams went to Falmouth, where he related the details of the dream to everyone he met. One of his hearers said that the description of the man shot was not that of the Lord Chancellor, but of Mr. Perceval, the Chancellor of the Exchequer and Prime Minister. The following day, the news of Mr. Perceval's assassination arrived. A few weeks afterwards, Mr. Williams went to London and pointed out the spot where Mr. Perceval was shot by Bellingham, and it was found that the description of the dress of each of the men was exact in every detail. The murderer now unsafe. One of the signs of the times is the description in the Daily Mail of March 30th, 1911, of the trial of a farmer named Strong for murder. Miss Pauline Gerard, a clairvoyante, called as chief witness, gave evidence that on seeing the scene and describing the details to him, he interrupted my description, crying that his eye. It is terrible. As 2 detectives had been hidden in the room, the accused tried to excuse his confession, which gave all the details, by saying that the psychometrist had paralyzed him with fright, and that he seemed to be under her spell and told her whatever she willed. Genius. So-called genius is simply the synchronous vibration of the so-called conscious human mind, with the subconscious no mind or basic false mentality. That is, the vibrations take place uniformly together, both being, as it were, different strata of the ether, so that a person becomes conscious of the material thoughts, apparently causing the subconscious, lower no mind to vibrate. Professor Lombroso looked upon genius as a form of insanity. F.B. Myers calls it a subliminal uprush. True genius is the genius of Christianity, works more than words. This genius shines with a selfless humility. Professor Bateson, at the last British Association meeting, 1914, stated that he believed that the artistic gift of mankind would prove to be due to the absence of some factors which in the normal person prevent the development of these gifts. The instrument was there, but it was stopped down. This is quite accurate. Calculating boys. There have been some half-dozen so-called calculating boys, such as the astonishing Tamil boy and George Bidder, who became president of the Institution of Civil Engineers. When between 12 and 14, the latter could give an answer instantly to practically any mathematical question that was asked. His granddaughter told me that he never made any calculations, but as a rule seemed to see the figures in front of him and simply read them out. One of my engineers had the same faculty partially developed. Zara Colborne, who could not on paper do simple multiplication or division, could give instantly the square or cube or square root or cube root of practically any number. All this is ordinary thought reading. Tranny speaking, not only do people in a trance condition often say what would be considered absolutely impossible, considering their past, but they will sometimes speak in a language with which they have never been acquainted. The head of one of the religious sects in England once asked advice with reference to a man who had been his stenographer a few weeks before, and who was then speaking and writing Chinese fluently, having never known a word of that language. He wanted to know whether it was of God or of the devil, as this would make a considerable difference to his future policy. After answering a few questions, he told me that the stenographer at these times went into an ecstatic condition and was tongue-tied. By this he meant that he was unable to answer questions whilst speaking or writing Chinese. It was then easy to show him that it had nothing to do with God and equally nothing to do with any devil, but was simply an abnormal state of human consciousness, a state, however, now fairly common. Whenever a person obtains abnormal results, he is bringing them about in the wrong way, if he at the same time loses any of his ordinary powers, even for a moment or two. There have been many instances of this nature. Professor Richet, for instance, describes a French lady who wrote whole pages in Greek, although not even knowing the Greek alphabet. Everyday results of this kind are becoming more frequent. Gibbon writes, the knowledge of languages was frequently communicated to the contemporaries of Irenaeus. The divine inspiration is described as a favor very liberally bestowed on all ranks of the faithful. M. Ribot, the great French psychologist, says, it is the unconscious which produces what is commonly called inspiration. It is by true prayer that a man is really inspired. Somnambulism. Some people frequently, whilst in an apparently unconscious state, do most wonderful things, using, however, at these times a power which all men possess. There are many instances, one of the best known being that of a man in Edinburgh, who in his sleep climbed a rock that it was impossible to mount in the ordinary state. These powers are usually exerted at times of great excitement. I remember hearing of an old lady who rushed into her burning house and carried out her piano unaided. We all know that at times we are capable of exerting phenomenal strength and phenomenal powers. A man who is hypnotized frequently does this. It must be recollected that in all cases of abnormal excitement, the man is simply hypnotized, not by any human being, but by the thoughts influencing him, and he so acts on account of the intensity of the thoughts passing over him. This is harmful. We must learn to exercise unusual powers, when required, without the slightest excitement or abnormal condition. And this can only be done by turning in thought to God and heaven, relying upon a spiritual, perfect, and ever-active, unalterable law, the law of divine mind. Ghosts and visions, plus, the material man has still greater apparent powers. The material no mind, mistranslated in the Bible the soul, fits into the material body like a hand into a glove, or rather throughout the body like water in a sponge. It is exactly the shape of the body, which grows as this, no mind, gradually increases in size, or as some would say, it is conformed to an idea of maturity. This is the reason for what are called visions of departed spirits at the moment of death. The more ethereal form then easily leaves the more tangible body, and although the passage from place to place cannot be instantaneous, it appears to be almost so. The human mind is material, bearing somewhat the same relation to ordinary matter that vapor does to water, and can only be seen by those who are what is called psychic. This is the reason for the Theosophists' belief in an astral body, which is really the individual human mind. Under their system, this so-called human mind is called the etheric mind. Professor W.F. Barrett, in March last, lecturing at the City Temple, gave details of a little girl, known to him, whose mother was horror-struck on finding that the child knew all about the suicide of her uncle, who, she said, had appeared before his death was known, and asked her to pray for him. It is a sign of the times to find at such a place a professor of the Royal College of Science for Ireland lecturing, as he did, on occult phenomena. This is not a solitary instance. For a little time before, I had been asked to repeat at the same place a lecture in which had been given the scientific reasons for the so-called miracles of Jesus and other hitherto unexplained phenomena. Professor Barrett stated that the living influence, which projected the telepathic impact from one mind to another, often created the phantasm or image of the person, and this living impulsive power remained operative after death. This is not so. It is merely due to the thoughts intensifying themselves on the human consciousness, and there is nothing living about it except the spiritual reality that is at the back of it all, which is not under any circumstances visible to the human senses. The case given by him of Lord Commermere having been photographed as a legless man sitting in his chair in the otherwise empty library, after his death from an accident which necessitated the amputation of his legs, comes into a different class of phenomena. Had the portrait been of the human consciousness of Lord Commermere, the legs would have shown. A psychic person can always apparently see the limbs which appear to have been amputated, as he sees that portion of the consciousness which is in no way lessened by the more material amputation. Thoughts are matter of a finer grade, and thought forms are clearly visible by many who have made a speciality of this higher sense of sight. Stenson Hooker, M.D. In 1889, an inquiry was undertaken by the Society for Psychical Research, when about 17,000 answers were received. The coincidences of death, when one in a normal state of health had a death warning, was 1 in 43, whereas, if chance alone had operated the proportion mathematically, was 1 in 19,000. The committee held it to be proved that between death and apparitions of the dying person, a connection exists which is not due to chance alone. Sir Oliver Lodge says, "The fact of their existence has been thoroughly established. The apparent power of the no mind to move instantly. The human so-called mind has apparently the power of almost instantaneous movement." Professor Lombroso gives a number of instances of doubles, that is to say, of what seems to be a living person appearing at a distance. This is merely the human consciousness, or in some cases even the material mind and body being seen by another person. They may also be merely ethereal, materialized forms, material thoughts made visible, which have nothing to do with the so-called living person, as shown by Dr. Reed's investigation in America. The case of Mrs. Butler, given by Augustus Hare in his Story of My Life, is well known. For many nights this lady dreamt that she visited a beautiful house. About a year later, she found herself in the house of her dream and was able to give details of it, and bought the house very cheaply owing to its reputation of being haunted. The ghost in this case was merely the consciousness of Mrs. Butler, temporarily freed from a belief of being bound in a solid body. Madame Murier twice saw at the foot of her bed her dead brother after the Chinese rebels had murdered him. This, similarly, was his human mind before it passed into the next state of consciousness. In fact, instances of things of this sort are so numerous that it is hardly worth while giving details of them. There have been many similar results in the past. One of the best instances is recorded by Laponi, who, as Professor Lombroso writes, being physician to the Pope, would not be likely, except under strong conviction, to put on record matters so opposed to the Roman Catholic beliefs. He gives the case of Alfred Pansini, who at the age of 7 spoke as a born orator, frequently in languages of which he had no knowledge, and recited whole cantos of the Divine Comedy. At the age of 10, so marvelous were the results obtained by Alfred and his brother Paul, aged 8, that it is worth while giving Professor Lombroso's account. At the age of 10, with his brother Paul, aged 8, without knowing how or why, he was himself transported in half an hour from Rouveau to Molfetta. Another day the two children found themselves, in a scant half-hour from Rouveau, seated in a boat at sea near Barletta. Another time, in 10 minutes they were at a distance from Rouveau and in front of the house door of an uncle of theirs, before whom Alfred made the prediction that they would not be able to depart next day, not until 15 days had elapsed. In fact, the next day the uncle's horse was taken ill. Then the aunt hired a carriage to take back her nephews to Rouveau. But no sooner had they been reconsigned to their parents than they disappeared again, and again found themselves at Trani. Being sent back to Rouveau, they disappeared once more and found themselves at Bisegli. Then, convinced that they were struggling in vain against superior powers, they betook themselves to Trani to await the expiration of the 15 days. Remember that this is not an impossibility at all, but a thing that before long, owing to the rapid general disappearance of man's limitations, will be recognized as a natural proceeding. Jesus not only went instantly from the center of the Sea of Galilee, but after walking on the sea, about 25 or 30 furlongs from the land in boisterous weather, immediately the ship and all the disciples was at the land whither they went. John 6:21. No wonder the people said, "Rabbi, when camest thou hither?" Ver. 25. Dr. Shepley Park states that the Negroes on the Gold Coast had mental means of communication at a distance which were the monopoly of a kind of secret society. Their results were obtained very simply and by means of continual practice. It was claimed that a few of them could materialize the entire body at a distance. The records of travelers teem with similar instances of occult phenomena, and Professor Lombroso gives numerous instances in his book, After Death, What? Nor are these results confined to modern times. History records many cases. For instance, Cicero says, They whose minds, scorning the limitation of the body, fly and rush abroad when influenced and excited by some ardor, behold things which they predict. It is said that Epimenides of Crete had power to send his soul, human consciousness, out of his body and recall it at pleasure. During its absence, his body was as dead, being cold and inanimate. Of Hermotimus, a prophet of Clazomany, it is recorded that his soul left his material body and wandered into every part of the world. While thus entranced, his wife, supposing him dead, had his body burned, according to the custom of the country. So much was his wonderful gift of divination prized by the people that they erected a temple to him and paid him divine honors. Of Apollonius of Tyana, we are told that, after a silence of 5 years, he understood the language of all animals and all men, and exhibited the prodigy of being in many places at the same time. In Invisible Helpers, its author gives many instances of aid given by the human consciousness, apart from the body, in attempts to help those at a distance. This method of working is, however, unsatisfactory and highly dangerous to both parties, interfering with the individuality of those influenced. This is the reason why such great precautions are taken, and grades of probationary periods are considered necessary for those endeavoring to help their fellows in this mistaken way. When these would-be helpers learn how to think rightly, real and lasting aid can be safely and efficiently given by almost all of them, after a few days, indeed, after a few minutes' practice, instead of only by a few persons, and that after years of study. Amongst many others, Mrs. Besant has referred to this practice. She says, "I know of more than one person in England who can slip out of the body, remain conscious while out of it, and return into the body, Theosophy, in questions and answers. All the above are instances of the wrong way of working, and bear clearly their fallacy on their face." Danger ahead. Dangerous and useless experiments. One business client of mine, who for 2 years had been practicing regularly every night in this wrong way, told me that he had given it up on account of its danger, as although conscious, he was over 2 hours one day before managing to get back again into his body. The body, when left, through ignorance of how to take it along with the consciousness, has every appearance of death, and the man is in many cases spoken of as in a trance. Irving Bishop, the well-known thought reader, frequently fell into these death-like trances. Finally, while in America, he was taken to a hospital where, without waiting to see if he was really dead, they took out his brain in an attempt to discover to what his abnormal powers were due. This I was told by a friend of his, who was boiling over with fierce indignation at what he spoke of as his murder. Harmful results. Any endeavor to obtain in this way results of this sort, thought reading, clairvoyance, leaving the body, etc., is a mistake and dangerous. All so-called miraculous results must only come naturally and through turning in thought to God in the way science demands, and without previously picturing what is about to appear. Let good work. If you are doing true mental work, false, unrecognized thoughts will be destroyed before they take form in so-called conscious thought each day, without your worrying about the future. Then so-called good thoughts, better beliefs, will act. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. The Master said, Matthew 6:34. Each day, bringing its work, brings also the power to accomplish that work. It is sometimes rather difficult to tell to a certainty when wrong thoughts have been destroyed. When all fear is entirely gone, it will almost always be found that the wrong thoughts are destroyed. Very often before this point has been quite reached, you have done sufficient work to prevent them doing appreciable harm, and it is well to consider that if you go on working, you may waste much valuable time through leaving more important calls unheeded. If you simply work When you are conscious of the wrong thought, you will lose no time. Karma, hence karma may be Englished into causation or the three. Law of causation, Annie Besant. Occult workers will tell you of the great dangers run in their idea of mental working, and Theosophy teaches you not to interfere with another man's karma, namely, the experiences it is believed he must pass through in this state of incarnation on account of his life in the past. The reason for this is that they merely accentuate material thoughts, rendering them still more dangerous to all concerned, instead of mentally working, and so destroying such false thoughts. It is a good thing that in the practice of occultism and Theosophy people are warned against mental working, because any use of the material no mind in the way taught by them is fraught with increasing danger. These systems do not teach the right, and therefore the scientific method of prayer, although they are rapidly changing. Praying in the way that is now pointed out, by turning in thought to God, and never picturing the material man, nor even the spiritual reality of any individual, you cannot possibly harm anyone, and must do good to yourself, and to those you are endeavoring to help. According to Madame H.P. Blavatsky, karma again is in the Rigveda X 129, the personification of that feeling which leads and propels to creation. Desire first arose in it, which was the primal germ of mind, and which sages, searching with their intellect, have discovered to be the bond which connects entity with non-entity. This it is merely the human mind, which, being part of non-entity, forms a sense of entity. Mrs. Besant writes, karma is essentially the longing for active sentient existence, existence of vivid sensation, tossing turbulence of passionate life. This longing, as all of the greatest thinkers have taught, has to be got rid of. The only method of doing this is by true prayer. Dr. Franz Hartmann, the well-known philosopher and authority on occultism, writing in the Theosophist of October 1909, with reference to an article about true and false yoga, written by Marie Russac in the Adyar Bulletin of August 1908, says, "This article has again forcibly called my attention to the disastrous results arising from meddling with occult practices without understanding their real nature. I have before my eyes a long list of friends and personal acquaintances who, within the last few years, have become victims of their psychic researches, for which they were not ripe, and in which they persisted in spite of all warning. Some of them became insane, some incurably diseased, others obsessed and morally depraved, and not a few of them ended by suicide. They were not unintelligent and uneducated people. On the contrary, one of them was a great and well-known scientist and inventor, noble-minded and generous. Several were writers and poets of some distinction, and a few even public lecturers on theosophical subjects and on spiritualism, things, however, of which they had very little personal experience, and of which they knew only from reading. How entirely different is this to the manifest results that accrue from practice of the right method of working, now known to us. Available to all seekers for truth, this is now brought to your special notice. An absolute beginner, correctly taught, can, with a proper motive, often at once, and always with absolute safety to himself and all others, get results of great variety and seemingly of the most miraculous nature, while daily becoming more conscious of an increasing sense of peace and joy and harmony, both within and around. These results are obtained by the realization of God. The safe way to work. The appearance of Jesus when the doors were shut. The miracles of Jesus were not contrary to law nor the workings of the human mechanism. He utilized a power that is available to all, the power of divine mind, which enables humanity to cast off its limitations. When the human consciousness has left the body, it then, when seen, looks like the body and can pass without difficulty through matter. This is not the right method of working, and is dangerous. The body should be dematerialized, or at all events, taken along with the consciousness. The best-known instances of this are the sudden appearances of Jesus to the disciples, although the doors were shut. He had scientifically dematerialized the grosser substratum of human belief, named matter or carnal body, in the grave, and the more ethereal matter or consciousness could then move instantly from place to place. In other words, he reappeared to his disciples in a less material form. Sooner or later it will be found that many men will develop their so-called powers, and like Jesus, will apparently go ethereally from place to place without the consciousness leaving the body. It is extremely dangerous to attempt anything of this nature unless a man clearly understands the spiritual science that governs this class of phenomena and knows how to apply the rules of life as taught by our Lord and referred to hereafter, subordinating the human limitation to the divine requirement. Since the above was written, a most interesting article has appeared in one of the magazines, written by T.S. Baldwin, inventor of the United States dirigible airship. In the beginning, he deals with the so-called mental coefficient in flying and ends his article as follows. First, we shall fly a step in a crude machine. We have begun to do that. Then in time we shall sail the air in great ships, and in some remote day man will pass through the air in his own body solely. No one who has keenly felt the joy and triumphs of flight in his own person can fail to believe in this last prediction. This prediction, soberly given in the public press by a practical man like Mr. Baldwin, says much for the advanced knowledge of the reading public on the subject of the development of mental power. Mankind cannot too quickly rise beyond this limited and dangerous sense of a false, illusory mental basis and gain the knowledge of the only true mental power, that of mind, God, which alone gives man perfect safety and his God-given dominion over the whole earth. Divine powers, a scientific remedy. Were it fully understood that the emotions are the masters and the intellect the servant, it would be seen that little could be done by improving the servant while the master remains unimproved. Improving the servant does but give the masters more power of achieving their ends. Herbert Spencer. As a rule, the so-called conscious mind is only a clog on the action of the subconscious mind, owing to our inherited belief in limitation. When by what is called hypnotism, the conscious mind is quieted, abnormal powers are manifested. By right thinking, the conscious mind can be prevented from exercising this harmful power. Fortunately, the miracles of Jesus are absolutely scientific. Anyone can do a miracle if they have sufficient knowledge and lead a good enough life. That is, one sufficiently unselfish. Jesus himself said, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father." John 14:12. How are we to know whether what we believe is true or not? Jesus answered this question when he said, "These signs shall follow them that believe. In my name nature shall they cast out devils," etc. Mark 16:17. By far the most important thing that mankind individually can do is to turn in thought to God in the scientific way that Jesus taught. No words can emphasize too strongly the importance of what is about to be put before you, namely, the practical method of destroying evil of every kind and of purifying the human consciousness. If you understand and put it into practice, you will be well repaid. All science worthy of the name is divine. Thought, from a natural science point of view, theoretically exists as a high-tension electrical current external to man, and thought after thought sweeps across the consciousness. If you see an angry man and think he is angry, you increase the vibration of the thoughts making him angry, and momentarily he is worse. This, although it is only temporarily harming him, is naturally an absolutely wrong thing to do. The denial, or Michael, for the grace of God that bringeth salvation hath appeared to all men, teaching us that, denying ungodliness and worldly lusts, we should live soberly, righteously, and godly in this present world. Titus 2:11-12. When you see an angry man, if you turn in thought to heaven and realize, that is, make real to yourself, as clearly as you can, that there is no anger in heaven, the action of God destroys the angry thoughts, which for the moment are the cause of his anger, and instantly the man ceases to be angry. This is the denial or emptying of the human consciousness that cannot be filled with truth if already full of evil thoughts, false beliefs. Disease, sin, and death are not in God. And by knowing the unreality of evil, we demonstrate the allness of God, good. You have, however, done neither the man nor yourself any permanent good, although you have helped the world, because we are just so many thoughts nearer the end of the material world. That is, of all troubles, including sin, sickness, death, and other forms of so-called materiality. It is the denial of matter, there is nothing but God, which brings all evil to its end, as shown in Daniel 12:1. This denial of evil is in the Bible called the angel Michael, Hebrew, like unto God, Prince of Israel, which destroys Satan and Satan's angels, namely, the wrong thoughts that attack us, Revelation 12:7, giving the sublime courage that enables us to face unflinchingly odds that seem overwhelming. In 2 Timothy 2:15, we read, "Exert yourself to stand approved with God as a skillful workman, rightly dividing the word of truth." Farah Fenton translates these last 6 words as follows, arranging in order the reason of the truth. The affirmation, or Gabriel, who shall stand in his holy place, he shall receive the blessing from the Lord and righteousness from the God of his salvation. Psalm 24:3-3. The above-mentioned blessing is the blessing of Christianity, health, holiness, and immortality. These come into manifestation as we learn better how to realize God. To help an angry man permanently, you have to use this other edge of the sword of truth and dwell upon the exact opposite, namely the truth. Thinking, for instance, of God as love and man being in heaven as absolutely loving. This is the affirmation. Piety is the daily reviewing of the ideal, the steadying of our inner being, Amiel from C.S. Monitor. Wherefore my counsel is that we hold fast to the heavenly way plus T. Plato. This is not only our duty, but our privilege. The action of God then takes place through you, purifying the false consciousness of both, cleansing the anger cells in the subconscious or lower stratum, and both of you are permanently more loving, less susceptible in the future to the deleterious action of an angry thought, and ultimately the stage is reached when the prince of this world cometh, and hath nothing in me, John 14:30. Stand in his holy place, and receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. Psalm 24:3-5. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good, and acceptable, and perfect will of God. Romans 12:2. God's will is always the bringing about of good. Mentally practice divine self-realization, become conscious that the Logos, which is the mystic Christ, the image and nature of the Mother God, is within you unborn. Be receptive to its promptings, acknowledge it, recognize it, realize it. When once the consciousness is thoroughly purified, the wrong thoughts coming subjectively in moments of quiet meditation, for instance, will not bring about any response. They will only be apparent when coming objectively, namely, when we see or hear wrong things, and these we destroy by reversing them. The mind is the man. If that be kept pure, a man signifies somewhat. If not, I would very fain see what difference there is between him and a brute. Oliver Cromwell. Paul says, finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, just, pure, lovely, think on these things, and the God of peace shall be with you. Philippians 4:8-9. The affirmation of good is the sweet Gabriel thought, clear and peaceful. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee. Isaiah 26:3. The peace of God, which passeth all understanding. Philippians 4:7. Gabriel said to Mary, I am Gabriel that stand in the presence of God, and am sent to speak unto thee, and to show thee these glad tidings. Luke 1:19. The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the Highest shall overshadow thee. Luke 1:35. I send an angel before thee, to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Exodus 23:20. He will guide you into all truth. John 16:13. Constant conscious communion with God. Bring God down into your heart. Embalm your soul in him now. Make within you a temple of the Holy Spirit. H.F. Amiel. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. James 4:8. Having reversed the wrong thought, recognize that the perfection of that wonderful world of reality is due to the eternal action of God, and rest in God. Dwell in thought in the reality. Realize the perfect world as long as you possibly can. Our thought should not dwell elsewhere. He that shall abide in thy tabernacle, who shall dwell in thy holy hill, the secret place of the Most High, walketh uprightly, and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. Psalm 15:1-2. There is an inward sight, which hath power to perceive the one true good. Theologia Germanica. This being on the mountain is prayer without ceasing, and is absolute protection against every form of evil. Because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation, there shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. For he shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. Psalm 91:9-11. In conflict with unholy powers, we grasp the weapons he has given, the light and truth and love of heaven. Rev. J. H. Whittier. Abide in him, realize the Christ, that when he shall appear in the last days of evil, we may have confidence. 1 John 2:28. Having so purified human consciousness that evil thoughts can have no effect upon it. So then with the mind, I myself serve the law of God. Romans 7:25. Let it be your business to keep your mind in the presence of the Lord. If it sometimes wander and withdraw itself from him, do not much disquiet yourself for that. Trouble and disquiet serve rather to distract the mind than to recollect it. Brother Lawrence, 8th letter. The effect of constant right thinking in the way pointed out, this praying without ceasing, deep, systematic thinking, is the highway of holiness, and is beautifully illustrated in the life of our Master. Even in his early days, he evidently lived constantly in conscious communion with God. This spiritual communion is our Eucharist. The report of Gamaliel upon Jesus. The great men of the earth are but marking stones on the road of humanity. They are the priests of religion. Mazzini. The report of Gamaliel to the Sanhedrin after his visit to Joseph and Mary in regard to the child Jesus, as given in the Archco volume, which is most interesting, evidences this, and in other ways bears internal evidence of the correctness of the account. He writes of Jesus. He turns nature into a great law book of illustrations, showing that every brook is a flame, every rock a fountain of water, every star a pillar of fire, and every cloud the one that leads to God. In his talk, he brings one to feel he is very near the presence of God. Thus, by beginning with a flower, he reasons upwards to the absolute. We learn that God is Spirit, and God is Father, and he says these are the only two things that are essential for man to know. The God that Jesus represented was one that the people might love and venerate, that he was a God of love, and had no bloody designs to execute on even a bad man, provided he ceased his evil ways. All his ideas refer to the future, like the parent helping the child with his burden of today by telling of the blessings of tomorrow. Jesus seemed to understand the prophecy by intuition. No one had ever taught him to read. He is not a great talker unless there is something brought up about heaven and divine things, when his tongue moves glibly and his eyes brighten up with a peculiar brilliancy. Though there is this peculiarity about Jesus, he never argues a question, he never disputes. He will commence and state facts. He takes no pride in confuting his opponents, but always seems to be sorry for them. His strongest points are in the spiritual power of the law and the intentions of the prophets. This report alone, from its internal evidence, would satisfy one who was working along the lines that Jesus taught and demonstrated. As to the vexed question of whether he ever lived or not, whether it is authentic or not, this is the master we have to follow in reverence and in love. He started from a point to which we are advancing. The pure virgin birth resulted in purity. Professor Huxley has said that the virgin birth presented no difficulty to him, as virgin conception was a fact of nature. Medical men have found that this is possible. We know now that the expectant thinking of millions over a series of years as to the time of the Messiah must have had a great effect. Reverse every wrong thought instantly. For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory, while we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:17, 18. Our thoughts must be spiritualized to apprehend spirit. Walk in the Spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. Galatians 5:16. Now our progress depends solely upon the number of seconds in which during the 24 hours we are thinking of God and heaven, and we have by reversal to use every wrong thought as a signpost to turn us to God. In this way, also, error tends to its own destruction, for like Moses, by handling the serpent, first recognizing and then reversing the wrong thought, we turn it into a staff, something to help us in our journey from false sense to soul. Every step must be towards spirituality. With intellectual wrestlings, we must destroy the false concept of materiality. The constant reversal of the wrong thoughts in this way as they come to you throughout the day explains the meaning of the words watch and pray. Moral truth is divine, and whoever breathes its air and walks by its light has found the lost paradise. Horus man, that is, has gained the millennium and the perception of infinite possibilities. For our conversation is in heaven, from whence also we look for the Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Philippians 3:20. Esdras was inspired with this scientific truth, as recorded in the words, "The evil is sown, but the destruction thereof is not yet come. If therefore that which is sown be not turned upside down, and if the place where the evil is sown pass not away, then cannot it come that is sown with good." 2 Esdras 4:28-29. One denial to about 20 affirmations is enough, as the denial is the destruction of the thoughts, and once destroyed, another denial is useless, whereas you can never realize the truth too much. To take 2 or 3 denials one after the other, without their following affirmations in between, is not scientific. Wrong thoughts. The wicked will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts. Psalm 10:4. A wrong thought is any thought that, carried into effect, would harm anyone. Even a thought of disharmony is a wrong thought, and harms someone, although only temporarily. Behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not hearkened unto my words, nor to my law. Jeremiah 6:19, the law of good. Fortunately, this law of good is demonstrated directly we think rightly, because the action of ever-present divine principle then takes place. Any thought but one of perfection is a wrong thought. Jesus himself said, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is, God. Mark 10:18. If you think there is an angry man, unless you destroy the wrong thought by reversal, you are sinning, because you are helping to make the man more angry and diminishing your own resistance to anger. You destroy the wrong thought and thereby stop the man being angry by the denial, and you lessen his liability to respond to angry thoughts and your own liability as well by the affirmation. This affirmation should be, if possible, the exact opposite of the evil, the existence of which has just been denied. If you can sufficiently clearly reverse the thought in your own consciousness by realizing that there is no anger in heaven, all is love, peace, joy, harmony, bliss, etc., you will never be angry again. If you think, I cannot understand, you are making it more difficult to understand, clogging your powers of perception. You have to deny this wrong thought and realize, for instance, that, as God is the principle of wisdom and intelligence, man, the real spiritual man, reflects that wisdom and intelligence and therefore has all necessary knowledge. The higher the ideal of yourself, the more rapid your spiritual growth. See yourself ideally as divine, and you will become it. Archdeacon Wilberforce. The thought, I shall never finish this work tonight, tends to prevent your finishing it. And after denying this, by realizing that in the true mental realm, the kingdom of heaven, man's work never fails to be finished in time, and the realization that all God's ideas are finished, complete, and perfect in heaven. Remember that it is here, round you, in the reality, will bring about the demonstration, and the work will be duly done. If you think, what a bad day, how miserable the holiday makers will be, you are not only helping to make the day worse, but are making them more miserable. The realization of the gloriousness of heaven and the joy therein, in His presence is fullness of joy. Psalm 16:11. The sons of God shouted for joy. Job 38:7 will alter this, and they will receive beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. Isaiah 61:3. We have to uncover every root of evil and probe the trouble to the bottom in order to find out the erroneous belief, the apparent cause of the trouble. Then deny this false claim and let the action of God bring about the completion of our work, instead of relying on the broken reed of human intelligence and trying to do it ourselves. This purification of all error is our baptism. The two-edged sword of truth. He placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Genesis 3:24+. You have to overcome evil with good to help throughout the day instead of harm by using the two-edged sword of truth. This sharp sword with two edges which the saints joyful in glory use is the denial of the evil or unreal and the affirmation of the good, by means of which the human consciousness is purified. Saw, one like unto the Son of Man, and out of his mouth went a sharp two-edged sword. Revelation 1:12-13-16. For the word of God is quick and powerful, piercing even to the dividing as you deny the evil and affirm the good asunder of soul, false consciousness, and spirit. Hebrews 4:12. Who maketh his angels spirits, his ministers a flaming fire. Psalm 104:4. You have to look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen, the things eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:18. He who the sword of heaven will bear should be as holy as severe. Shakespeare. The holiness comes from the constant use of the sword, the constant praying, and we cannot be too severe on the error or too loving to the individual, forgiving 70 times 7. God forgive us all. Plus Jesus, the great exemplar, said, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Luke 9:23. This grand statement shows the method of dealing with every wrong thought that comes to us. We have even to deny the existence of any human, mortal self. When the thought of the trouble comes before one, supposing, for instance, you have a headache, you have even to deny yourself. That is to say, deny that the material thing called you is you at all. Take up thy cross daily, that is to say, do not simply try to forget it, but deal with it scientifically, daily handle the evil by denying its existence, and realize the opposite. In the case of headache, for instance, turn in thought to heaven and realize that there is no headache in heaven, and then think of the bliss and the peace and the joy in that wonderful world, which is here at hand if we only realize it. This latter is the affirmation. From this may be seen the height to which we have to follow Jesus. We have to follow him in thought to God. Even I, am the Lord, and beside me there is no Savior. Isaiah 43:11. One of the unwritten sayings of Jesus runs as follows: If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily, rejoicing, and follow me. The two-edged sword or reversal of error, by means of which truth decapitates error, is not only referred to in different places, but under different types in the Bible. Not only is it the angel Michael and the angel Gabriel, for he shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. Psalm 91:11. But the greater light to rule the day is the affirmation, and the lesser light to rule the night. Genesis 1:16 is the denial, which rules the night of ignorance and materiality, the darkness which was upon the face of the deep. Genesis 1:2, out of existence, and finally destroys it. The greater light and the lesser light, it may be recollected, were to give light upon the earth, to divide the light from the darkness. Genesis 1:17-18, and this is what the two-edged sword of truth does. Again, it is the rod and the staff spoken of so constantly throughout the Bible. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Psalm 23:4. The root meaning of the word staff is to make firm, to be unmoved. Hence it is the affirmation. The word rod means to switch or sway or bend, and signifies to rule over. Hence it is the speaking with authority, and the rod or denial has to be firm and vigorous. Its characteristic is spiritual strength. It is God's thunderbolt that ultimately brings the material world, the false sense of sin, sickness, and suffering to an end. Daniel saw this when he said, And at the time of the end shall Michael stand up, the great prince, and there shall be a time of trouble such as never was. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one. And he adds, they that turn many to righteousness shall shine as the stars for ever and ever. Daniel 11:40 and 12:1-3. Paul, speaking of the end of the world, writes, For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. 1 Thessalonians 4:16. In the only other place where the word archangel occurs, we are told who the archangel is: Michael the archangel, contending with the devil evil. Jude, ver. 9. Jesus pointed out in Matthew 13:39 that the angels Michael and Gabriel were the reapers that destroyed the tares at the end of the world. The tares are the evil thoughts, or, as John calls them, Satan's angels, which Michael destroys. Paul speaks of his thorn in the flesh as the messenger of Satan, 2 Corinthians 12:7. The tares are the children of the wicked one, mortal mind, or false mentality, alias the devil, alias the ether. The enemy that sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. Matthew 13:38-39, messengers of truth. Another reference to the denial and affirmation is in Revelation 3:19, As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten. The word rebuke comes from re and boucher, suggesting the idea of turning out through the mouth, that is, denying the evil. Chasten means to purify. The affirmation is the purification of the human mind. We have to work out our own salvation with fear, reverence, and trembling. It is error that has to tremble before you. For it is God which worketh in you. Philippians 2:12-13. For the windows from on high spiritual perception are open, and the foundations of the earth, the basic false mentality, do shake. The earth, the false concept of it, the real earth is spiritual, is clean dissolved. Isaiah 24:18-19. Man, the male and female of God's creation. He made tyro cherubims of one piece, Exodus 37:7. The cherubims typify the denial and affirmation, or fullness of knowledge, male and female, from between which the word of God comes. Knowing that God destroyed evil by means of our spiritual selves, we not the mortals, but the real spiritual beings, individual eyes, the power and activity of God. I could not understand how it was that he healed by means of the angels Michael and Gabriel, until I recognized that the angel Michael indicated the male element, and the angel Gabriel the female element in each real man. God created man in his own image. Male and female created he them. Genesis 1:27. That is to say, he did not create separate males and females, but he created you, the spiritual being, with the mental characteristics of the male, namely strength, courage, wisdom, and frankness, and the female complements of these, love, virtue, intuition, and refinement. There is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus. Galatians 3:28. There is no male and female as separated kinds of beings. Each and all reflect the complete capacity of mind as its manifested reflection, male and female, one complete. Antony, speaking of Brutus, says, "His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man." Shakespeare. This shows the real strength, the invincible might of spirit that we all have to recognize as our own. We have to show ourselves true men, male and female complete. Striving, a joyous realization. The man is praying who doth press with might out of his darkness into God's own light. R.C. Trench. Do not be satisfied with merely turning to the reality in a comfortable sort of way and denying and affirming, but reverse every wrong thought as carefully as you can. So then with the mind, I myself serve the law of God. Romans 7:25. Do the work exactly as if a person were on the point of dying, and you had about a minute of time in which to destroy the death thoughts, alias belief in death, that would apparently snatch him away. By working in this way soon, at least 50% of your reversals will lead to an instantaneous demonstration, either complete cure or perceptible improvement. In addition, when you really have to help a person at the point of death, you will rise to an equal extent above your usual clearness of realization and obtain a proportionately better result. It is this striving that does the work, the trying one's very best to think of the reality, the perfect world, heaven. An advanced scientific worker, he with 10 talents, has to get a much clearer realization of God than a beginner, he with 1 talent, to obtain the same result. Each, in ordinary cases, will get an instantaneous demonstration if he does his very best, and has not the slightest fear that the demonstration will not be made. Fear is the thing that would stop us. Fear that one is not good enough, fear that one does not know enough, or fear that one has not got a clear enough realization. In fact, we have 100 reasons why God should not be God, and truth should fail. Do that which is assigned to you, and you cannot hope too much, or dare too much. Emerson equals. Whilst the beginner, who has just learnt how to think rightly, and so to apply the remedy which science offers to all of us, will get in ordinary matters just as good a result as a more advanced worker. If he will only rely on God, the latter will be of much more use to the world in cases where the evil is hidden and the beginner cannot discern the cause of the trouble. Here the true and more advanced worker will at once discern the cause, and being uncovered, discovered, the belief in evil is easily overcome. Then at last we obtain justice. Divine mind is the immortal law of justice, and in exact proportion as we serve God by turning to him in thought, so do our troubles and the troubles of those for whom we are working disappear. The realization of the absolute justice, love, and truth in divine mind has resulted in the dismissal of a blackmailing action in 20 minutes, which counsel had advised the defendant, a banker, could not possibly be won by him. Scientific working restful. To be spiritually minded is life, and there is nothing troublesome about this striving for being truly scientific. It is a joyous realization, a glorious plunge into substantial existence, a rest in action of divine love, strengthening one for the daily duties, however great the demand. Active right thinking is man's natural element and occupation. Rejoice in the Lord always, Philippians 4:4. Man cannot retrograde. I know that, whatsoever God doth, it shall be forever. Ecclesiastes 3:14. The action of God is perfect, that is to say, when a wrong thought is destroyed by the denial of its existence, that destruction is permanent, and we are one thought. Nearer the end of the so-called material world, when the human mind is purified by the realization of truth, the affirmation of the real, this purification, so far as it goes, is also fortunately permanent. I know that whatsoever God doth, it shall be forever. 3:14. Perfection requires the hand of time, Voltaire. Every time that you turn in thought to God, you are nearer to the good. God's work cannot be reversed. Man never retrogrades. Ye know that your labor is not in vain in the Lord. 1 Corinthians 15:58, 18. Treatment. We hear this treasure in earthen vessels, that the excellency of the power may be of God and not of us. 2 Corinthians 4, verse 7. The term treat is defined by Webster as to subject to the action of, and treatment, he states, is good or bad behavior toward. Webster defines prayer as the act of earnestly asking for a favor, supplication, entreaty. Right throughout this book, it has been shown that so apparently potent is thought that it is not possible for thoughts of a person to come to you without the person being directly influenced. The same applies equally to animals and inanimate objects. Hence, with an accurate knowledge of the action of the so-called mind, and true knowledge of God as mind, the old method of prayer naturally becomes more accurately defined as treatment of the person or thing prayed for. It is also shown how everyone, when thinking at all, must be treating, followed by either good or evil. True treatment gives direct help through prayer. The false treatment of the charlatan or so-called scientist is directly harmful to the persons. If the thoughts are good, the effect is good. If they are thoughts so-called of evil, that is false thoughts, for all real thoughts are God's thoughts, and true, the evil is intensified. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6:7. We have to bring into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. 2 Corinthians 10:5. It is a fact in science that if a man is ill or in any trouble, and another seeing him should realize sufficiently either God or the perfection of the real spiritual man, the trouble vanishes instantly. Perhaps the most essential reason for the study and practice of the science of mind is for self-protection against the ignorant, the unintentional, and the malicious attempts of evil in these its last days. This is not selfishness, because it is only thus that the mortal can avoid prematurely passing into another state of consciousness, and so prove the principle of life by living as well as healing and teaching. Thus do we help all mankind, and especially those united in true spiritual affection, to remain in even happier companionship and on the same stage of existence to the end of evil. There can be no greater cause for lament than the decease of an advanced scientific worker through the attacks of the majority of human beliefs, or of what is known as animal magnetism. Fortunately, love is omnipotent, and all that is necessary for absolute peace is sufficient understanding of and practical obedience to the first commandment, which leads to a magnificent and essential, individual and universal fulfillment of the golden rule of life. This fulfillment is the constant reversal of any wrong thoughts concerning other persons that come into the human consciousness. To carry out this reversal, there must be no human thought of the material person or even of his actual spiritual reality. Any error that has been suggested as attached to the person must be denied with all the mental power with which you are equipped through your relationship with God. What a change from the old verbal and non-mental method of bespattering our fellow workers with the mud in which our human mentality wallowed. The more deadly the belief in the existence of the evil, the greater the need for the energetic denial and instantaneous affirmation. And let none of you imagine evil in your hearts against his neighbor. These are things that I hate, saith the Lord. Zechariah 8:17. The affirmation of truth, the opposite of the evil threatening, must follow like lightning, replacing every picture of the material and carrying you high into the realm of celestial harmony and beauty, so that you consciously dwell with God, experiencing a restful peace of mind impossible to express in mere words. That true eternal peace which is God himself, as far as it is possible to a creature. Theologia Germanica. In this way, taking up, one by one, each and every difficulty, plus moral, intellectual, physical, so-called, or financial, with which our loved ones are troubled and all the world are loved, we turn the light of truth upon them, and lo, we find there is nothing to treat except our own wrong view of the trouble, and so, blessing and blessed, we go on our way rejoicing, glad witnesses to the truth. That man is blessed who does his best and leaves the rest. This is the only true treatment in the specific sense of the term. Romans 3, and the only right and radical treatment of evil. For ages, the aspiration toward good, viewed only from a religious point of view and divorced from its scientific basis, has been named prayer. To this unnatural separation is due the attenuated results of the earnest prayers of multitudes of religious people. Religion and science are now viewed correctly as eternally one, and their truth is proved in the only perfect way, namely, by practical results. Personal treatment. When praying, treating for a person, without his having asked you to do so, you have no right to think of him materially, nor even to realize his spiritual reality. This is personal treatment, i.e., thinking of a person, and is wrong. When thinking of the spiritual reality of a patient, there is, as a rule, a sense of his human individuality. This is absent when thinking of the ideal man, the Christ, the consciousness of God, of which each man is an individualization, and yet the action of God takes place just as much on the person that you are trying to help. The work is done when you have reversed the existence of the wrong thoughts that make him appear to you to be in trouble. When you treat personally, unless you are an advanced worker, and I would even say, have always worked only in the highest way, namely, by the realization of God and heaven, you cannot help thinking a little of the material person, at all events to begin with. When a beginner is treating, this sense of a person's mentality may develop into an actual mechanical action upon the human consciousness of the individual thought of. This happens when the beginner, as healer, thinks of the human patient instead of God and the ideal spiritual man, and thinks so vividly that a picture is formed of the material face or even of a material body. This may be called picturing, a term that more accurately expresses what is called thinking. For this reason, personal treatment or mentally realizing the spiritual reality of the patient is wrong, unless he has asked for help. To form any picture of the material or attempted outline of the spiritual, even in one's clearest realizations, is wrong. If an individual asks for help, it is a sign that his human consciousness is not very bad. That is, that the counterfeit mind is not easily affected by the thoughts of sin or disease, as the case may be. The mechanical action referred to above will then have no appreciable effect. If his mechanism is in a bad state and easily affected by the wrong class of thought, against which he has asked for your help, then the mechanical vibration that takes place if a picture of the human person be formed by the would-be healer will sometimes upset him and cause an aggravation of the symptoms, and this even if you are trying to think of his spiritual self. This is sometimes wrongly called chemicalization, plus by those who do not understand the position. The one who is most harmed by such mistaken working is always the would-be healer. When you treat, it should be clearly understood that you are the person for whom, in the first instance, the error has to be destroyed. When the false belief in the disease or trouble that appears to be connected with the patient is thoroughly destroyed in your own consciousness, and the truth realized of the perfection of man as God's image and likeness, then it is that the so-called patient is freed. You become a channel through which truth works. It may be compared to a burning glass, concentrating the rays of the sun on to rubbish that has to be burnt up. You merely have to hold the burning glass in place. Thinking of the spiritual reality of the patient is not the highest treatment. It is not possible to outline humanly mind's spiritual idea, and there is a danger of a faint picture of a man's human individuality dimming the clear realization of God's perfect idea. The whole work of treatment is to impersonalize the error and realize God's perfect idea as his image and likeness. If the work is done simply by the realization of God, it is best of all. Lose I thought in the inspiring consciousness of the presence of Odd. The work should be done entirely in one's own consciousness, by turning out one's own false concept of a seemingly sick or sinful person, and knowing the truth about God's man. Reversing evil in this way, we catch glorious glimpses of the Messiah or Christ. I quite admit that some of the best mental workers do not confine themselves to this method of working, but time makes ancient good uncouth. They must upward still, and onward, who would keep abreast of truth. Lowell. Impersonal treatment. We have nothing to do with anything except our own thoughts of things. If when we think wrongly of our fellow man or his troubles, we clearly enough correct our human ideas by turning in thought to the reality, denying the existence of such troubles in heaven and affirming the truth, the evil, of which we have been humanly conscious, disappears, not only to ourselves, but to all others. The action of God has taken place on the person we are trying to help. The reason for this is that there is only one basic false mentality, only one suppositional opposite of God and the Christ. For this reason, when the counterfeit thoughts are destroyed in what is miscalled your mind, they are destroyed in the one universal, material consciousness, the basic false mentality called mortal mind, and thus are destroyed for the whole of humanity. The difference in the patient is seen by all onlookers, he being a part of the one mortal mind. In their false consciousness, the fight is won solely with the thoughts as they enter our human consciousness. If we can keep them out by turning in thought to God, as shown, they cannot act as they are destroyed, and the so-called miracle is done. The only power an evil thought has, and that is only apparent, is when we give it a temporary but false sense of life or power by letting it enter our so-called consciousness. All that there is of a patient is our false concept of God's man. One is often asked, why does not impersonal treatment then help the whole world? Naturally it will, if that be the intention. On the other hand, when you think, now I am going to help so-and-so, you have, as it were, switched on to the particular person, and are in ethereal touch only with him. You must not then think of him again. Think only of the ideal world. Then the action of God takes place through you chiefly upon that portion of his mind that is the cause of the trouble. It is just as if Vu turned on a polished mirror so that the reflected rays of the sun would fall on a dark spot and light it up. We have to keep this mirror, our consciousness, pure and holy, so that it reflects all the light possible, and each one's work is individual or collective, as occasion demands. Working in this way, there is no mental clashing, and we can utilize to the full the statement of our Master, "Where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them." Matthew 18:20. The rod of iron. When you have realized what it is to hold clearly in thought to the divine spiritual reality of what humanly appears, for instance, as a raving madman, and to have the feeling of defying hell to do its worst, driving out of your human consciousness all suggestion even of the seeming existence of evil, with the denial of its power and the denial of its reality, wringing lying thoughts out of the human false consciousness, like the last drops of water out of a sponge. And when you then see the legion of devils disappear, and the sweet child thought change the demoniacal countenance before you, then you will understand what Daniel meant when he said, "At that time shall Michael stand up, and at that time thy people shall be delivered." Daniel 12:1. You will then also know what it is to rule, with a rod of iron tend, as a shepherd with irresistible power plus, as the vessels of a potter shall they false thoughts be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. Revelation 2:27. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels. Matthew 13:41. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet. Psalm 8:6. The Son of Man hath power on earth to forgive sins. The multitudes glorified God, which had given such power unto men. Matthew 9:6-8. He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do equals also, and greater works than these shall he do. At John 14:12. The practitioner. It is not difficult to see how such scientific destruction of sin, disease, and death must always benefit the one working. It is this constant denial of all reality or power in evil and realization of life, truth, and love, for the benefit of patients, that gives such a wonderful sense of refreshment, peace, and rest to the true physician. How widely different to the exhaustion following all attempts to heal with what is wrongly called the human mind, or through other physical efforts, attending material methods. Dematerialization. After Enoch, Melchizedek, Elijah, and Jesus understood paradise, in other words, had succeeded in habitually obtaining a glorious sense of the reality, they dematerialized, that is, rose above the sense of matter, and so disappeared from the view of those still under the belief of material laws. At the last moment, before this happened, they must have seen what is spoken of as the new heaven and the new earth. And as the last error of their material consciousness disappeared, and the vista opened up, the glorious world appeared, and they seemed to find themselves in heaven, where they really always had been. It may be recollected that the purified human consciousness of Stephen, being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly into heaven and saw the glory of God, and said, "Behold, I see the heavens opened." Acts 7:55-56. Possibly many, of whom we have no record, dematerialized. How was it that the Lord buried him Moses, but no man knoweth of his sepulchre, and yet his eye was not dim, nor his natural force abated? Deuteronomy 34:5-7. Why did that wonderful philosopher Lao Tzu leave his home where he was venerated and go up to the mountain and then, about 500 B.C., entirely disappear? Why is it said that the same thing happened to Buddha after he gave up his kingdom? Why is nothing known of the death of John, the beloved disciple, whose writings show such a knowledge of the fact that there is no death? It is recorded that he was immersed in boiling oil by the Emperor Domitian, without being killed. Jesus, the third time that he appeared to his disciples after his so-called death, speaking to Peter of the loved disciple, said, "If I will that he tarry till I come, what is that to thee? Follow thou me." Then went this saying abroad among the brethren, that that disciple should not die, John 21, 22, 23. All these men knew the truth. They knew what Jesus, the Messiah, endeavored to teach to the world, but they did not sacrifice themselves to the same extent. None of them was pure enough to be the Savior of mankind. To Jesus, the Christ, was reserved this honor. Him must we love and reverence. I have had far more love and reverence for the Master since the right understanding of his life and mission came to me than I ever had when I tried to look upon his material self as the only Son of God. In these last days, the age seems too material and too much under the control of false laws to allow of an individual ascension above material limitations until the tide of false mental activity rises and works in an opposite direction. To change the hearts of mankind to this essential, right mental activity, and so stem the great tide of mortality that has so far appeared to devastate the kingdom of heaven that is within the reach of all, is the noblest, because the God-appointed task of the scientist of today. Jesus, foretelling the events attending the end of the evil world of matter, said, "Therefore every scribe which is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man that is an householder, which bringeth forth out of his treasure things new and old." And the Bible record of those times adds, in simple but strangely significant sequence, these words, "When Jesus had finished these parables, he departed thence." Matthew 13, 52, 53. Alas, that even to this hour, nearly 900 years after the departure of the great prophet, the symbolism of even the latter-day scribes has not been properly understood. And because this is so, the same Gospel of Matthew records the prophecy of these scribes, reception by those who do not understand. See Daniel 12:10. "Behold, I send unto you prophets, and wise men, and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city, that upon you at the end of the world may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachas, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar." Matthew 23, 34, 35. Throughout the world's history, the greatest evil is found in the highest spiritual centers, which, of all other places, should be the surest haven of refuge for mankind. The record continues, "Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets, and stonest them which are sent unto thee, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate." Ver. 36-38. The immense importance of the prophecy of Jesus concerning the latter-day scribes about to be fulfilled can be fully appreciated now that the scientific fact has been established that the whole world has to be reached and the thought changed. "Go ye therefore, and teach all nations." Matthew 28:19. Our life in the midst of the world. St. Francis of Assisi said ought to be such that, on hearing and seeing us, everyone shall feel constrained to praise our Heavenly Father. Yet his latter days were darkened. At the end he rose above the mist, and was with a glad heart and outstretched arms that instead of overcoming, he welcomed Sister Death. Life is the test of love, and love of life. Godlike endeavor is the way of God. The only sin is not to try, the only good to live courageously, for life supreme is love, and going is the goal. Albert D. Watson. Section Roman 4. Philosophic Theories. According to Plato, a philosopher is one who apprehends the essence or reality of things in contradistinction to the man who dwells in appearances and the shows of sense. He speaks of him as a man who grasps the eternal and immutable and insists upon seeing things together, viewing them as a whole, setting his affections upon that which really exists. The views of philosophers have been greatly misunderstood through ignorantiae on the part of those referring to them. Some people have so material an outlook that they fail for a time either to take in or to heart even the teaching of this advancing great school of thought, which for years has been endeavoring to get at the truth and melt frozen dogma with moonbeams. Take Hume's philosophy, for instance. In Huxley's Life of Hume, he says, "It is hardly necessary to point out that the doctrine just laid down is what is commonly called materialism. But it is nevertheless true that the doctrine contains nothing inconsistent with the purest idealism. So in the present day, the highest teachings are largely misunderstood, and even when partially understood, are not often carried out in life practice. It is indeed this partial misunderstanding of truth that makes life practice difficult, while a clear understanding makes life natural, simple, and joyous." The office of philosophy, which has been called the handmaid of religion, is the same as that of natural science, namely, to correct mistakes. Every man is a scientist, if in disguise, and every scientist a philosopher, although he may be a poor one, and the two must be combined to elicit truth. Divine philosophy is saving the world. It is, to use Plato's words, the apprehension of the reality of things, in other words, a knowledge of God, knowledge good, that is saving us and all mankind. Yet I doubt not through the ages one increasing purpose runs, and the thoughts of men are widened with the process of the suns. Tennyson, in Locksley Hall. That eminent scholar, Dr. Westcott, who was Bishop of Durham, and who prepared the text which was the basis of the revision of the King James Version of the Bible, writing of the Gospel of St. John, shows that by the use of the definite article the absolute is distinguished from the relative. The knowledge of absolute truth is what we require, not the relative truth that Pilate demanded in the words, "What is truth?" This absolute truth scientific. It is the truth about God, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. James 1:17. Chambers's dictionary defines truth as agreement with reality, and relative as not absolute. Evil is of no value. If God is mind, and this mind knows of evil, then all in that mind cannot be good. How can truth know a lie? Many people, seeing the logical difficulty, that if evil is real, God knows of it, and allows it, if he did not even create it, try to get out of the difficulty by saying that evil is of value and therefore good, as it turns man to God. This does not make evil good, as it would be far better if man turned to God, good, infinite mind, to destroy the evil concepts and false sense of limitation, without the incentive of trouble, whether in a lesser or in a worse form. If people would only do this in the first instance, before the wrong thoughts came, they could not be affected by them. Evil cannot be the medium for good. The only outcome of evil is sin, which annihilates itself. That evil, sooner or later, compels man to turn in thought to God, is one of the many proofs of its non-reality, as this very turning in thought to God leads to the destruction of the evil and therefore its disappearance. We can only overcome evil with good, intelligent good, God. Anything that is real must have always existed and must always continue to exist, and evil could never have always existed because of its self-destructive nature. A false view arises out of a false concept of God as a person altogether apart from man instead of the true God, whose manifestation is the true man. Then it is seen that God and man are not two, but eternally coexistent as principle and its idea. So long as a lie is kept quiet or safeguarded by public opinion, it has a chance of being believed, but directly it is brought out into the open, the daylight of truth is brought to bear upon it when it is seen to be a lie and loses its power because no one believes it. Known to be a lie, it fades away into its native nothingness. Evil in the form of sin destroys itself because it is continually bringing such punishment upon man in the form of disease, etc., that ultimately he cannot stand it and gives it up when the punishment ceases. If knowing how to pray scientifically, he sets to work at once to free himself, freedom is easily gained. Similarly, with sickness, a man will try all sorts of methods of getting well before he turns to God. Ultimately, when every other help fails, he turns to principle as a last resort, thinking it cannot do much harm and may possibly do a little good. Then he finds out the truth of being and is amazed to see how blind he has been, and how illogical his previous ideas were, how great man is, and how good God is. Jesus hardly ever mentions sin except in connection with repentance and forgiveness. As Dr. Ng says, our Lord's teaching is very severe and exacting, but fundamentally happy and joyous. No war is declared against the ordinary sources of human happiness. The less we think of ourselves, the happier we are. To overcome pride and its twin sister self-consciousness, we have to deny their existence and to realize that in heaven man never thinks of himself, but thinks only of God and God's ideas. The spiritual man is never self-conscious. God only is self-conscious. To make an end of selfishness is happiness. This is the greatest happiness, to subdue the selfish thought of I, Buddha. We have to gain every bit of good, every bit of happiness out of life that we can, and if we have sufficient knowledge of truth, continual joy will come to us without harming others or ourselves. This is our birthright. We are entitled to be happy, and if we are not continually happy, then something is wrong. We cannot be praying properly or sufficiently. Process of self-destruction. For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory, while we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. 2 Corinthians 4:17-18. Evil, although it does no good, appears to do good, for it is caused to destroy itself. As when we see something that is wrong, it reminds us to turn to God and reverse the thought, when the evil, whatever it is, instantly disappears. So any seeming evil can always be reversed, and in this way turned to good account by those who know the necessity for right thinking and how to pray scientifically. If there were no suffering or trouble in the world, people would not take any trouble to learn how to pray rightly. They would go on dreaming out their lives and enjoying what they called good, continuing apparently to die and be born. They would never work mentally in order to steadily improve upon the so-called good, that is, to get rid of limitations and to obtain a higher sense of unlimited spiritual perfection. We have to do this before we can find ourselves in heaven with nothing left but absolute good. God. Evil crieth out, let us alone, what have we to do with thee? Art thou come to destroy us? Mark 1:24. We must not therefore fear when we see troubles gathering round us, cinematographic pictures posing as dangerous realities. It is only a sign that the end is near, and an incentive to work and rejoice at the approaching end of the sin and ignorance that are the only cause of these false troubles. A present devil and a future God. Ignorance is the only real evil. Annie Besant. According to old, indeed, many present theories, the devil, if not more powerful, is at least on a par with God. The first sends us good to do us harm, the second sends us evil to do us good. The inconsistency of these ideas is illustrated by the remark of the child as it killed the fly, "Go to God, little fly." All sin and subsequent suffering are the result of ignorance, which Shakespeare speaks of as the curse of God. All evils are destroyed by a knowledge of truth. Know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John 8:32. Truth, liveth and conquereth for evermore. She is the strength, kingdom, power, and majesty of all ages. Blessed be the God of truth. 1 Esdras 4:38-40. When from the lips of truth one mighty breath shall, like a whirlwind, scatter in its breeze. the whole dark pile of human mockeries. Then shall the reign of mind commence on earth, and starting fresh as from a second birth, man, in the sunshine of the world's new spring, shall walk transparent like some holy thing plus more. What is truth? Truth is a mighty instrument whatsoever hand may wield it. Rev. J. Caird. O love truth, prize it beyond all fame and power and happiness. It is the day star from on high that shines to us in this gloomy wilderness of existence. There is still hope of him who knows and venerates its light, and dare determine to hold fast by it to the death. Carlyle. Since truth is God, one of the three following statements must be true. 1. That all is matter. This is most logically put forward by Haeckel if his premises are granted. 2. That everything is partly spiritual and partly material, as so illogically held by many people. 3. That all is spirit, as we are told in the Bible. With regard to the first, if matter is real or permanent, the two mean practically the same thing. Haeckel and the first proposition must be correct. None of the churches or religious bodies agree with this view. If God created evil, then the second is true, but not otherwise. If the third is true, then we have a glorious religion, absolutely practical and scientific, available to all at this moment and always. It is the religion of absolute and universal good, and divinely true. The following shortly indicates the ultimate conclusion which regenerated philosophy has brought to light, now that all human philosophy is overshadowed and is dropping its mere speculative theories under the correction of truth. It is as follows. The truth of being. God is cause, spirit, the principle of all good. There can be only one cause, and that cause must be good. A bad cause as the essence of everything is unthinkable, for the one fundamental basis of all evil is that it is self-destructive. Cause cannot exist without its manifestation. Therefore cause, God, and his manifestation, the spiritual. Beings and spiritual ideas must exist and must always have existed, absolutely perfect, making an absolutely perfect world, which is called heaven. This is the truth of being. God is infinite mind, and whatever mind knows is the manifestation of truth, namely, the spiritual universe, including the individual intelligent idea, man, the image and likeness of good. Two horns of a dilemma. You have the two horns of a dilemma now before you. 1. Would you prefer to believe in a God that, even if he be not evil himself, not only made evil and the awful horrors in this material world, but made human beings so badly that they could not help doing evil and suffered punishment because they did it? And be a God that, knowing our troubles, is either unwilling or unable to remove them, or 2. Or would you prefer to believe in and prove the existence of a God who is all in all, who is absolute good, who created the universe, including man, spiritual and perfect, a divine universe, which always was and is now, though hidden to mortals by material illusion, perfect and complete, governed by the principle of good, and that be the whole of this material world, with all its sin, sickness, and suffering, is an absolute delusion with no reality of any kind or description. It never was created, and is not even a dream. Either 1 or 2 must be true. Sin, sickness, death, and all evils of every sort are neither truth, nor manifestations of truth, and therefore cannot possibly be true. Being untrue, they are lies and necessarily unreal. Man's better understanding of God. To make clearer the truth and dispose of the above-mentioned dilemma, it may be stated that you can find today thousands, probably millions, of human beings who are rapidly getting rid of sin, sickness, or suffering by merely knowing that it is a lie, that all in reality is God, mind, and its manifestation, spiritual, perfect, and all. With this additional evidence, can there be the slightest doubt which of these two statements is true, or which you are going to believe from today? For those who have eyes to see and minds accustomed to reflect. Throughout the stellar universe, our own little universe, as one may call it, there is intelligent and conscious direction. In a word, there is mind. Professor Alfred Russel Wallace, OMFRS. Two impossibilities. Scholastic theology correctly teaches us that God is spirit and God is infinite, and yet it even still states that evil is real. If the latter were true, then there would be either evil in God or else evil exists outside what is infinite. Both are evident impossibilities. Habakkuk recognized this when he wrote, "O mighty God, thou art of purer eyes than to behold evil, and canst not look upon iniquity." Chapter 1, verse 12-13. There is only one logical solution, however difficult it is for poor material, ill-taught, illogical humanity to understand properly, namely, that evil is not real. I challenge anyone to produce any other either logical or demonstrable explanation of the difficulty. God is truth. It follows that evil cannot be truth and must therefore be untrue. What is untrue must be unreal. Therefore, to believe evil real must be a mistake of ignorance and obviously sin, a failure to obey the first commandment to have only one God. To prevent this sin, we must watch and pray and guard our consciousness, the city of the Holy Ghost, as we would guard our children against all evil. Man is not a material thing liable to sin. Man is divine, spiritual, and perfect. Evil can have no authority from God, good. Exercise man's divine right and exercise evil by knowing its unreality. Deprived of its prestige and divested of its self-imposed, false authority, it collapses of its own nature, and man is free. A glorious freedom, infinite possibilities, continual happiness, eternal, perfect existence belong to each of us. God, finite, if not omnipotent. All great logical thinkers have felt the difficulty arising out of the supposed reality of sin and matter. John Stuart Mill said that God could not be omnipotent. Professor James, in A Pluralistic Universe, says, "I believe that the only God worthy of the name must be finite." Benjamin Jowett, in Predestination and Free Will, wrote, "God is greater by being finite than being infinite." Warshauer tries to prove that God is not all in all. He says in Problems of Immanence, p. 25, "If God is all, then what are we?" Granted the basal axiom of this type of immanentism, it follows with irresistible cogency that our separate existence, consciousness, volitions, and so forth are merely illusions. That is so, for there is no separate existence from God. It is the material belief of evil as real and necessary that alone is responsible for any supposed separation between God and man or man and his fellow man. There is no real divine immanence which does not imply the allness of God. Rev. R. J. Campbell, and it may be added, the goodness of man as image and likeness of and coexistent with omnipresent good. 'Tis God unwilling or unable to abolish evil. W.R.N.G. M. H. D.D., Margaret Professor of Divinity in the University of Cambridge, T. and an exponent of the latest views of theology, in the Paddock Lectures for 1906, p. 184, delivered at the General Seminary, New York, referring to the religious problem of evil, spoke as follows. That problem has been stated once for all in the words of Augustine. Either God is unwilling to abolish evil, or he is unable. If he is not willing, he is not good. If he is unable, he is not omnipotent. No Christian can consent to impale himself on either horn of this dilemma. If God is not perfectly good and also perfectly powerful, he is not God. The only other alternative, if we refuse St. Augustine's dilemma, is to deny to some degree the absolute existence of evil, regarding it as an appearance incidental to the actualization of moral purpose as vital activity. And in spite of the powerful objections which have been brought against this view, in spite of the real risk of seeming to attenuate, in theory, the malignant potency of sin, I believe that this is the theory which presents the fewest difficulties. Now the difficulty is solved. Light is pouring in upon the world. We retain our perfect God, infinite and omnipotent, and hurl all sin and trouble forever from its self-erected pedestal into its native nothingness, the dust of materiality from which the false belief in it arose. The Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, Genesis 2:7. What a parody upon man created in the image and likeness of God in his own image, Gen 1 ver. 27. Then came that voice as soundless as the light. I saw no phantom shape, no sound I heard, but life unveiled itself in vivid thought, distinct, imperative, and luminous. Degrees, for now mine eyes had seen eternity, the source, the truth, the work and urge of all, the soul of things, the light ineffable, that all the wide star spaces floods with life. This was God, and there was none beside. Albert D. Watson. The Evolution of Philosophy. A rough summary of the conclusions arrived at by the leaders of the different schools of thought in the past may be of interest, showing how, although some have been quite close to the truth, they have failed to grasp it, or to give us any reasonable explanation of the universe or practical method of how to get out of our difficulties. See Appendix Romans 7. It is not of importance that we should recognize the gradual evolution of philosophy until it agreed with religion and science, but it is of interest to see how this evolution was gradually brought about, and it is of value to understand it when talking with those who have studied philosophy and look at life from this point of view, so as to be able to help them. New theology. This movement, the theologians' latest attempt to amalgamate religion and philosophy on a semi-metaphysical basis, is a sign of the awakening of the world to the glorious news, the second coming of Christ, namely, the knowledge that we are all spiritual beings in heaven now, each an individualization of the Christ, God's consciousness. Some of those who partially see the truth are trying to fit it in with their old ideas. This is impossible. New wine cannot be put into old bottles. Consequently, they are continually finding themselves in an absolutely illogical position. Many, for instance, believe that God made the material world for some good reason, and that the spiritual man, the perfect, divine likeness of God, which always has existed and always will exist perfect, is in some way impossible to explain, improved by the troubles to which the material man, whom they do not recognize as merely a counterfeit, is being subjected. Others doubt the miracles of Jesus, failing to perceive that matter being a false concept of thought, appears and disappears in accordance with the thought held. New theology is simply an attempt on the part of the more spiritual workers to break through the chains of old theology that have hitherto fettered them, and they are getting closer and closer every day to truth, lifting the human thought heavenwards. If Christianity is anything at all, it is the teaching of absolute truth. And if absolute truth is not scientific, then there is no science in the world, plus Frederick Dixon. Theosophy. This movement, which has appeared in the Western world of recent years, owes its vitality to the human attempt to live an altruistic life. A few details are given in Appendix Roman 8. Socialism and women's rights. In Appendix Roman 8 will also be found allusions to socialism and women's rights, inserted with the hope that they may be of use to those interested in these movements. How to understand advanced writings. A difficulty that has, unfortunately, prevented many able thinkers in the past from trying to understand the Bible is that they have not apprehended the real meaning of inspiration, which is due to the normal action of God on a human being that causes him to exceed his usual capacity and enables him in a scientific way to obtain otherwise hidden knowledge by thinking of God. We are indeed more than we know, and occasionally hear ourselves utter things we know not. Emerson. Misinterpretations of truth. It has been often said that you can prove anything to be true from the Bible and that all sorts of meanings can be read into it, attributing to writers statements of facts that never entered into their calculations. The same accusations have been leveled by some against correct interpretations of spiritually scientific writings. There is only one permanent scientific basis of all truth, and upon this foundation all true statements must rest. This being so, they do not admit of any possible final mistranslation, because truth understood can always be demonstrated in visible proof of its right reading. Every true statement thus proves itself consistent all through the degrees of our understanding of its meaning up to infinity. The correct reading of any statement will always be demonstrable if true, and will also be found consistent with progress in all its degrees upwards. These degrees are absolutely independent of any direct intention on the part of the writer, who can never change the original root meaning, and therefore infinite significance of the words used to express even the simplest statement of truth. All discoverers of truth will tell of the continual unfoldment of their own early written expressions as they rise to the higher understanding of truth. Nothing is so dangerous as to judge mistaken any interpretations of scientific writings not as yet tested by those judging. Misjudgment by such critics would place them under a serious disadvantage until the right interpretation is proved by demonstration. Definition of the scriptures or canonical writings, the charter of our inheritance and the security of our standing, Charnock. That the scripture cannot be broken, John 10:35, is a scientific fact of deepest moment, but to apprehend it fully necessitates a clear understanding of the real meaning of the word scripture. There has been attached to the term a specific significance as applying to the written record of the Bible or canon of scripture. This, while allowable, should not be wrongly supposed to narrow in the very least its fuller meaning, which can only be discerned in the light of absolute science. A knowledge of science is required in order that the 30,000 different readings in the Old Testament and the 300,000 in the New should not confuse one. The dictionary defines scripture as primarily a writing, while it defines writing as the act of forming letters with a pen, any written composition. Letter is defined as a mark or character. What a vast flood of light is thus thrown upon the word scripture, now that absolute science has revealed to us the truth that the whole spiritual universe and man in reality is the graphic expression of mind, a perfect image and likeness of God, and from its minutest details to its infinite all unbreakable and eternal, because mental, spiritual. The very fact of the breakableness of all material phenomena proves their elusive nature as being wholly foundationless. The word scripture is absolutely consistent throughout the entire human grades or shades and degrees of its meaning. It is applied by the infant thought to the Bible as the truest writings, and the law of God as there set forth is final and unalterable. Thought outlined by God is eternal. None can interfere to prevent the action of this law of God, any and all thoughts not outlined by life, truth, and love as God are illusions, breakable and eventually bound to disappear. The Bible itself contains its own proof, because it answers to this standard of demonstrable truth. The original, actual, and eternal canonical writings are in the original sense of those words, the living realities, the spiritual manifest effects of God's law. Fear of criticism betrays doubt of truth. Truth does not shirk or fear the strongest light that may be thrown upon it. Indeed, the intelligent criticism of honest inquirers leads to the elucidation of partially understood facts when based upon truth, and such inquiry is welcomed by every scientific and therefore true religionist. The difference between the truly wholesome agitation of honest inquiry and a mute, stolid, unquestioning acceptance is as great as that between a keenly active circulation in the human organism and the torpidity which ultimates in atrophy and death. Harnack describes the critical science of the present day as a dance of death, and the higher critics as men who live for a Roman 4 time on the smell of an empty bottle. This is because they take away what they think is poisonous mental food without giving us anything in exchange. The spirit of modern criticism, which many have feared was undermining the authority of the Bible, is merely a sign of the dawning intelligence of the age. Although it may appear to some churches to shake the very foundation upon which they thought religion to be built, it should be wisely welcomed by them, as it is merely the removal of the false ideas which hitherto have, in places, hidden the real value of the precious stone that is within. This removal of encrusted theories enables it now to be cut and polished, so that the whole world may view and understand its beauties, when, like the diamond, it will be found that each facet but reflects new light. This is equally true, both of the Old Testament and of the New. Rawson, one of the leading scientific men of the age, has stated that there is not one of the doctrines and teachings of Jesus, whether in natural science, ethics, political economy, or elsewhere, which the subsequent growth of human knowledge has had to discount. The Bible, the book of books, the regulator of the rights and duties of all, a universal charter, l'accordaire. Our Bible is a wonderful and indeed priceless treasury and collection of writings, by far the finest and most valuable that have ever been gathered together. It is always an interesting book, and when understood, its deeper meanings become awe-inspiring. It is difficult to imagine ever getting tired of studying it. D.L. Moody has said, "I believe the Bible to be an inspired book because it inspires me." A mine of wealth, it contains jewels of every kind and pearls of great price, which can be found directly you have the key plus that opens up the spiritual and scientific interpretation, in which lies its real value. The truth it teaches being demonstrable stills all distress over doubtful interpretations, lights the fires of the Holy Ghost, and floods the world with the baptism of Jesus. Not only is the history of the world given in detail, but although of that day and that hour knoweth no man, the approximate time of the end of all evil, the way in which that end is coming about, and the important accompanying details are given. All the important particulars of future international relations, for instance, can be found therein. It may be added that, in view of facts thus brought to light, it is obvious that any time spent in such research for material details would be better employed in mitigating impending evil by scientifically destroying the wrong thoughts which are laid open in the Bible for the benefit of the world. Difficulties in understanding the Bible. Vow we have received not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit which is of God, that we might know the things that are freely given to us of God. 1 Corinthians 2:12. The surface reading of the Bible is historical and full of inspirational types. Until you have the key, you will continue to find it difficult degrees understand, as our knowledge and interpretation of it have hitherto been so very limited. A portion of it is inspirational in the highest possible sense, such as Revelation, Genesis, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, and that wonderful but little-studied book of Esdras. Even the grouping of the books, chapters, and verses has unquestionably been governed by the same principle. A knowledge of the meaning of numbers shows this clearly. Possibly there have been mistakes made in compiling it, and naturally there are many mistranslations, now in the light of truth, easily discernible, and so no longer misleading. Taken as a whole, when even partially understood, it is an unfailing guide to man. It is being found of practical use in every department of life, for confirming one's work, and for enabling one to understand what is happening and is going to happen, and so seeing what should be done to minimize the troubles coming upon the world. In fact, it contains almost everything that one wants to know, and proofs of this are being received daily. This is now being recognized in differing degrees by a rapidly increasing number of earnest students who have recognized the little book of the Apocalypse, Revelation 10:9. When understood in its true meaning, the Bible will be found to be a safe and scientific guide to truth. The basic facts of God and creation, as they're set forth, educate the student to wisely discern between good and evil. Professor Sir J.R. Seeley has said that the greatest work of individual literary genius shows by the side of the Bible, like some building of human hands, beside the peak of Tenerife. In 1895, it was estimated that during the preceding 3 years possible, indeed, it is most difficult at times to tear oneself away from it. The world is now finding this out. In 1895, it was estimated that during the preceding 3 years, there had been more Bibles sold than in all the previous 892 years. This increase must have continued steadily since. In 1909, there were over 13,000 copies issued by the Bible Societies alone, of which over 3,000 went to China. When it is realized that since its foundation in 1804, the British and Foreign Bible Society has issued over 300,000 copies of the Scriptures, 1/3 of this total in English, and that the Bible is translated into over 500 languages. Some idea of the numbers now studying this book of books can be obtained. One difficulty in understanding the Bible is that each passage has a threefold significance and needs to be interpreted from the 3 points of view from which human consciousness has viewed existence before its fullest meaning can be gained. Of these 3 points of view, the material, the intellectual, and the spiritual, the latter alone is of deepest import. It is partly owing to this that there is such a difference of opinion with regard to the Bible. One man will take the spiritual interpretation, another the material. The third will sometimes take the spiritual and sometimes the intellectual, and often 2 men will lose their tempers over differing interpretations of a certain passage, and part with the reverse of Christian feelings towards each other, instead of being absolutely loving and helping each other to a better understanding by calmly and intelligently submitting their different points of view, as would be the case if they knew how to think scientifically and therefore rightly. When endeavoring to gain or to express the spiritual meaning, if you continuously try to think of God as truth, and man as knowing and speaking truth, as clearly as you can, you will find it to be of the highest possible value. The real difficulty and real value of the Bible lies in its spiritual interpretation. Dr. Rudolf Steiner a German scholar of repute, writes, "No man can rightly understand the historical truths of such documents as the Gospels unless he has first experienced within himself the mystical meaning which they contain. This understanding can be obtained when the meaning of the words, 'The kingdom of God is within,' is grasped." To study the Bible properly, not only such books as Cruden's Concordance, Smith's Dictionary of the Bible, and various translations are useful for reference, but also a dictionary such as Webster's. So altered has the meaning of biblical words become through the endeavor to make their significance suit our late theological ideas. Young's Analytical Concordance is useful, as it gives the original Hebrew and Greek words used, with their literal meanings. Degrees. We cannot pretend to have a real knowledge of the Bible until we know far more than presents itself on the surface. We cannot even know how to study it properly until we gain the understanding of the principle of its numerical structure through unfoldment of the meaning of its numbers and names. Professor Huxley writes of the Bible as follows, 22 years ago, I pleaded for the use of the Bible as an instrument of popular education. By the study of what other book could children be so much humanized? See Note M on page 592. Numbers and names. There is something divine in the science of numbers, Longfellow. Appendix Roman 2 shows the immense gain of even a slight knowledge of the deep significance attached to every number and to their groupings. All matter is vibration and can be reduced to its numerical value. No one can pretend to have a scientific knowledge until he understands the principle underlying the science of numbers. Lord Kelvin writes, I often say that if you can measure that of which you speak and can express it by a number, you know something of your subject, but if you cannot measure it, your knowledge is meager and unsatisfactory. This significance naturally attaches to names. These are only groupings of numerical vibrations to convey certain definite meanings. Important historical events are constantly recorded in a mere name and handed down to all generations. So universal was this method that if you look up the meanings of names in Cruden's Concordance and follow each as it appears in the Bible record, a mere novice studying the Bible will rapidly arrive at an excellent bird's-eye view of the material history and its spiritual interpretation. In fact, a beginner, paying also due attention to the meaning of numbers, would speedily outdistance the most experienced Bible scholar who has failed to explore this mine of wealth. Anglo-Israelites. We need also to understand the references to the Anglo-Israelitish race, opening up, as they do, the accuracy of the prophecies with the details of the history of these latter days and the necessary steps to be taken to bring about the end of materiality. Some helpful and important particulars are given in Appendix I, which show that this subject is well worth investigation and disclose facts which have an important bearing on the great changes shortly about to take place. Symbols. It is also necessary to appreciate the usual meanings attached in the East to the symbols so freely used by the writers. Some particulars are given in Appendix Roman 2. Before the end of evil, it is essential that all these meanings must be openly declared to the world by those who understand them, so helping to make clearer the vital and scientific teaching of the Bible. Not a moment need be wasted in studying these subjects apart from the Bible record, as all knowledge of necessary references, etc., comes naturally to those who pray in the right way and rely upon prayer to obtain such knowledge. Valuable time may be saved, and far deeper meanings discovered by utilizing the power of gaining knowledge through inspiration. God giveth wisdom and knowledge. He revealeth the deep and secret things. Daniel 2:20, 21, 22. Paul said, When it pleased God to reveal his Son in me, immediately I conferred not with flesh and blood, but I went into Arabia. Then after 3 years I went up to Jerusalem. Galatians 1:15-18. Inspiration. What else have science and religion ever had to fight about, save on the basis of this common hypothesis, and hence, as to whether the causation of such or such a phenomenon has been natural or supernatural? For even the disputes as to science contradicting Scripture ultimately turn on the assumption of inspiration, supposing it genuine being supernatural as to its causation. Once grant that it is natural, and all possible ground of dispute is removed. Romans. Inspiration has been much misunderstood. You can always do anything better than usual by utilizing the power of God of good. Inspiration is natural and scientific, and you can obtain any knowledge desired for a good purpose. In the past, we have based our views of God and His power, the Christ, not upon inspiration and revelation, our God-given powers, but upon the sand of human reason. The question is, how is this action to be brought about when required? It is by the realization of God, of the Christ, through the practical understanding of the mystery of God and of the Father and of Christ, in whom are hid all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. Colossians 2:2-3. There is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. Job 32:8. Plato noted that poets utter great and wise things that they do not themselves understand. Great writers nearly all believe in inspiration, but they have believed it necessary to wait until the inspired moment comes. Many, such as Horace, Ibsen, George Eliot, and George Sand, have written of it. George Eliot, for instance, said that in all her best writing there was not herself, which took possession of her, and that she felt her own personality to be merely the instrument through which this spirit, as she expressed it, was acting. Hawthorne recognized this action, and once thought of making it the subject of a story. Thackeray told his children that the story of the Newcomes, probably his masterpiece, had been revealed to him somehow as in a dream. Coleridge says the same of his Kubla Khan. Wordsworth has described his inspired state in his prelude. This lamp of genius, as Schiller calls it, died away gradually in his early life. George Sand said she wrote continuously and without plan, and literally without knowing whither she was going, even without being aware of the social problem she was elaborating. Robert Louis Stevenson, in his chapter on dreams, confesses that portions of his most original novels were composed in the dreaming state, and speaks of the talent of the little people who manage man's internal theater. Mozart, who at the age of 4 could play minuets and understood the theory of music, began to compose at the age of 5. He not only had a taste for melody, but his productions broke none of the complicated laws of harmony that take an ordinary mortal years of patient study to master. He said, "If you think how you are to write music, you will never write anything worth hearing. I write because I cannot help it." He heard his music in a dream before he wrote it out. Schubert, who composed the Earl King when CNLY 18, was another genius. One of his masters said, "I cannot teach Franz Schubert anything. He must have learned music directly from heaven." Directly he reads Shakespeare's verses, "Who is Sylvia?" and "Hark, hark, the lark," the melodious tunes to which he put them flashed into his mind. Beethoven said, "Inspiration is for me that mysterious state in which the entire world seems to form a vast harmony, when every sentiment, every thought, re-echoes within me, when my whole body shivers and my hair stands on end." Jacob Boehm, 1574-1624 AP, the great mystic and father of German philosophy, who was only a working shoemaker, but whose whole time was spent in deep and original thought, expressed in some of his writings a wonderful knowledge of the truth. He wrote, "Blessed art thou therefore if thou canst stand still from self-thinking and self-willing, and canst stop the wheel of thy imagination and senses. Forasmuch as hereby thou mayest arrive at length to see the great salvation of God, being made capable of all manner of divine sensations and heavenly communications. Since it is naught indeed, but thine own hearing and willing that do hinder thee, so that thou dost not see and hear God. This thy willing moreover stops thy hearing, and having brought thee hither, it overshadows thee with that which thou willest. It binds thee with thine own chains, and it keeps thee in thine own dark prison which thou makest for thyself, so that thou canst not go out thence, or come to that state which is supernatural and supersensual." Had such a man only been shown the practical method of working, praying, what a change would have taken place in the world. Professor Lombroso speaks of numerous men of genius who at some period of their lives were subject to hallucinations, and exclaims, "How many great thinkers have shown themselves all their lives subject to monomania or hallucinations?" Many of the contemporaries of Swedenborg believed him to be, if not insane, at least a monomaniac. And Professor Lombroso, who was a great specialist on such matters, concurs in this opinion and, amongst others, places Loyola, George Fox, Savonarola, and Luther in the same category. Socrates thought he was guided through life by an inner voice. I believe Lord Beaconsfield drew attention to the narrow dividing line there is between what is called genius and what is called madness. Great wits are sure to madness near allied. Dryden. Gladstone was an example of this. At the same time, as Lord Salisbury said, he was a great Christian. To use his own words, he was constantly dwelling in the inner court of the sanctuary, whereof the walls are not built with hands. What splendid results would have followed if these individuals had understood the scientific method of working. Madness, according to Dr. Forbes Winslow, insanity is rapidly increasing, the ratio now being 1 in 277, and the average annual increase during the last decade being 394. He also says that there are at present 149,000 mentally defective persons at large, uncertified, unprotected, and uncontrolled. All this trouble is simply caused by wrong thinking, not only on the part of those afflicted, but on the part of those responsible for them. Thousands have become insane through those who love them constantly thinking wrongly of them instead of rightly. Inspiration scientific. Incredulity is based wholly upon supposed personal experience and will believe nothing else. Hence, it cannot be reasoned with, as it is always scornful in its reliance on this often most fallacious testimony. Professor William H. Hudson. For the last 30 years, I have been responsible for numberless experiments and investigations of every kind, electrical, mechanical, and chemical. Trained as an electrician in my earlier days, I spent many evenings in the local hospital while serving my time as an engineer. Since then, I have often been required to investigate and advise on new medical discoveries, and acted, during its existence, as electrical expert to the Institute of Medical Electricity, founded under the auspices of the chief scientific men of the day. This institute, which was almost entirely due to the work of Colonel Wallace, was practically without remuneration, doing most valuable advanced experimental work under Mr. Carpenter years before X-rays and Finson rays were even thought of by the ordinary medical profession. Suddenly, I think in 1888, a circular was received by all medical men, including those on the council and connected with it, some of whom were of European reputation, saying that, if retaining any connection with it, their names would be struck off the rolls of the leading medical institution. The institute was immediately closed. My work during 17 years of my life was the professional elucidation of difficult business problems, the examination and reporting upon new inventions and discoveries of every kind, and to a lesser extent, advising upon and assisting in their early development. Whilst there has therefore been but little difficulty in understanding the details of the material world, it would have been absolutely impossible to account for the apparent action and interaction of matter had I not learned 1. That inspiration is scientific, and 2. That the secret of obtaining requisite knowledge is the recognition and realization of God, of the one mind, and the spiritual or real man's unity with God, and his consequent possession of any knowledge directly it is needed. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and it shall be given. James 1:5. For God speaketh once, yea twice, yet man perceiveth it not. Job 33:14. The basic false mentality that has been called the subconscious mind, mortal mind, and the ether includes everything in the material world, past, present, and future. If when a mortal is dwelling on an idea, his human sense, miscalled conscious mind, vibrates synchronously with this basic false mentality, he is then brought into touch with any details that he requires to know. True prayer destroys the mist of matter that prevents this desired action of material mechanism. If there be a prophet among you, I the Lord will make myself known unto him. Numbers 12:6. Proofs of its truth. They that seek the Lord understand all things. Proverbs 28:5. Out of the hundreds of cases where knowledge has been gained in this way by the realization of God and his manifestation, not once, as far as I am aware, has it turned out to be wrong. There is a God in heaven that revealeth secrets. Daniel 2:28. Wherefore, brethren, covet desire eagerly to prophecy. 1 Corinthians 14:39. Knowledge can be in this way gained by anyone, and what has been stated cannot be true unless each can prove it. For ye may all prophesy. 1 Corinthians 14:31. Jesus, the most scientific man that ever lived, was the greatest example, and the Jews marveled, saying, How knoweth this man letters, having never learned? John 7:15. The disciples said to him, Now are we sure that thou knowest all things. John 16:30. God hath determined the times before appointed. Acts 17:24-26. It may be said, how can you obtain a greater knowledge of that which does not exist? You cannot. All that you gain is a further and better, less bad, knowledge of God and God's ideas, the reality which is hidden by the mist of matter. He hath given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely, to know how the world was made, and the operation of the elements, the beginning, ending, and midst of the times, and all such things as are either secret or manifest, them I know. For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me, for in her is an understanding spirit, holy, one only, manifold, subtle, lively, clear, undefiled, plain, not subject to hurt. She is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. I perceived that I could not otherwise obtain her, except God gave her me, and that was a point of wisdom also to know whose gift she was. I prayed unto the Lord and besought him. Wisdom of Solomon 7:17, 18, 21, 22, 25, and 8, 21. Practical demonstrations. The ether and matter. Knowledge may enter the human mind without being communicated in any hitherto known or recognized ways. Sir William Crookes, F.R.S. Of a truth it is, that your God is a God of gods, and a Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets. Daniel 2:47. It has already been stated that material knowledge not only sometimes flashes into one's consciousness, but comes in all sorts of ways, and a few instances may be given. Let the specimen suffice to those who have ears, for it is not required to unfold the mystery, but only to indicate what is sufficient. St. Clement of Alexandria, / I had been satisfied that matter is electricity and a non-reality, and that the ether only another name for material or universal consciousness or mortal mind. The basic false mentality consists of lines of force, high-tension electrical currents at right angles to each other, and that matter can be caused to appear and disappear instantly in two ways, scientifically different. In one of these, the electrical tension in the ether is increased or released. In the other, the lines of force are short-circuited and so destroyed, leaving better thoughts to be manifested. The riddle of the ether and the relationship between the ether and matter had still to be solved. I accordingly one day prayed, realizing that in the real world, God, being the principle of all true knowledge, the divine man is instantly conscious of what he needs to know. Immediately afterwards, a scientific man came for advice on an interesting point. He said that, amongst the ultra-rays of light, there were some which, thrown upon an object, would cause it to disappear from sight, although it was still in its position, and asked how he could best localize the rays. Disappearance of matter. We are living in an extraordinary age. It is a time for the open mind and the open vision in all departments of thought. Sir Oliver Lodge. In the course of conversation, he told me of an important experiment. He had taken 1 lb of oxygen and 1 lb of potassium and placed them in an exhausted glass tube, which was then hermetically sealed. On passing a high-tension current through the tube, 1 lb of the contents instantly disappeared, the chemical balance upon which the apparatus stood registering the loss of weight as the current was turned on. He then told me that he had proved mathematically 200 pages of equations were required, that the electron was created by the action at right angles of two lines of force of definite length upon each other, and he thought that the action of the high-tension current had resolved the electrons into the original lines of force, which then passed easily through the glass and disappeared. As a matter of fact, these lines of force are not finite in length, but as beliefs extend indefinitely in false space. It took 2 years before Dr. Romaki, then the chemist on my staff, was able to confirm the mathematical proof. A few days afterwards, a friend of mine, one of the leading chemical authorities in England, confidentially gave me details of somewhat similar chemical experiments which had just been carried out under test conditions before a selected body of leading scientific men, and had been pronounced by them as wholly inconsistent with any conceivable theory of matter. These experiments were shown to them to establish priority of date for the discoverer, who did not care to publish them until he had found the reason for the results. The earth helped the woman. The whole history of science shows us that, whenever the educated and scientific men of any age have denied the facts of other investigators on a priori grounds of absurdity or impossibility, the deniers have always been wrong. The leading scientific thought of the day helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth by stating the truth, and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth. The wrong use of this newly gained mental freedom. Crooks's Berlin Lecture. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part, 1 Corinthians 13:9. The following finale in Sir William Crooks's Berlin Lecture, which was shortly afterwards delivered, then showed me that already the leaven was at work. This fatal quality of atomic dissociation appears to be universal. The whole range of human experience is all too short to afford a parallax whereby the date of the extinction of matter can be calculated. Plus this, knowledge is now available. Non-reality of matter. Another case of knowledge gained inspirationally in a seemingly indirect manner may be given. I tried for some time by ordinary means, during the first 18 months of my examination into mental phenomena for the Daily Express, to obtain mathematical proof of the non-reality of electricity, but without success. although in the application of the method of scientific and true prayer, I had as yet experienced practically no failure of any importance. Doubt seized hold of me in this matter of obtaining knowledge that apparently must include abstruse mathematical calculations. I shrank from possible failure, but gained some courage through remembering that it was equally scientific for the information to reach me through the channel of my head engineer or chemist, both of whom were first-class mathematicians. Recognizing that hesitation was not reliance on principle, and that fear had the upper hand, I prayed 5 times during 2 days for the required knowledge, so requisite for the clearing up of the mystery of evil. The following morning, I received from Mr. Wake Cook a copy of the Reader lecture given by Professor Osborne Reynolds, referring to his mathematical proof of the non-reality of matter already mentioned. And herein is that saying true, one soweth and another reapeth. I sent you to reap that whereon ye bestowed no labor, other men labored, and ye are entered into their labors. John 4:37-38. Mr. Wake Cook wrote, here he has proved mathematically what you have been telling us for some time. In this way, the 20 years' life work of one of the most advanced mathematicians of the day, until then entirely unknown to me, was rendered available by a few minutes' prayer. This instance also illustrates the necessity of keeping an open mind as to the channel through which information may reach you. To look for help through any special channel is more or less to close the door to all others. We must leave principle to decide what is best. God's way is always perfect, the way of good. Thought germs. A third example may be given. Having found that the ether consists of lines of force, high-tension electrical currents, I had the same difficulty as other investigators in not being able to find out what was believed to exist, namely, the positive electron, although the negative electron was easily discoverable. Neither was it clear how these lines of force or material thoughts were destroyed by the action of God. I therefore prayed for knowledge 2 or 3 times in 2 days. The next day, a well-known inventor called upon me for advice with regard to a system of wireless telephony. In the course of conversation, a remark of his led me to put my difficulty before him. He at once gave me 2 solutions, one of which I knew must be accurate, because it fitted in with all the other basic theories of the material universe already found to be correct. Correct and accurate. The words correct and accurate do not mean true when applied to the theories of matter now advanced. They merely denote accordance with the final beliefs of material so-called science. The only true statement that can be made with reference to matter is that it has no reality. Reality means permanence. Short-circuiting. The inventor then explained that each seeming line of force or so-called thought consisted of innumerable adjacent small particles, T-oval or egg-shaped, not touching each other, and lying with the longer axis at right angles to the general trend of the line of force. The greatest diameter is just equal to the distance apart of their centers. One of their ends is positive and the other negative. Now, when a man denies the reality of sin or sickness, in heaven the action of God causes the seeming sin or sickness to disappear. What then takes place, from a theoretical point of view, is that one of these particles or thought germs is slightly turned. The positive ends of adjacent particles then repel each other, and the dissimilar ends attract each other until each adjacent particle is slightly turned. The positive end of each particle having thus come nearer the negative end of the adjacent particle. The turning action is increased by these portions attracting each other until each particle has been turned at right angles. Being oval, the positive end of each particle then touches the negative end of the adjacent particle, and the whole line of force is short-circuited and finally ceases to have even its temporal or material sense of existence, and there is in its place what even material scientists admit to be nothing, nothing cognizable under any circumstances by the material senses with any aid whatever, and nothing that can even be logically made apparent to the so-called intellect. God's real and perfect world is, however, present everywhere and always discernible by the true senses, prophesying. Plus. And every course of self-discipline thus steadily and honestly pursued tends, not merely to clear the mental vision of the individual, but to enable the race, by developing that power of immediate insight which, in man's highest phase of existence, will not only supersede the laborious operations of his intellect, but will reveal to him truths and glories of the unseen, which the intellect alone can see but as through a glass darkly. Dr. W. B. Carpenter. One of the facts that have made it a little difficult to understand the prophecies in the Bible is that each recorded stage of human experience, in obedience to the action of material thought, imitating the reality, foreshadows what is to appear in subsequent. The only power of evil is to destroy itself. Science and Health, p. 186, line 19, Mary Baker Eddy. As in the case of the healing of sin and disease, results are not always obtained immediately, especially when trying to find out details in connection with the spiritual world. For instance, Mrs. Eddy says, few persons comprehend what Christian Science means by the word reflection. Science and Health, p. 301, line 5. Seeing that here was some important knowledge to be gained, I set to work to find the real meaning. To do this took me 2.5 years, and I had to pray specifically over 20,000 times for it, more than 20 times a day, before I found it out. The information was well worth obtaining. It opened up to me through reversal a knowledge of the spiritual world that was wonderful, indicating that which is happening in heaven, and showing how to work out logically the details indicative of what is there taking place. These logical deductions have been demonstrated by thousands of results in the so-called material world, and can be proved by anyone with sufficient understanding and enough humility to subordinate material so-called knowledge. I once lost a pair of gloves, and in order to find out whether I had properly understood the principle that underlay the action of good in the materialization of what is called matter, I treated every day, for over a year before they were found, and the right understanding of truth demonstrated. In another important case, I treated every day for 3.5 years before succeeding in my demonstration, and destroying aggressive evil that was a menace to humanity. Treatment is the name given to true prayer, in order to differentiate it from the old limited method of prayer by asking. Mrs. Eddy says, self-denial, sincerity, Christianity and persistence alone win the prize. Science and Health, p. 462, line 17. In working for material knowledge, I realized that God being the principle of all knowledge, man, the spiritual man, knows instantly anything he needs. When trying to obtain a better knowledge of God and the spiritual world, I found that my most efficient method was simply to try and realize God as truth to the best of my ability. It seemed then to be easier to lose the false sense of self in the realization of God. You must remember, however, that you can build up in your own consciousness mistaken ideas as to the best method of working, which then becomes so-called laws, as far as you are concerned. No difficulties on this point can possibly happen, however, to the consistent worker who obtains his knowledge from the right source, as all true knowledge is demonstrable here and now. It must not be forgotten that prophesying is only reading thought. Although those in the past who lived in thought close to God and did not limit their powers by wrong thinking were able often to prophesy accurately, in most cases they were liable to make mistakes, and only partially to read the thoughts that later were about to act. It is through want of knowledge of the material world that lovers of God and the Bible have claimed too much, and so alienated scientific men, who should have been, and now will be, their strongest supporters. Ages, this continues until the material counterfeit is destroyed by the action of truth. Consequently, each prophecy may foretell a series of events liable to happen in their predetermined order at different periods throughout the Bible history, each series of events being simply a repetition of what has happened before, but conforming in details to the improved normal conditions of each period. Further, a prophecy often refers to entirely different events, such as the history of a certain period and events in the life of an individual. This will be dealt with more fully later on. The importance of scientific, and therefore accurate interpretation of prophecy, is that we can begin sooner to destroy the groups of thoughts that might later give trouble if left to be dealt with at any given moment. So we purify and lift up the remaining human experience and ensure painless instead of painful progress. Predestination correct. Whom he did predestinate, them he also called, and whom he called, them he also glorified. Romans 8:30. Having predestinated us, being predestinated according to the purpose of him who worketh all things after the counsel of his own will. Ephesians 1:5-11. Predestination is correct as far as anything can be said to be so in the material world. That is to say, it is a fundamental false belief. It is not long ago that the predestination of a few human beings to be saved was taught by the Church. No man can come to me, except the Father which hath sent me draw him. John 6:44. Dr. Ng, Professor of Divinity at Cambridge, writes, "The motive power is not in ourselves. We cannot even will to please God without the help of his will. The experiences of the saints, as recorded by themselves, offer no support to a voluntaristic psychology of religion. Blessed is the man whom thou choosest, and causest to approach unto thee, that he may dwell in thy courts." Psalm 65:4. God, who hath saved us, and called us with an holy calling, not according to our works, but according to his own purpose and grace, which was given us in Christ Jesus before the world began. 2 Timothy 1:8-9. For by grace are ye saved. It is the gift of God. Ephesians 2:8. Grace is the action of God on you that makes you treat this action of God, is known as the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit. Dr. G. Thompson, in his System of Psychology, says, "I have had a feeling of the uselessness of all voluntary effort, and also that the matter was working itself clear in my mind. It has many times seemed to me that I was really a passive instrument in the hands of a person not myself. When I watch that flowing river which, out of regions I see not, pours for a season its stream into me, I see that I am not a cause, but a surprised spectator of this ethereal water." Emerson. Dr. Franz Hartmann, in his Life of Paracelsus, says, "Men do not think what they choose, but that which comes into their mind. If they could control the action of their minds, they would be able to control their own nature and the nature by which their forms are surrounded. This can now be and is being done, but by God. There's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will." Shakespeare. Solomon, with his great human knowledge, showed his recognition of the fact that everything happening in the material world has its appointed time. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born and a time to die. Ecclesiastes 3:1-2. Appointments not to be kept. In this enlightened age, having found out how to pray, it is our privilege to break such time-honored but disastrous appointments, the result of human ignorance, binding each succeeding generation by preconceived links of iron fate. We have been slaves to the false thoughts that, as chains welded by false teachings and false theories, are bound about us by false fears. We now can gain the dominion that is our birthright. Every material thought, unless destroyed by true prayer, comes into seeming action at its predetermined time. The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be. Is there anything whereof it may be said, See, this is new? It hath been already of old time, which was before us. Ecclesiastes 1:9-10. It is even possible to calculate out mathematically a thought that will come to a mortal at any given time. This is done by calculations based upon the vibrations acting upon the world and upon the individual at the moment of birth, and at the moment when he appears to be brought into contact with certain vibrations or ethereal things, wrongly called thoughts. You can, however, destroy any unsatisfactory thought by true prayer, either beforehand or at the moment that it commences to act. Other thoughts that were equally predestined will then be manifested. Man has therefore no free will whatsoever until he learns how to think rightly, and even then it is due to the action of God, and he cannot tell the form in which the improved condition, the better belief, is going to be manifested. The difficulty of Socrates is thus solved. The Cartesian doctrine that animals are walking automata is not only true as far as the material animals are concerned, but is equally true as regards mortals, which are only the highest material animals. Every so-called mental quality that man possesses is found in animals in differing degrees. Even with the smallest animals one sees this. Sir William Dawson says, an amber shows volition, appetite, and passion. Professor Schmidt states that unconscious mind is in plants, consciousness in animals, and self-consciousness in man. Sir Oliver Lodge writes, many great and universally recognized thinkers, Plato, Virgil, Kant, I think, and Wordsworth, all had room for an idea more or less of the kind. Whatever it is that controls our physiological mechanism, it is certainly not our consciousness, nor is it any part of our recognized and obvious personality. Descartes looked upon animals as merely machines, and many others consider all vital phenomena below what has been generally recognized as consciousness as being merely mechanical. Darwin called this instinct, and said that, begun in chance, it acts favorably to the perpetuation of species. Animals, and therefore human beings, certainly do not require their brain to actuate their limbs in apparently an orderly and conscious manner. There are many experiments that prove this. For instance, P. Fleger touched the thigh of a decapitated frog with acetic acid, which it wiped off with the foot of the same side. He then cut off the foot and re-applied the acid. The headless frog tried to wipe it off with the stump but failed. After some fruitless efforts it ceased, but seemed unquiet, and at last made use of the foot of the other leg and wiped off the acid. These results have been confirmed by many. Vivisection. For as a medical man I know something of human suffering, but never have I seen depicted on the face of man or woman the horror and pain of suffering which I have seen presented in the limited power of expression possessed by the lower animals. Dr. W. Wood Smythe, F.M. So Lond. Although, in the case of these experiments, it is claimed that no pain could have been experienced, what cold-blooded cruelties have been carried out in the name of science. Inability to help humanity out of its troubles drives man to cause fresh trouble in a vain attempt to gain a knowledge of how to palliate them. The hopeless injustice of the material world. How can man help doing evil until he knows how to pray? Sin is simply moral madness. A human being never made his own consciousness, and he never made the thoughts that attack him. According to the famous Declaration of the American Republic, man is born free, whereas human birth is obviously an entrance into the most abject slavery, wherein, compelled to do wrongly by an inexorable, temporary so-called law. We are punished for every wrong thought and its consequent wrong word and wrong deed. What shameful injustice! Surely no further proof of this material world being hell is required. From this state of imagined slavery, we only start to free ourselves when we learn how to think rightly. Professor Lombroso, a specialist on criminology, came to the conclusion from the examination of numerous criminals that their actions were caused by degeneracy, not by volition. He consequently was an opponent of our punitive system. Fear of punishment has never really made man honest. The only way is through purification of the human consciousness. This is certain and permanent. Mr. Arthur Balfour, ex-Prime Minister of Great Britain and a deep thinker, writes of man. Whether it be proper to call him free or not, he at least lacks freedom in the sense in which freedom is necessary in order to establish responsibility. It is impossible to say of him that he ought, and therefore he can, for at any given moment of his life, his next action is by hypothesis strictly determined. This is true in the case of all laboring under a mistaken belief of God's law and government, but it is not the case when a man knows how to think scientifically. This theory only becomes an apparent law when it is given its temporary seeming power through either the consent of an individual or even an apathetic assent thereto. It then enchains man. Universal assent to fallacious hypotheses results in the present chaotic condition of the material world. Fatalism untrue. Fatalism is not true, as there are two things that a man can do to protect himself. 1. He can destroy an inharmonious thought by the denial of its reality or existence as spiritual fact. 2. He can purify his human consciousness through the affirmation of the truth, until no wrong thought can have any effect upon him. Years ago, as just stated, the whole of the material thoughts or beliefs that were going to be manifested in the material world were fixed in relation to each other, one may call it in position, in this material false consciousness, and were bound to appear at the predetermined time, unless destroyed scientifically by true prayer. We have been merely seeing them piecemeal owing to our limited sense. Philosophers are right when they say that, in fact, there is no such thing as time, and equally right when they say that there is no such thing as space. There is, however, true time and space in heaven. The easiest way of looking at the material world is as a series of cinematographic pictures, fixed in position and hiding heaven from us. When you treat, you destroy the evil in the pictures. That is, you thin the mist of matter when we see heaven a little more like what it really is. The film representing these pictures can be looked upon as cut into lengths and placed one behind the other, each one as they recede from you being of a shorter length. Then the one next you being gradually lifted. As time goes on, you see heaven more clearly until the last disappears, and you appear to gain a knowledge of heaven as it really is. The prophecies of Moses. We have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place, until the day dawn, and the day star arise in your hearts. 2 Peter 1:19. There are many wonderful prophecies in the Bible, marvelous examples of thought reading. Amongst the most important are those of the great prophet and leader Moses in Deuteronomy, where is given the covenant with the children of Israel. In chapters 28-30, Moses foretells the future of the Israelites. He proclaims the laws which these children of Israel had to obey, and follows with the blessings that would come on them if they should hearken unto the voice of the Lord. 28. Verse 2, and all the curses that shall come upon them if they did not hearken. 28, verse 15. He gives in detail that which would happen, and in verse 15 shows the punishment that would befall them on account of the sins that they would commit, which sins are clearly set out in 2 Kings 17, 7-23. This punishment is the curse referred to in Daniel 9:11, in that wonderful 30th chapter, where he lays down distinctly the covenant and the principle upon which is based, the law of good. Moses says, "It shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, that then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion, and thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Lord, and do all his commandments. The Lord will again rejoice over thee for good." Deuteronomy 30:1-3-8-9. This good is now being enjoyed by the descendants of the children of Israel. Moses pointed out that this commandment is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven, neither is it beyond the sea. But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart. 30 verse 11-14, showing that what should happen would be the result of right thinking, with its resultant right speaking and right acting. This has already been materially fulfilled in the experiences of the Israelites. It has still to be fulfilled intellectually, and the curse threatens to come upon them who do not hearken, Deuteronomy 28:15, to the truth now set forth. Appendix I gives the evidence that the English-speaking races are the descendants of the 10 lost tribes and Benjamin, and that the Jews, generally so called, are in the main the descendants of Judah and Levi. The covenant. The above prophecies deal with the history of the Israelites from that time up to the present, when the final blessings are being fulfilled, but they have been partially fulfilled, in period after period, by the children of Israel leaving the worship of the one God, good, and being forced back with the necessarily resulting trouble and disappointments, until finally they see the truth, and the truth sets them free. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Psalm 25:14. This covenant is referred to over and over again throughout the Bible, and cannot be broken, because it is the everlasting covenant between God, the principle of good, a living, all-inclusive, ever-active principle, and man, his manifestation. This covenant involves the invariable manifestation of good in response to right thinking. If you think of perfection, good must ensue. If you think evil, this evil will be manifested more or less. My covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Psalm 89:34. The spiritual meaning of these prophecies has an individual significance to those who are striving to order their lives by the inner teachings of the Bible, and so catch its higher meanings. The importance of this covenant is shown by the fact that the word translated testament should be translated covenant. The Old Testament is the book of the covenant, from which Moses read in the audience of the people, Exodus 24:7. The ark cf. his testament, to be seen in his temple in the latter days, Revelation 11:19, should be translated ark of his covenant. And now I stand, and am judged for the hope of the promise made of God unto our fathers, unto which promise our 12 tribes, instantly serving God day and night, hope to come. Acts 26:6-7. The book of Revelation. Revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass. Revelation 1:1. Even the skeptical John Stuart Mill conceded that revelation is ordinary, normal, and to be expected if the existence of God could be proved. The existence of God can now be demonstrated. The best instance of consecutive prophecy or thought reading is probably the book of Revelation. Jesus, speaking of the Comforter, said, "He will show you things to come," John 16:13, and in 2 Peter 1:19, we are told that there is a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place. It is foretold that at the end of the world we shall be able to prophesy, your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, Joel 2:28. Jesus also pointed out that responsibilities were incurred by the disciples, knowing things not yet fulfilled, and we have to act so as to make the fullest use of the knowledge so gained. for the benefit of the world. In view of the undeviating law of justice, it is useless, when the knowledge is gained, to shirk responsibility, unless you are prepared to take the punishment that such a throwing over of your fellow men entails. The Apocalypse is believed by many to have been written about 97 AD by John when about 96 years of age. In addition to its deeper significance, it is a political and religious history of the countries then forming the Roman Empire, the determining factor in the world's history, from the time in which it was written up to what is wrongly called the end of the world. It is given in detail, but in symbolic language, and many men, even such as Luther, thinking chiefly on a material level, objected to its use. To give the different meanings of Revelation would take many hours, but a few points will be found in Appendix X. Although, as pointed out, Revelation 1:3, the time of which he was prophesying was just about to begin, keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand. This book has been difficult to understand partly because the same period of time is dealt with from differing points of view in successive portions of the book. In the same way, historians deal in successive chapters with the same period from the point of view of politics, art, science, etc. Value of Revelation: quench not the spirit, despise not prophecy ings, prove all things. 1 Thessalonians 5:19-21. The object of the elucidation of its historical meaning is that it proves incontestably the use of the Bible as a help in foretelling what is about to take place, and by inference, the absolute necessity of working scientifically as the only method of escape from the horrors that are coming upon. Material false workers amongst mankind in the latter days, which, as all prophecy shows, are now right upon us. The apocalyptic forevision, by inference, proves the value of the Bible, as giving us the scientific understanding of God that alone points us to the way of escape that has been provided, as shown throughout this lecture. This will be readily acknowledged by all students who can demonstrably prove the scientific basis upon which this revelation rests. Forewarned is forearmed, and when the method and result of the enemy's attack are known, as they are when the book of Revelation is understood, all danger is over for the individuals who, through open-minded search after truth, become seers. The whole of their energies can then be devoted to watching and working to save their fellow men by destroying the wrong thoughts before they come into seeming action. This is our work. The book of Revelation, in one important significance, describes the history of the persecution of mankind by thoughts of pride, tyranny, Pharisaism, and criticism, the attempted control of the one over the many, and the ultimate triumph of good. These thoughts are now attacking mankind, but in a more subtle, and therefore more dangerous form than in any former period. In the past, the history of religion has openly shown the deplorable results of this ignorant, though in most cases, well-intentioned control of the strong over the weak, both in the case of individuals and communities. We have now learned that no individual has any power over another. The apparent control is due to the seeming action of thoughts, which equally attack the strong and the weak, the controller and the controlled, the seeming hypnotist and the seeming victim, harming all until they know how to protect themselves individually and collectively, and so find that they are in reality controlled only by God, good. Fellow soldiers, we have to recognize these unfortunate individuals as people fighting on our side in the same battle and against the common foe, and our duty and privilege is to protect them. We have to love all Christian churches for the gospel's sake. The passages referred to in Appendix X are therefore directed not against individuals, but against the devilish beliefs that attack mankind. There is far worse trouble coming upon the world through those who today personalize the thoughts of criticism, jealousy, cruelty, and Pharisaism, imagining that they are exponents of the highest truth than ever came from those whom these thoughts attacked in the past. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. We must not allow ourselves to think of them, not even to think of their spiritual reality. The work must be entirely impersonal as far as others are concerned. We must clear our human consciousness from the guilt of believing in the lie about our fellow men and so adding to their burdens. Thus we help them, until a thought of a person calls forth a feeling of love towards him, the work is not properly done. It is our own human consciousness that requires purification, so that, when the lying thoughts come to tempt us to believe in the existence of evil, our realization of truth is so clear that the particular evil ceases to exist, not only in our own consciousness, but in that of every other human being, namely, in the universal, basic, false mentality called the subconscious mind. Impersonality of evil. As we grow in the understanding of God and man and his relations with his fellow man, so obvious does the impersonality of evil, even in its most dangerous forms, become that we can measure our growth in the understanding of God by our ability to really love those who may seem to be the most violent in attacking us. Our safety lies in the love that wells from our hearts, resulting from our realization of God as love. Then, love surrounding us forms an absolutely impervious citadel, a sure refuge into which not one poisoned arrow can find its way. To those not really understanding the position, it is well to repeat that, as a rule, those through whom these thoughts attack are trying their hardest to be of use in the world. They are acting under a mistaken sense of duty, not knowing how to protect themselves, and it is they who are harmed by such wrong thinking, not those whom they attack. There should be no contests with individuals. The contest is with ethereal thoughts, grouped together under the name of false systems, human and elusive. We have therefore to be as loving as we possibly can towards those who attack us, and to take every opportunity of helping them indirectly. By clearing our human mechanism or consciousness of the wrong thoughts, the wrong concept of the true thoughts. It is that which requires alteration. One way in which the impersonality of evil is clearly shown all through the Bible will be found in the meanings of the names attached to its individuals, cities, and places. These all express differing conditions reached in the stages of the human consciousness in its progress towards the mortal's final sense of God. These conditions are represented in every succeeding generation and serve as valuable waymarks in truly intelligent efforts to help our fellow men. In considering the best battleground in which to destroy error in the final fight now started, we have to follow in the steps of our great leader, Jesus the Christ. The essential difference between his method of warfare with evil and those of other advanced spiritual workers, such as Buddha and Lao Tzu, was that, after he had once attained the necessary wisdom, he went actively into the thick of the fight, only going away for as short periods as possible, to gain the necessary clearness of thought and peace of mind, solely obtainable by dwelling in deep, conscious communion with God. Jesus never relied upon material steps, never threatened force, never gave instructions to his followers to use material means, but depended solely on his realization of God and the force of his superhuman example. Let us follow this example with all humility and with such holiness as is vouchsafed to us, relying upon the purification of our own so-called mind and the casting out of evil ideas about our fellow men, to raise the standard of Christ so that the glorious protection of mind is utilized by our fellow men. Jesus easily, in fact, with far greater ease, could, like those teachers above mentioned, have contented himself with announcing great truths, supporting them with irresistible logic, until he rose above material consciousness. But a more scientific and more unselfish love for his fellow men led him to continue in the fight to the extreme limits of his human powers, leaving instructions to his disciples in all ages as follows: I pray not that thou shouldest take them out of the world, but that thou shouldest keep them from the evil. As thou hast sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. John 17:15, 18. We likewise should not choose the position where we can most peacefully do our mental work, whilst the so-called world seethes and boils with inhuman so-called mental strife, which throws the scum to the surface, enabling it to be cast away. We should be actively at work, safeguarded in our allotted posts, above all material strife, helping writhing humanity, holding the citadel of God, allowing no thought of evil into our consciousness, lifting all mortals who come in touch with us, radiating out divine love. With our knowledge of God, we should offer to others the shield of faith in God, good. And when, through unfortunate past bringing up, it is not taken, we should hold it over those attacking us until they themselves have escaped the toils of venomous evil and are able to grasp their weapons of offense and defense, man's God-given power over evil, and come with radiating joy into the noble band of workers, sons of God, the saviors of mankind. Then will we find our agreement with the following words of Quanian: never will I seek, nor receive private individual salvation, never enter into final peace alone, but forever and everywhere will I live and strive for the universal redemption of every creature throughout the world. Chisel in hand stood a sculptor boy with his marble block before him, and his face lit up with a smile of joy as an angel dream passed o'er him. He carved the dream on that shapeless stone with many a sharp incision. With heaven's own light the sculptor shone. He had caught the angel vision. Sculptors of life are we as we stand, with our lives uncarved before us, waiting the hour when at God's command our life dream passes o'er us. TF we carve it, then on the yielding stone with many a sharp incision. Its heavenly beauty shall be our own, our lives that angel vision. So-called mental effect. Medical needs. What we need and want in medicine is something corresponding to those splendid flashes of imagination which yielded the heliocentric theory of the planetary system, the theory of gravitation, the undulatory theory of light, the theory of evolution, and the germ theory of infectious disease, some fundamental and far-reaching generalizations in pathology and physiology, which would vivify and vitalize some part at least of the mass of dead material facts which have been accumulated. Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S. The effect of so-called thought. All great thinkers have recognized to some extent the effect of thoughts, while few have discovered that these are ethereal vibrations and that we do not create them, but that they come to us, the condition of the no mind, determining those to which we respond. None of these early searchers after truth reached the height from which was made in our own day the discovery that there is no real mind or consciousness, except that which is a reflection of the one mind, which is God, good, all in alls. A good instance of the effect of thought, well verified, is given in a careful, detailed report on the subject made by Professor Langley. In the Philippine Islands, he saw the priests walk barefoot over a bed of stones, heated red-hot by fire. When an acolyte was able to pass over the stones, he qualified and became a priest. Those who have seen the novices attempt the test say that it is quite easy to tell from the look on their faces whether there was sufficient belief to pass unharmed. In the Fiji Islands, the same rite is carried out, and it is stated that one of the government meteorologists held a thermometer 6 Ft above the heated stones when it registered 282 degrees. It took about half a minute to walk across the stones, and no signs of burning or blistering were seen on the men's feet. In New Zealand, Professor by Curtin tells me that he exposed a show of this kind where it was done by trickery. Not only are we affected by our so-called thoughts, but everyone upon whom our thoughts rest is likewise affected, either for good or for evil. Carlyle wrote, "Man is what we call a miraculous creature, with miraculous power over man. We must learn how to think so that this power is the power of good, and not human willpower, which is devilish." Listening to the still small voice, we hear the voice of God. The power is not the blind force we see in the material universe. Elijah recognized that God, good, was not in the great and strong wind that rent the mountains and broke in pieces the rocks in front of him, nor was good in the earthquake or the fire. 1 Kings 19:11-12. Real power is the expression or manifestation of God, good, the Son of God, that is, the true nature of each of us. Paul speaks of the Christ as the wisdom and power of God. Understanding the power of mind over matter, the spiritual power divinely directed gives us absolute dominion over all matter and every possible form of evil. This dominion can be utilized by each one of us here and now. Now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ. Revelation 12:10. Until 40 years ago, no one of modern times ever showed us how to think rightly in a scientific manner, and how with unfailing certainty to stop ourselves thinking wrong and harmful thoughts, nor even made clear that ideals of a mortal become manifested, whether heavenly or devilish, if the intensification be sufficient to manifest them. How few think justly of the thinking few, how many never think who think they do. Schopenhauer. The following will be of value to those who have not recognized that the essence of right doing is right thinking. Give me a thought in your prayers which will comfort and sustain me in all I have still to go through. Alexandra, Queen Alexandra's letter to the British nation on the death of King Edward. As he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts. Jeremiah 6:19. What a man thinks that he is, this is the old secret, the Maitrayana Upanishad. There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Shakespeare. Think well, do well will follow thought. Tennyson. TT is the thought of man, the true thaumaturgic virtue by which man works all things whatsoever. All that he does and brings to pass is the vesture of a thought. Carlyle. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. Dhammapada. What a man thinks that he becomes. Hindu Upanishad. What a man thinks that he is. King Solomon. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts, therefore guard accordingly. Marcus Aurelius. My mind is myself. To take care of myself is to take care of my mind. Plato. A thought that has taken root is like a living plant, and plant-like will grow. Clifford Harrison. Ainsi tout notre dignité consiste dans la pensée. Travaillons done and abien pensa. Voilà le principe de la morale. Pascal. La pensée humaine. Commedia fait le monde à son image. Lamartine. On earth there is nothing great but man. In man there is nothing great but mind. Sir William Hamilton. Life is the product and presence of mind. Professor Bascorn. Do not think that what your thoughts dwell upon is of no matter. Your thoughts are making you. Bishop Steer. The power of the will and the intention of the soul is the main point in magic as in medicine. A man who wishes everybody well will produce good effects. One who grudges everybody all that is good and who hates himself may experience on his own person the effects of his poisonous thoughts. Paracelsus. Thy bonds and thy beliefs are one in kind, and of thy fears thine irons wrought, having weights upon thee, fashioned out of thine own thought. Swinburne. Disease of the body is so much influenced by the mind that in each case we have to understand the patient quite as much as the malady. British Medical Journal, January 18, 1896. Faith and hope are but two of the many mental medicines which a judicious physician may use. Lancet, January 1883. Faith is as powerful an influence for good or evil now as it has ever been. Lancet, February 28, 1888. The secular imagination is one of the most effectual of those psychical agencies by which we may modify the conditions of health and disease. Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S. It is impossible for us to deal knowingly and wisely with various disorders of the body without distinctly recognizing the agency of states and conditions of minds, often in producing and always in modifying them. Sir Andrew Clarke. The mental cortex has to be reckoned with, more or less, as a factor for good or evil in all diseases of every organ, in all operations, and in all injuries. Dr. Clouston. Most people recognize that there are rare and striking effects of mind on body. Few fully recognize its everyday effects. I trust I have established that the mental factor is present in some way or other in all diseases. A. T. Schofield, M.D., F.R.C.S. Means acting directly on the mind are fully as powerful and effective in disease of a purely bodily character as in mental disease. Sir John Forbes. T never rains but it pours, and troubles never come singly, are amongst the many evidences of the harmful effects of wrong thoughts. In appendices Roman 3 and Roman 11 will be found convincing evidence of the danger of wrong thinking and the vital need of a clear understanding of how to think scientifically and therefore safely. Confidence, strive thou to win, but win with the help of God. Sophocles. We have all experienced the effect of confidence and want of confidence, but only a few have recognized that this is only a question of right thinking or wrong so-called thinking. Still fewer have consciously tried to correct such wrong working, and hardly any systematically do this in a scientific way. T.S. Baldwin, the well-known American, writes, "After years of practice as gymnast, I was never able to turn a double somersault without definitely willing the act and drawing in my mind a clear picture of the revolutions of my body in the air before rising from the leaping board." Every difficult gymnastic feat requires mental deliberation in advance, for the mind cannot suddenly and radically divert its course of action on a plane where it has, because of the force of gravity, not learned to feel at home. This mental handicap has, until very recently, blocked the path to the discovery of the law of flight. Now that we understand the laws of mind, such miscalled mental deliberation is not required. One right thought at any given instant is sufficient if our understanding of God is adequate. I once accepted an offer of £100 from one of the leading papers to write 8 articles on how to learn golf, and in these articles pointed out the great gain through what may be wrongly called mentally playing the shot before actually moving the limbs. Attention was also drawn to many other points, such as the undesirability of straining the eyes by reading a newspaper before playing any important match. Just as these articles were finished, I found that the whole effect was non-mental, and the articles were based upon an entirely wrong foundation. Even where I had found out the so-called mental effect, I had failed to grasp the difference between the true mental action of the mind, that is divine principle, and the counterfeit human mechanism. I therefore rightly estimated my articles as valueless, not being based upon true science, and they were never published. The following year, having learnt the scientific method of thinking, I was never beaten at golf, although not playing very often. On the last day of the year, to prevent defeat, I had to do the last 3 holes of a well-known London course in 2, 2 and 3, bogey being 3, 4 and 5. The subsequent remark of the winner of that year's Open Golf Championship to me was, "I should think it is an absolute record." On another occasion, after judging in the kite and parachute competitions at the Alexandra Palace, a gold medal was being competed for by a number of experienced shots, volunteers, regulars, and others. Although I had not touched a gun for 10 years and was inexperienced in the use of a rifle, having never even fired a rifle in a competition, I entered. The shooting was arranged to be of a most difficult character, and up to my last shot, I had obtained nothing better than an inner, as I was combining material means, taking aim with the treatment. At my last shot, knowing that I had done all I could when combining matter and mind, and that I had to get a bull to win, I resolved to rely solely on principle. Having to stand erect and fire from the shoulder, I looked right away from the target, and directly I had realized God to the very highest of my ability, pulled the trigger, with the result that I obtained a bull and won. A friend of mine, who similarly knew nothing of rifle shooting, but who had learnt the power of the one mind, was bracketed second, having failed to rely solely on his realization of truth, but having aimed as well as having treated at the same time, so combining material means. Another friend, a well-known naval man, when firing in his Admiralty test, obtained a bullseye every shot. This was believed to be a record. In his case, even at the 1,000 yards distance, directly he treated, the target seemed only to be a few feet away, and he merely had to fire at a bullseye apparently the size of a hat. The above 2 examples are given out of a personal experience of some hundreds of the kind, as showing that the unfailing reliance on God at all times will enable you to do so-called miracles. The constant working in this way for small things not only enables the greater works to be done, but has been of value to many who have been convinced by the uniformity of the results obtained. As we advance in our knowledge of God and divine law, we also rise naturally to higher planes of action. Think often on God by day, by night, in your business and even in your diversions. He is always near you and with you. Leave him not alone. Brother Lawrence, 10th letter. Psychotherapy. Ever since we have had historical records, so-called healing with the human no mind has been practiced under different forms, sometimes intentionally, often unconsciously, and always more or less ignorantly, and with more or less harm. In olden times, the magicians were the medical men. Sophocles said, "For it is not the way of a wise surgeon to waste tears and enchantments on a disease that needs the knife." It would appear that in all ages hypnotism has been known, though not under that name, as a means of curing diseases. It is also known that amongst the Greeks and Romans, and in many Oriental nations in olden times, priests performed cures by throwing people into deep sleep, and that in England in the 17th century, several individuals claimed to have power of healing the sick by stroking with their hands. Such influences were pretty generally held to be supernatural and connected with religion. Sir Henry Morris, Bart., M.D., F.R.C.S. In the middle of the 17th century, a man called Kelmont said that there was a kind of magnetic attraction and repulsion connected with an ethereal element which penetrated all bodies and kept them in motion. Through it, he stated that men, by means of their imagination, could work on each other. There could also be asserted on drugs, which obtained through it a special therapeutic power. Maxwell, a Scotch physician, 1581, 1640, said that disease was a reduction of this ether in a man, and as it was possible to influence this ether in another man, cures at a distance could be thus produced. Mesmer, who thought it was due to a magnetic fluid, and Braid, who thought that the action was mental, were amongst the first in modern times to bring into prominence direct conscious healing with the human mind. And they, fortunately for mankind, were discredited by regular physicians, who have hitherto objected to any encroachments upon what they considered their domain. In 1851, Dr. Gregory, professor of chemistry in Edinburgh, and Dr. Hughes Bennett described the phenomena as due to suggestion. A third revival took place in 1866 with the publication of Liébault's book, when Bernheim, Dumont and Bonis joined the movement, thinking mistakenly that it was of use. Liébault, who was a man of high character, advocated suggestion, as Sir Francis Cruse, the well-known Dublin doctor, has stated, when the personality of the subject is partially or almost completely extinguished by hypnosis. This Sir Francis, who is an authority on hypnotism, states is the essence of modern hypnotism, and is only another form of making a person do what you want him to do, and which you may or may not think is good for him. As a matter of fact, suggestion is wrong with or without hypnosis. Later Charcot, Richet and Janet followed. In other countries Fall, Moll and Vogt, Wetterstrand, Dubois, Bechtereau, Beard, Hammond, Osgood, Prince, Peterson, Putnam, Siddies, Kriepelin, Ziehen, Sommer, Van Rootegem, von Schrenk-Notzing, Ladame, Van Eden, Tokarski, Hamilton, Creed, Broch, and in England, Bramwell, Carpenter, Cruse, Hack-Tuke, Lloyd Tuckey, Wingfield and Woods gave serious attention to the matter. Through Charcot's great name and fame, the Nancy doctors employed hypnotism in every class of disease, but Charcot abandoned it because, as he said, it did more harm than good, and added to the disorder of already disordered systems. More recently, Freud, Breuer, and Münsterberg have developed the ordinary method of hypnotizing, by giving human suggestions with the object of removing so-called mental causes, invisible because ethereal, and in England we have a few well-known men, some most unselfish and pure-minded, working more or less in the same mistaken way. Though hypnotism has from time to time been revived, and there have been periods when it excited great interest on account of its constant effects, it has invariably fallen back again into disfavor owing to the uncertainty of its action and its failure on a large scale as a therapeutical agent. Moreover, it has been found too dangerous for general use in medical practice. Sir Henry Morris, Bart., M.D., F.R.C.S. From the earliest times, and with all nationalities, we have evidences of different forms of non-mental, ethereal working which, with the object of retaining individual power, have been kept more or less secret. Amongst the savages in Africa we have special castes. In Australia we have the Kunki. In Siberia we have the shaman, who are supposed to mediate between man and the gods. In the Antilles the Bohuti heal diseases, which are regarded as punishment from the gods. The Indians have their Payachas, who live in lonely spots for years whilst they learn from the priests the necessary ceremonies. In China, the priests of one school of medicine frighten away diseases by mystical writings pasted upon the walls of the sick room, while believers in another school drink water into which the freshly written sacred writing has been dipped. The Mohammedan swallows pieces of paper containing texts from the Quran. In Japan, monks remove diseases which are supposed to have magical origin or to be induced by the devil. In India, they have many grades. In Assyria and Babylonia, medicine was exclusively in the hands of priests. Among the old Egyptians, Isis was supposed to reveal to worshippers in her temples the right remedies through the medium of dreams. In the same way, the Greeks attached medical influence to temples, sacred springs, rivers, and tombs. And it is no wonder many people have thought that the miracles of Jesus the Christ were in some way merely a modification of these many different forms of so-called healing, failing to see the essential difference, namely, that Jesus worked by the realization of truth, God, the others by different forms of hypnotism, namely, thinking of material people and things. St. Patrick, the Irish apostle, healed the blind by laying his hands upon them. St. Bernard is said to have healed 11 blind and 18 lame people in one day at Constance. At Cologne, it is stated, he healed 12 lame, 3 dumb, and 10 deaf people. Bede, the great historian, tells us of cures performed by St. John of Beverley during the 8th century. Many biographers testified as to the healing done by Bernard of Clairvaux at the beginning of the 11th century. J.C. Morrison says that 36 miraculous cures in one day seem to have been the maximum. Martin Luther, the leader of the Reformation, and St. Francis Xavier, the leader of the Counter-Reformation in the 16th century, were both said to be healers. Luther, whose cure of Melanchthon by prayer is well known, wrote, "Therefore there must exist a higher medicine, namely, the religious belief and the prayer through which the spiritual medicine can be found in the Word of God." In the 17th century, the Irishman Valentine Greatrakes felt himself to be the bearer of a divine mission and healed numerous sick. At first, he cured kings' evil by laying on of hands. Later, fever, wounds, tumors, gout, and finally all diseases. Cagliostro, in the 18th century, about 1780, owed part of his fame to his healing powers. Farmer General Labord states that Cagliostro attended over 15,000 sick people during the 3 years he was at Strasbourg, and that only 3 of them died. Many circumstantial details have been testified to, such as the instantaneous healing of the Prince de Soubise after having been given up by the doctors. It is stated that crowds used to besiege his house, leaving numerous sticks and crutches as marks of gratitude. His demoniacal power is referred to on page 267, line 28. About the same date, John Wesley healed the sick by prayer. George Fox, the Greater, also healed. In the 19th century, Prince Hohenlohe-Waldenburg Schillen's first, Canon of Grosswardein, was a healer of world renown. In 1 year, 1848-9, over 18,000 came from all over the world for treatment. The ex-king of Bavaria wrote to Count von Sinsheim, testifying to his cure by the prince, and Professor Onimus Wurzburg reported a number of cases that he had seen cured. Richter, an innkeeper at Rawson in Silesia, apparently cured. The years 1817-18, many thousands of sick persons in the open fields by touching them with his hands. Thousands also flocked to Pastor Grassner in Germany for healing, as thousands now make a pilgrimage to Lourdes and have gone Treves with its holy coat, St. Winifred's well in Flintshire, the tombs of St. Louis, Francis of Assisi, Catherine of Siena, and any place that sufficiently appealed to the imagination. Details of the healing at Lourdes will be found in Appendix Roman 11. As I write, particulars are received of a petition to the Belgian government, signed by nearly 200,000 persons, for permission to erect churches for a creed called Antoinisme. Antoine is a colmaner who heals, it is claimed, by mere spiritual means. He has become so immensely popular that he is now considered as being gifted with divine power. Results of this sort are continually being obtained by different people. They are a 9 days wonder, and sooner or later, the so-called power is lost, leaving the individual intellectually and physically deteriorated, and in some cases, a mere wreck of humanity. Father Ignatius not only cured but gave diseases to people and claimed to have raised from the dead. I know the man who was sent by one of the leading daily papers to investigate into one instance of the latter. He gave me details of his investigation and was satisfied that it was a correct claim. The stories related of the healing done by Francis Schlatter, Dupuy, and others in modern times have hardly been even referred to by the European daily newspapers, the results being so wonderful as to make editors fear to state them lest they should be thought to be drawing too much upon the credulity of their readers. I once offered to go abroad for one of the leading daily newspapers, for which I was doing some investigation work at the time, and to supply for publication details of the healing that was then being done publicly. Several hundred people a day were being healed. In thanking me for the offer, they said that the general public was so ignorant that even if it were inserted as a definite fact, many would think that it was only another newspaper lie. T.J. Hudson, Ph.D., LL.D., gives many cases of mental healing in The Law of Mental Medicine. The king's touch. Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, had the apparent power of assuaging colic and affections of the spleen by laying the patients on their backs and passing his great toe over them. The Emperor Vespasian cured nervous affections, lameness and blindness, solely by the laying on of hands, Suelin, Vita, Vespers. According to Coelus Spartianus, Hadrian cured those afflicted with dropsy by touching them with the points of his fingers, and himself recovered from a violent fever by similar treatment. King Olaf healed Egil on the spot by merely laying his hands upon him and singing Proverbs Edda, p. 216. The formula used on such occasions was le roi t touche, allez et guérisses, so that the word was connected with the act of touching, physical contact. In England, a disease cured by the kings was called the king's evil, and in France, the power of so-called healing was retained by the kings until within the memory of men now living. Amongst the German princes, this curative power was ascribed to the counts of Habsburg, and they were also said to cure stammering by a kiss. Lecky, the historian, says that the efficacy of the king's touch was asserted by the Privy Council, by bishops of two religions, by the general voice of the clergy in the palmiest days of the English Church, by the University of Oxford, and by the enthusiastic assent of the people. The Daily Mail of October 22, 1909, contained an account of another form of the attempt to relieve suffering, referred to by them as the King's Touch. At 4 p.m. on the 21st, the doors of the Royal Edward Tuberculosis Institute in Montreal were electrically opened, the flag hoisted, and the building lit up throughout by the late King Edward touching a button in England. His Majesty then dispatched the following telegram: I have much pleasure in declaring the Royal Edward Institute at Montreal now open. The means by which I make this declaration testifies to the power of modern science, and I am confident that the future history of the Institute will afford equally instructive testimony to the beneficent results of that power when applied to the conquest of disease and the relief of human suffering. I shall always take a lively interest in the Institute, and I pray that the blessing of the Almighty may rest upon all those who work in and for it, and also upon those for whom it works. There is reserved for England's King and Queen, types of a united understanding, the inestimable privilege of the application of the healing touch in yet more magnificent form. Recognizing their inherited responsibility as heads of a royal race and rejoicing now in the possession of the most advanced scientific truth, they can exercise the power of modern divine science, and applying it to the conquest of the disease of warring nations, can steer the British nation safely through the perilous times of the coming 7 years. and so, as of old, relieve the human suffering so clearly foretold in the Bible as shortly about to take place. This can now be done in a scientific way. This spiritual touch is no less than the same exercised by Jesus, but in response to the mental call of an awakened world, gathering round the spiritually uplifted individual kingdom, upon whose shoulder rests the government of the so-called world of matter. This is an event foreshadowed when, in days of old, the waiting multitude gathered close around the central solitary figure of the man Jesus Christ, born, let us not forget, of our own Hebrew race. So closely pressed was he, and so little understood, that the question, "Who touched me?" was ruled unpractical by even the student disciple. But again, as of old, it will be demonstrated that as the crowd thronged physically and mentally round that central figure, so the mental pressure on England's Ephraim's central governing power will make more effective the touch, so effective that it will be felt throughout the world, flinging wide, not merely the doors of our architectural institution for the few, but the gates of heaven itself to in-streaming millions, and gaining thus a crown of imperishable glory. There is surely no human triumph that can compare with the winning of such a crown of rejoicing, and no demonstration of healing can exceed or equal the results of that royally mental touch. The results of the exercise of Israel's kingly prerogative appear prefigured in the apocalyptic vision of the holy city, and the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor into it. Revelation 21:24. When I have bent Judah for me, filled the bow with Ephraim, and the Lord shall be seen over them, and his arrow shall go forth as the lightning. They shall be as the stones of a crown, lifted up as an ensign upon his land. Zechariah 9:13, 14, 16. The healing message of truth shot from Judah's bow is surely Ephraim's royal touch on the thought of the material world, destroying the apocalyptic dragon and bringing the tens of thousands of Ephraim into the kingdom of Christ on earth. Modern views. Thoughts in action admittedly appear to control the muscles, as in the playing of music, the forming of a letter with a pen, the strokes of an artist's brush upon his canvas. If the human consciousness has apparently complete control over muscular action, why does it not equally control all other functions of the body? It has this apparent control, and this is now being taught by scientific men. Lord Kelvin, in the Fortnightly Review, March 1892, says, "The influence of animal or vegetable life on matter is infinitely beyond the range of any scientific inquiry hitherto entered on." Martin Crane, in Right and Wrong Thinking, from which some half-dozen of the following quotations are taken, deals very fully with mental effect. President Hall of Clark University is reported as saying, before a session of the American Medico-Psychological Society in Boston, that the relations between the body and the emotions are of the closest, and there can be no change of thought without a change of muscle. He also suggests the possibility that the right course in thinking might develop the muscle, as well as the right course of exercise. Professor C.A. Strong of Columbia University says, "Recent psychologists tell us that all mental states are followed by bodily changes. This is true of desires, of emotions, of pleasures and pains, and even of such seemingly non-impulsive states as sensations and ideas. It is true, in a word, of the entire range of our mental life. The bodily effects in question are, of course, NCT limited to the voluntary muscles, but consist in large part of less patent changes in the action of heart, lungs, stomach, and other viscera." Professor James of Harvard University has said, "All mental states lead to inconspicuous changes in breathing, circulation, general muscular tension, and glandular or other visceral activity, even if they do not lead to conspicuous movements of the muscles of voluntary life. All states of mind, even mere thoughts and feelings, are motor in their consequences. Professor Ladd of Yale says, even the most purely vegetative of the bodily processes are dependent for their character upon antecedent states of mind. Professor Munsterberg of Harvard said in his Lowell Institute lectures that the slightest thought influences the whole body, and further, there is never a particle of an idea in our mind which is not the starting point for external discharge, or in less technical language, the starting point for some bodily action. In illustration, he said that thinking increases the activity of the minute perspiration glands of the skin. This has been measured so accurately by the proper apparatus that it is possible to determine the activity or intensity of a person's thinking by its effects upon these glands. Dr. W. G. Anderson of the Yale Gymnasium has made similar observations upon the athletes of that university with like results. A man perfectly balanced on a table would find his feet sinking if he went through mental leg gymnastics, thinking about moving his legs without making the movements. This shows that it is thought which sends the blood to the legs even when they are entirely at rest. Dr. Anderson says, pleasurable thoughts send blood to the brain, disagreeable ones drive it away. How important the above statements are in the light of our present demonstrable knowledge that all the phenomena of human life are ethereal illusions, the body equally with the so-called mind. Degrees. Professor Barrett, Professor of Physics of the Royal College of Science, Dublin, says, a red scar or a painful burn, or even a figure of a definite shape such as a cross or an initial, can be caused to appear on the body of the entranced subject solely through suggesting the idea. A friend of mine once saw, to her astonishment, what appeared to be a great red scar right across the face of her brother, who was asleep. On waking up, he told her that he had dreamt that he had been fighting and had had degrees a sabre cut, exactly where the scar appeared. The appearance passed off in a short time. St. Francis of Assisi furnishes an early historical case of this kind. His contemplation of the wounds of Jesus was of such an intense character and so long continued that his own body finally presented appearances similar to the vivid picture which he had so long entertained. Not only were there similar wounds in his hands, in his feet, and side, but the appearance of nails in the wounds was so realistic that after his death an attempt was made to draw them out, supposing them to be really nails. There have been something like 90 or 100 well-authenticated cases of a similar character since the time of St. Francis. Professor Elmer Gates, of the Laboratory of Psychology and Psychurgy, Washington, D.C., plunged his arm into a jar filled with water up to the point of overflow. Keeping his position without moving, he directed his thinking to the arm, with the result that the blood entered the arm in such quantities as to enlarge it and cause the water in the jar to overflow. The professor went even further than this. By directing the thoughts to his arm for a certain length of time each day, for many days, he permanently increased both its size and strength, and he instructed others so that they could produce the same effect on various organs of the body, thus demonstrating the accuracy of the suggestion of President Hall of Clark University that muscle can be developed by thinking, so-called, as well as by exercise. Sando, the teacher of physical culture, has found the same thing. Changed mental conditions create chemical changes. Professor Gates has dealt fully with the results of thinking in a long series of most comprehensive and convincing experiments. He found that change of the mental state changed the chemical character of the perspiration. When treated with the same chemical reagent, The perspiration of an angry man showed one color, that of a man in grief another, and so on through the long list of emotions, each mental state persistently exhibiting its own peculiar result every time the experiment was repeated. These experiments show clearly, as indicated by Professor James's statements, that each kind of thinking is followed by changes in glandular or visceral activity and the production of different chemical substances which were being thrown out of the system by the perspiration. When the breath of Professor Gates's subject was first passed through a tube cooled with ice so as to condense its volatile constituents, a colorless liquid resulted. He kept the man breathing through the tube, but made him angry, and 5 minutes after, a sediment appeared in the tube. Anger gave a brownish material, sorrow, gray, remorse, pink, etc., showing, as in the experiments with the perspiration, that each kind of thinking had produced its own peculiar material, which the system was expelling. Hate producing poison. Professor Gates continued his experiments, collecting the brownish materia until he obtained sufficient of that substance to be able to administer it in the form of medicine to men and animals. In every case, it produced nervous excitability or irritability. In his experiments with another class of thought, he obtained another substance from the breath, which he injected in the veins of a guinea pig, when the pig died in a few minutes. After saying that hate is accompanied by the greatest expenditure of vital energy, he enumerates several of its chemical products, all poisonous, and concludes by saying, enough would be eliminated in 1 hour of intense hate by a man of average strength to cause the death of perhaps 80 persons, as these ptomaines are the deadliest poisons known to science. Only one specific case from ordinary life is cited by Mr. Crane, the authenticity of which, he says, cannot be questioned. Many similar incidents are recorded in medical books. A mother was strong, healthy, vigorous, muscularly well-developed, and not especially sensitive nor nervously organized. Her young babe was in perfect health. Something occurred which threw the mother into a fit of violent anger. Shortly afterwards, her infant was hungry, and she gave it her breast. The little one was soon after attacked with spasms and died in convulsions within a few hours. It is acknowledged by the highest authority that this was the direct result of the mother's anger. It does not need Professor Gates' experiments to show that the child was poisoned. The mental state of anger produced an active poison, which found its way to the mother's milk and killed the more sensitive infant. Professor Gates's conclusions are very definite. Every mental activity creates a definite chemical change and a definite anatomical change in the animal which exercises the mental activity. And again, he says, the mind of the human organism can, by an effort of will, properly directed, produce measurable changes of the chemistry of the secretions and excretions. He also says, if mind activities create chemical and anatomical changes in the cells and tissues of the animal body, it follows that all physiological processes of health or disease are psychological processes, and that the only way to inhibit, accelerate, or change these processes is to resort to methods properly altering the psychologic or mental processes. That is, he has clearly shown and states that the most effective and best way to change these physical processes is to change the thinking. And again, he says, all there is of health and disease is mind activity. And once more, if we can know how to regulate mind processes, then we can cure diseases, all disease. In another place, he says, mind activity creates organic structure, and organisms are mind embodiments. He gives his conclusions with definiteness and precision. Every emotion of a false and disagreeable nature produces a poison in the blood and cell tissues. He sums up his results in the statement, my experiments show that irascible, malevolent, and depressing emotions generate in the system injurious compounds, some of which are extremely poisonous. Also that agreeable, happy emotions generate chemical compounds of nutritious value, which stimulate the cells to manufacture energy. His results go to swell the weight of demonstrable proof of the entirely ethereal character of what is called material organization. As to the effects of erroneous thoughts on the body, we have the authoritative utterances of acknowledged scientific observers. Professor Hall says, the hair and beard grow slower. It has been proved by experiment when a businessman has been subjected to several months of anxiety. To be happy is essential. To be alive and well and contented is the end of life, the highest science and the purest religion. As a matter of fact, these four states are a manifestation of the condition of the consciousness, and neither causes nor even conditions to be aimed for. T.J. Hudson, Ph.D., LL.D., says of disease induced by erroneous suggestion that it is safe to say 9/10 of all the ailments of the human race may be traced to this source. He also writes, for untold ages suggestion was the only therapeutic agency available to man. Medicine, if we date its advent from Hippocrates, the father of medicine, who flourished about 400 B.C., is a modern institution when compared with this long line of healers who wrought their therapeutic wonders by the aid of suggestion in its myriad forms. The North American Indian believes that evil spirits are responsible for all his diseases, and his medicine man tells him that he can frighten away such evil spirits by making hideous noises, supplemented by a diabolical make-up. He prepares himself accordingly, and seating himself before the wigwam door, in full view of the patient, proceeds to make things unpleasant for all concerned and positively unendurable for the evil spirits. The latter generally flee in the course of a day or two, leaving the patient to recover. I have authentic information from educated Indians who assure me that for the poor Indian, whose untutored mind sees God in clouds or hears him in the wind, this method of healing is generally more effective than are the material remedies of the educated physician. Again, he writes, Dr. Hack-Tuke's great work contains a voluminous record of the observations of cases of medical men, of both ancient and modern times, demonstrating the control of the mind over the body in health and disease. Albert Moll, a well-known scientific authority on this topic, who cannot be accused of exaggeration, says in his work on hypnotism, there are few people who are not injured when they are assured on all sides that they look ill, and I think many have been as much injured by this cumulative process as if they had been poisoned. Dr. Still, an American osteopath, writing of osteopathy, cure by manipulation to restore the normal condition of nerve control, says, with this thought in view I began to ask myself, what is fever? Is it an effect, or is it a cause, as commonly described by medical authors? I concluded it was only an effect, and on that line I have experimented and proven the position I then took to be the truth, wonderfully sustained by nature, responding every time in the affirmative. I have concluded, after 25 years of close observation and experiment, that there is no such disease as fever, flux, diphtheria, typhus, typhoid, lung fever, or any other fever classed under the common head of fever or rheumatism, sciatica, gout, colic, liver disease, nettle rash, or croup. On to the end of the list, they do not exist as diseases. All these, separate and combined, are only effects. The cause can be found, and does exist, in the limited or excited action of the nerves. Remember that the nerves are the name used by the medical faculty to denote what is practically the human consciousness, which control the fluids of part or the whole of the body. It appears perfectly reasonable to any person who has familiarized himself with anatomy and its working with the machinery of life that all diseases are mere effects, the the cause being a partial or complete failure of the nerves to properly conduct the fluids of life. Mercifully, we are rapidly awakening from this form of insanity. Professor Meersterberg, speaking of the remedy for modern diseases, says, "We need more training in self-discipline, in continuous effort, in voluntary attention, and in thoroughness. The fault is in ourselves, in our prejudices, in our training, in our habits, and in our fanciful fear of nervousness." Perhaps one of the most striking instances of the change of thought on the subject of mental healing is the discussion that took place recently in the Reichstag on a bill to suppress medical quackery in Germany. One member spoke of innumerable instances of animals being cured in this way, and so many members testified of their own knowledge of mental healing that a daily paper the following day commented as follows: "The debate proves once more what extraordinary progress occultism has made in this country of recent years. The above is quite sufficient to show how necessary it is to turn out every wrong thought that comes into one's mind. It has been shown also that there is only one right, because scientific method of doing this, which is certain in its results and beneficial to all concerned. A purely metaphysical basis requisite." The quotations herein given clearly show the advanced workers in the scientific world are recognizing the fact that all is mental. It only remains for them to advance from their semi-metaphysical reasoning to a purely metaphysical basis, and find that all is mind and its manifestation. They will then begin to think in a scientific way, if only for the purpose of self-protection, as they recognize the enormous power let loose in the world. This so-called power, although illusory and not permanent, must appear in a series of unparalleled disasters in these latter days, unless the belief in material power disappears, being destroyed through a right understanding of its false claims. "The devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time." Revelation 12:12. Of all the dangerous mental habits, that which schoolboys call cocksureness is probably the most perilous, and the inestimable value of metaphysical discipline is that it furnishes an effectual counterpoise to this evil proclivity. Huxley. Medical recognition. In Appendix Roman 11, a number of statements from well-known medical men are given which are worth glancing through if there is any doubt as to the action of thought in disease. The following few quotations from leading medical authorities are significant. Sir Andrew Clark says, "It is impossible for us to deal knowingly and wisely with various disorders of the body without distinctly recognizing the agency of states and conditions of minds, often in producing and always in modifying them." Dr. Clouston, in his inaugural address to the Royal Medical Society in 1896, says, "I could have related remarkable cases to you from my own experience, and out of books, of functional disease being brought on, and being cured by mental impressions only, of functions being suspended and altered from the same cause, nay, of actual organic lesions being directly caused and cured by mental impressions. Warts have been charmed away, scurvy among sailors has been cured by the prospect of a naval fight, gouty swellings have disappeared when mad, dog or fire was cried out suddenly to the sufferers. All these things have happened, but they occur only really while some influence or other for good or evil is taking place. This, however, must be sufficiently powerful to usurp the supreme post of government." T. Dr. J. H. Seeley writes, "I shall now consider the mind as a source of cure and as an agent equally potent and as frequently used for the removal of corporeal malady as I have shown it to be active in its production." Sir John Forbes writes, "Means acting directly on the mind and influencing other parts of the body through it, form an important class of remedies and occupy a much larger space in actual therapeutics than is commonly believed, and deserve to occupy a still larger. Their occupation is fully as powerful and effective in disease of a purely bodily character as in mental disease. Sir Clifford Allbutt, K.C.B., M.D., F.R.S., Regius Professor of Physic, University of Cambridge, writes, "In many a severe functional malady, to arouse latent reserves by a rekindling of hope and courage may compass a marvelous cure, and a lively rally even in some by nature incurable. In many instances the new position is maintained permanently. The annals of our own times, the annals of our churches and religious armies, are rich in such witness. F. The Lancet records a case of Dr. Barker's, of a woman of 28 years of age, who, with supposed disease of every organ and pains everywhere, was cured by doses of pure distilled water. Dr. Schofield, referring to the case, says, "This is a valuable experiment as excluding every material remedy whatever, and proving that it is the mental factor alone that cures, however it may be generally associated with material remedies." Burnt sugar was a common prescription of Sir William Gull. Dr. Hackchuk says that mental therapeutics without hypnotism can cure toothache, sciatica, painful joints, rheumatism, gout, pleurodynia, colic, epilepsy, whooping cough, contracted limbs, paralysis, headaches, neuralgias, constipation, asthma, warts, scurvy, dropsy, intermittent fever, alcoholism, and typhoid fever, and avert impending death. Dr. Schofield says, "Does any practical medical man, after all, really doubt these mental powers? If then this power is so well known, why in the name of common sense should it be pooh-poohed and ignored as it is? For although these drugs are still administered, but few medical men now believe that they are the entire cause of the cure. For very gradually it is beginning to dawn upon us that most nervous diseases at any rate are easily and naturally treated by mental therapeutics, and that the still persistent efforts to cure them by the stomach are neither reliable nor rational." Sir Frederick Treves, the well-known surgeon, writes, "I look forward to the time when people will leave off the extraordinary habit of taking medicine when they are sick, and when it will be as anomalous for persons to die of scarlet fever, typhoid, cholera, and diphtheria, as it would be for a man to die of a wolf's bite in England." Functional and organic disease. About this much misunderstood question, Dr. Schofield says, "We have seen that the powers of the conscious mind over the body are well nigh immeasurable, and knowing, as we now do, that our old division into functional and organic diseases is merely the expression of our ignorance, and that all diseases, even hysterical, involve organic disturbance somewhere, we are prepared to believe that faith and other unorthodox cures, putting into operation such a powerful agent as the unconscious mind, or, if you prefer the formula, the forces of nature, are not necessarily limited to so-called functional diseases at all." Dr. Buzzard's presidential address to the Neurological Society, 1891, shows how fine are the differences between functional and organic diseases of the nervous system. As a matter of fact, there is no definite line of demarcation. At the end of a long list of medical opinions quoted by him on this subject, Dr. Schofield says, "I trust I have succeeded by the mouths of many witnesses in fully establishing my thesis that there is, after all, a large and weighty body of testimony to the presence and importance of the vis medicatrix nature and to the general power of mind over disease. As is the case with many other leading thinkers and practical workers, Dr. Schofield has been unable to write all he thinks, or even to put forward all he knows, on account of the general ignorance and therefore scornful skepticism on the subject." Admitted ignorance. Copyright and unlimited skepticism is the part of a contracted mind, which reasons upon imperfect data or makes its own knowledge and extent of observation the standard and test of probability. In receiving upon testimony statements which are rejected by the vulgar as totally incredible, a man of cultivated mind is influenced by the recollection that many things at one time appeared to him marvelous, which he now knows to be true, and he thence concludes that there may still be in nature many phenomena and many principles with which he is entirely unacquainted. In other words, he has learned from experience not to make his own knowledge his test of probability. De Fleury, observing that the medical treatment of mind is yet a science in its infancy, says, "There can be no doubt that the fields of psychophysiology, psychopathology, and psychotherapeutics are as yet almost untouched." Dr. Schofield says, "The point to be decided is whether the force of mind in disease is a real and important subject for study, whether it is one of practical value to medical men." I think I have said enough and quoted enough to show that the opinion of a large number in the profession, who are worthy of our highest respect, agree that it is. It is a subject alluded to everywhere, taught nowhere, and no single day passes in a medical man's life, but he and his patients must suffer consciously from it. Is it, then, a subject that could be taught with advantage in our schools? Emphatically, yes, and one, too, which, if properly taught, would be found of absorbing interest. An editorial in the Medical Times for 1872 says, "The question how mental influences may be practically applied, controlled, and directed for therapeutical purposes is certainly one well worthy the pursuit of the scientific physician. Why is it that medical men have not sooner recognized the mental factor in disease and codified the laws relating thereto?" Dr. Schofield suggests the limitation of the human mind, which, when it has spent a term of years in the steady study of one class of phenomena presented in medicine, finds it both painful and difficult to consider another. The British Medical Journal of April 12, 1890, suggests as another reason the inherent difficulty of the subject itself. The influence of the mind on the body is a subject whose study involves so many of the fundamental and difficult problems in nature that it would be strange if it were popular amongst men whose first aim is to be practical. Yet another authority suggests that the ignorance of the medical man of the period as to the mental factors in medicine is due to 4 reasons. 1. Want of instruction on the subject in medical schools. 2. The difficulty of the study without teachers or textbooks. 3. The uncertainty of the utility of the knowledge when acquired. 4. The dread of being thought singular or old-fashioned. Sense. T would add a 5th, namely prejudice, says Dr. Schofield. Pereira's Materia Medica devotes 3 pages out of 360, to psychic therapeutics. Dr. Shoemaker of Philadelphia, in the System of Medicine, spares 1 page out of about 200, but most of the other authorities, including far larger works, devote none, and it is only during the last few years that men like Dr. Schofield are beginning to write openly on the subject and give us the benefit of their experience. That which is ignored in physiology is not likely to be admitted in pathology. What is never taught in the clinique is not often practiced in the sick room. Dr. S. Weir Mitchell writes in The Physician, "There are among us those who haply please to think our business is to treat disease, and all unknowing lack this lesson still, 'tis not the body, but the man is ill." Hitherto many important statements as to so-called mental action have not been appreciated because, having no practical result, they led to nothing. Now, in the light of the Yittel discovery that all is mind and its infinite manifestation, we find them invested with new importance and value, as they show the necessity of each man learning the scientific method of thinking, whereby he can protect himself and others against the troubles to which attention has hitherto uselessly, and indeed dangerously, been drawn. Practical experience. We are so far from knowing all the agents of nature and their various modes of action that it would not be philosophical to deny any phenomena merely because, in the actual state of our knowledge, they are inexplicable. This only we ought to do, in proportion to the difficulty there seems to be in admitting them, should be the scrupulous attention we bestow on their examination. Laplace. It has been said that a grain of proof is worth a pound of argument, and before I knew anything of mental healing, the so-called mental results obtained by people who had come to me for advice on other matters had often greatly puzzled me, showing me that our existing theories were insufficient to account for the results obtainable. On muscles, Mr. Eugen Sandow, for instance, when consulting me once, asked why it was that he could influence a muscle never consciously used and cause it to grow. He said that a short time before, for 5 minutes every day for a fortnight, he steadily thought that a muscle in the middle of his back was growing, and at the end of the fortnight it stood out as big as his fist, although never used. He attributes the success of his treatment largely to the fact of mental concentration upon the area and particular organs exercised, and tells me he has found that concentration has a dual effect, as the mind is developing in an almost corresponding degree to the muscles. This development is ethereal and not truly mental. The leading trainer of women's muscles, chiefly the internal ones, consulting me about her business some little time ago, asked me how she could teach her teachers to teach in the same way as she taught, because she could get results in a week that they could not get in a month. I did not then know that it was simply the direct and indirect action of a human mind upon the internal muscles of the pupils, and although I looked carefully into the matter, I could not be of any use. Professor Arthur Keith, Hunterian Professor, Royal College of Surgeons, speaking of the growth of human beings, says, "This problem of growth is most marvelous, and things which we hardly deem credible are coming to light." On animals, Major Wood, again, wanted me to show him how to teach his son to break horses as successfully as he could. His method was simply to pull them over onto his knee by muscular force and quietly let them down to the ground. He then turned them on to their backs helpless with their legs up in the air, when in a minute or two they were perfectly broken, however savage they had been before. I could not help him at all, not having then learned that the results obtained were solely due to the action of the human mind. It is now clear why Rary's secret of training horses died with him, namely, because he never knew it himself. The difference in the success of one fancier and another in producing new varieties, either of animal or of vegetable so-called life, is largely a question of the way in which they think. On human beings, for none of us lieth to himself, Romans 14:7. Professor Alex, who could paralyze or blind a man instantly, and as instantly release him, as you will see if you look up the account of various tests of his powers in the Daily News, about 6 years ago, came to me twice for advice. This was after my examination into mental healing had commenced, and being a thoroughly well-intentioned man, he was delighted when it was pointed out that the cause of the many personal difficulties he had had in the past had been this wrong use of his human mind. He said that he had long thought that the results must be due to the action of his human mind, on the subconscious mind of the person acted upon, and he would never so use it again. Even when a person tries to do good in this way, he can neither do any real good to others, nor can he have a happy life himself. Professor Alex recognized the reason for this. On inert matter, I was asked by the Daily Mail to look into the results of Mr. Hart, who claimed to be able to move matter with his mind. Details of his experiments were published in the Review of Reviews. It did not take very long to discover that all his results were purely physical, the motion of air being the cause of the movement, which had nothing to do with the action of the mind, and it was possible to reproduce them by ordinary physical means. Without telling him this, I asked him why he did not get the same results when the article he moved was entirely covered by glass, and he said that it seemed to insulate his thought, which he recognized was an electrical current. I then told him to what his results were really due. A few days afterwards, under test conditions, he moved in any required direction an aluminium needle, entirely closed in by a glass shade. At the end of a quarter of an hour, perspiration was streaming down his face. He was dead tired and could not cause the slightest movement. This convinced him of the truth of what had been explained. On seeing the results, he quite recognized that one could not work in this way at all without harming himself, and admitted that the right method was by turning in thought to God and heaven, so avoiding the evil that resulted from moving matter in the way he had done. Being consulted once with reference to a novel and interesting discovery in aerial flight, the inventor, an experienced businessman, told me that he had been experimenting with friends for some time, and they had been able to cause a matchbox to rise several feet from a table by the use of their minds alone. He told me that it was extremely tiring and was delighted to understand the reasons and the proper way of working, as they so entirely agreed with his own experiences and ideas. Still more wonderful results have been obtained by many other people. Some, hearing of my investigation, have come to me at various times for help or advice and told of their different experiences and troubles. I myself have had many striking and wonderful results, proving the power of prayer both in entirely destroying matter and in enabling it to be seen, and also in altering it for the better. On watches, there are many instances of how the hypothetical ethereal forces called the human mind apparently affects matter, visible and invisible, without such direct action being recognized. For example, a common experience is that a watch will go well on one person and badly on another. With some people, no watch will keep regular time at all. A new watch, with a Q certificate, went perfectly on a friend of mine, but always gained when worn by his sister-in-law. A relation of mine has had the same experience, although all the conditions, as far as could be told, were the same. On vegetable life, he that would grow roses in his garden must first have roses in his heart. Dean Hole. It is well known that some people can wear cut flowers on their person for a long time. On others, they die in a few hours. This is solely an ethereal or miscalled mental effect, and varies according to the subconscious belief on the point and the effect thereof on the individual and those around who may be acted upon. Plant life is very susceptible to thought, and all trees and plants can be hypnotized. For a long time, we have known that plants and animals get on better under one who loves them, and is therefore constantly dwelling upon their good qualities, and until recently, the main reason for this had not been discovered. Dr. Ward, the paleobotanist of the United States Geological Survey, in his memorial address on Charles Darwin, says, Darwin looked upon plants as living things. He did not study their forms so much as their actions. He interrogated them to learn what they were doing. The central truth, towards which his botanical investigations constantly tended, was that of the universal activity of the vegetable kingdom, that all plants move and act. Professor Francis Darwin pointed out in his opening address at the British Association meeting in 1908 that plants appear to have memory and that, in plants, there exists a faint copy of what we know as consciousness in ourselves. The experiments of my brother, Colonel Rawson, RECB, confirm this. Hold you here, root and all, in my hand, little flower. But if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, then I should know what God and man is. Tennyson. Platform displays. It will be a surprise to many when they awake to the fact that intentionally to become a witness to platform displays of the abnormal action of human thoughts is to participate in that action and to share in the inevitable evil results therefrom, unless one is steadily working to protect oneself. Only one motive renders such a course allowable, namely, to attend with the express purpose of destroying the wrong thoughts in connection with the display. The world stage provides us with ample work in getting rid of evil without adding to our dangers and difficulties by going out of our way to meet them. A warning: I cannot too emphatically repeat that any method of producing results through the effect of human thoughts, as above shown, is absolutely wrong and harmful to the worker and all parties concerned. Mental healing. The Bible testimony: If ye abide in me, and my words abide in you, ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Herein is my Father glorified, that ye bear much fruit, so shall ye be my disciples. John 15:7-8. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Matthew 10:8. The Bible, from beginning to end, is full of references to spiritual healing, which, far from being an exception, is, though sadly unusual, a perfectly natural fulfillment of divine law. The following quotations are some of the definite allusions by the most advanced workers of ancient times, as interestingly recorded in the Bible. If thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, and keep all his statutes, always think rightly, I will put none of these diseases upon thee, for I am the Lord that healeth thee. Exodus 15:26. Ye shall serve the Lord your God, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. Exodus 23:25. If there be a messenger with him, an interpreter, one among 1,000, to show unto man his uprightness, then he is gracious unto him, and saith, Deliver him from going down to the pit. I have found a ransom. Job 33:23-24. Cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me. Psalm 32. That thy way may be known upon earth, thy saving health among all nations. Psalm 67:2. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgiveth all thine iniquities, who healeth all thy diseases. Psalm 103:2-3. He sent his word and healed them. Psalm 107:20. For it was neither herb nor mollifying plaister that restored them to health, but thy word, O Lord, which healeth all things. Wisdom of Solomon 16:12. I have seen his ways and will heal him. Peace, peace to him that is far off, and to him that is near, and I will heal him. Isaiah 57:18-19. Heal me, O Lord, and I shall be healed. Jeremiah 17:14. Will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds. Jeremiah 30:17. Behold, I will bring it health, and I will cure them. Jeremiah 33:6. But unto you that fear deep reverence, Chambers' dict. My name nature shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. Malachi 4:2. The references in the New Testament are too well known to need quotation. Dr. Joseph Parker, the late well-known preacher of the City Temple, has put the case concisely from a religious point of view as follows. If we believe the New Testament, we believe that men were once made whole without medicine or doctor. If this was a fact in New Testament times, why may it not become a fact in the present day? If it be a fact, it is the most beneficent fact in history, and being such, it ought, if possible, to be recalled and re-established. To grasp the question wisely and thoroughly, we must go back to Christ's own time and think of him. Did Christ heal men? Yes, he did. Did Christ's apostles heal men? Yes, they did. Was this healing mechanical, surgical, medicinal? No, it was not. Was the healing spiritual, sympathetic, mental? Yes, it was. T.S. Christ the same, yesterday, today, and forever? Yes, he is. Does Christ still work and reign? Yes, he does. That settles it. If the full scientific import of the previous scriptural statements be considered, it will be seen that they point straight to the truth as now put forth. Our present duty, pray one for another, that ye may be healed. James 5:16. Jesus definitely told us of our healing power. He said, "And these signs shall follow them, not only you that believe. In my name nature shall they cast out devils. They shall lay hands, spiritual power, on the sick, and they shall recover." Mark 16:17, 18. In the Orthodox English Church service to be read to the sick, the following remarkable passage occurs. "Wherefore, whatsoever your sickness is, know you certainly that it is God's visitation." If this were true, any remedial measures of any kind or description whatsoever would be in direct opposition to God, and the worse you are the better. No wonder that whereas in the old days the monks were also the healers, and to go to a doctor was heresy, the Church of England has failed to heal, except in a small percentage of cases. The commandments of Jesus on this point were definite and in direct opposition to the above statement. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Matthew 10:8. Proof of our understanding of what the Master taught is required today, not profession only. Demonstration is the only proof. Moses not only should have been able to heal through his knowledge of God, but we are definitely shown that he did. Speaking to the Israelites, he said, "Ye shall serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee." Exodus 23:25. At one time this "I" seemed to refer to God as apart from his instrument, man, in this case Moses. The Apostle James said, "The prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And most important of all, if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him." James 5:15. Plus rely upon no other physician, for according to my apprehension, he reserves your case to himself. Put then all your trust in him, and you will soon find the effects of it in your recovery, which we often retard by putting greater confidence in physic than in God. Continue then, always with God. Brother Lawrence, 11th letter. We have to be about our Master's business, and we are not doing our bounden duty unless we are daily healing sin and sickness. What a beautiful thing it is to work and to live and be happy. R. L. Stevenson. Raising of the dead. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Matthew 10:8. There are 7 cases of the intentional raising of the dead, details of which are recorded in the Bible. 3 by Jesus, Luke 7:14 and 8:54, John 11:43, each apparently more difficult. 1 each by Elijah, 1 Kings 17:22, Elisha, 2 Kings 4:34, Peter, Acts 9:40, and Paul, Acts 20:9. These are exclusive of the man who was unexpectedly resuscitated by touching the bones of Elisha, 2 Kings 13:21, and of the supreme demonstration of the power of God by Jesus, when he passed unvanquished from the tomb. Jesus must have worked in accordance with regular laws. His words, quoted above, must have been for all time. God, as the principle of all law and order, could not act against law and order as expressed in God's man, the image and likeness of good, for God and the good man coexist, as principle and idea. Why should we die? For God made not death, neither hath he pleasure in the destruction of the living. For righteousness is immortal. Wisdom of Solomon 1:13-15. There are many other instances related of the raising of the dead. Paul said, "Why should it be thought a thing incredible with you that God should raise the dead?" Acts 26:8. 500 years before Jesus demonstrated the law of life, the great thinker Lao Tzu wrote, "May not a man take a dead thing and make it alive?" Is it possible that this power could have been almost permanently lost to humanity about 300 A.P.? Gibbon, the historian, says, "But the miraculous cure of diseases of the most inveterate or even preternatural kind can no longer occasion any surprise when we recollect that in the days of Irenaeus, about the end of the 2nd century, the resurrection of the dead was very far from being esteemed an uncommon event, that the miracle was frequently performed on necessary occasions by great fasting and the joint supplication of the church of the place, and that they persons thus restored by their prayers had lived afterwards among them many years. This power was lost sight of when Christianity was made a state belief, and the priests were so sunk that they actually claimed the healing as their prerogative. In the 4th century, the Council of Laodicea forbade anyone to exorcise devils except those duly authorized by the bishop. Christianity at that time became but a name, not a living flame, and the teachings of Jesus became to them mere words, and so lost their practical significance. But they mocked the messengers of God and despised his words and misused his prophets, until the wrath of the Lord arose against his people, till there was no remedy. Healing 2 Chronicles 36:16. For if the dead rise not, then is not Christ raised. For he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet. 1 Corinthians 15:16-25. Christianity has been tried for 900 years. Perhaps it is now time to try the religion of Jesus. Dean Millman. After the procession at the Eucharistic Congress, which took place at Vienna in 1912, 73 people were so ill that they had to go to the hospitals, and 3 were seized with religious mania. What a parody on religion. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin belief in a power other than that of God, and the strength of sin is the false law of universal consent. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. 1 Corinthians 15:55-57. In the way of righteousness from Anglo-Saxon ritwis, alias right knowing. Wise as to what is right. Skeat's etymological dictionary is life. And in the pathway thereof there is no death. Proverbs 12:28. Action of thought. Success in mental healing by scientific methods is best promoted by first acquiring a clear understanding of the law under which the healing is effected. In other words, scientific methods require scientific knowledge for their successful application. T. J. Hudson, Ph.D., LL.D. Now, curiously enough, the ordinary metaphysician objects to thoughts being spoken of as lines of force, whereas one name is just as much a misnomer as the other. For the only true and therefore permanent thoughts are God's thoughts, which are spiritual and eternal, the real things in the real world. These conceived of materially and therefore falsely are what have been called theoretically lines of force or thoughts, and as ethereal lines of force, they have to be intelligently seen to be powerless. Just as certainly as that matter, the more solid form of material thoughts, has to be known to be substanceless. In fact, if anything, lines of force is the more useful term, because it cannot possibly be applied to God's thoughts. A still better, because less material term, is false beliefs. Homeopathy. It is now easy to understand why Hahnemann, the founder of homeopathy, said that it was not the drug, but what he would call, for the want of a better name, the spirit of the drug, that did the work. He declared that the world would never solve its problems until it entered the mental realm. Nobody until recently has ever been able quite satisfactorily to explain how it is possible that a small dose of poison can have exactly the opposite result of a large dose. But all opposition, in Hahnemann's case, was confounded, if not silenced, by the wonderful success which attended the application of the supposed law in actual practice. At the same time, Hahnemann had to flee on account of his failure in the case of one of his patients, while some homeopathic doctors were imprisoned. The fact remains that Hahnemann was eminently successful in curing diseases, and his following has assumed colossal proportions, in spite of the ridicule heaped upon him on account of the infinitesimal doses prescribed. T. J. Hudson, Ph.D., LL.D. The cause of disease. From what has been said, it will be seen that the cause of disease is the same as that of sin, namely, it is the action of lines of force, vibrating at certain definite rates of vibration, which cause certain parts of the mechanism of the human mind, which for purposes of explanation are called cells, to vibrate at a similar rate of vibration, so giving the effect of the disease or sin, as the case may be. The explanation of these so-called cells renders clear the mystery of the cells of the material scientist, and shows up their elusive character. Whilst the whole effect can be spoken of as mental, so it can also be expressed as material, and still better as ethereal, for, as has been pointed out, these are merely different names for the same thing. All are purely illusory and have no real existence and no reality, for they are not of God. Poison. If a Negro in Central Africa eats a small quantity of, say, strychnine, it acts as a tonic. If he eats a large amount, it will kill him. If he takes an overdose of some poisons, he may merely be sick. The mental workers say it is the general belief in the deadly effect of the poison that kills the man. Medical men scoff and say that it is the drug, which are correct. The fact, looked at from a natural science point of view, is that the material drug consists of millions of electrons massed together, each the material manifestation of two lines of force, vibrating at a definite rate and crossing at right angles. All the lines of force vibrating at that particular rate are a universal belief, an ethereal force that can alone kill its own materially conceived person. It is not the inert drug that kills the person. That which kills is the excessive vibration of these lines of force acting upon the human mind, and so to speak, tearing it to pieces. A few merely stimulate action. Hahnemann's mysterious spirit of the drug can now be understood as a purely ethereal, mistaken belief. You will also now see the action of so-called willpower in such cases. Human willpower simply alters the vibration of the line of force or thought, so changing its usual action and producing another equally disastrous result. One of my staff left me to go to the west coast of Africa to try and find out how to prevent the scourge of fever that was doing so much harm at the time. When he came back, he was full of the fact that he had discovered an absolute remedy. This, he said, was that the homeopathic dose, of which particulars are given below, was much too strong, and that, if the dose was diluted to 100th or 1,000th of the strength, I forget which, it was effective. This was simply due to the fact that he was a very strong thinker, and was dead certain this would be so, and impressed his patients with the belief. All action in the material-seeming world only apparent. Those who have sufficient knowledge of the human miscalled mind to understand without difficulty what has been here stated, will see that this method of verbally presenting what takes place is necessary to enable inquirers more quickly to grasp the fact that matter has no power to act. Some students find it difficult at once to accept the more radical and final statement already made, namely, that the whole of this action is only apparent, as really all material phenomena are, as shown, merely false beliefs in the existence of a series of cinematograph pictures, each picture coming along slightly different, all without an iota even of substance or reality. Endeavoring to alter conditions by material means is like trying to wash out a magic lantern picture on a screen. If you change the slide, the picture changes, namely, if you change the thought, the manifestation alters. Cancer and Humanity. Mr. Arthur Balfour, presiding in July 1909 at the annual meeting of the General Council of the Imperial Cancer Research Fund, which was held at the Royal College of Surgeons, warned the public not to expect the immediate discovery of some accurate and active remedy of the disease. Such expectations did not take sufficient account of the fact that these great problems could only be attacked by dealing with them as part of a great biological whole. All our discoveries were due to a broad scientific outlook, which had produced unexpected results and conclusions. For example, investigation of the action of microscopic organisms had discovered the same kind of common cause, producing such utterly different things as alcohol, pearls, and whooping cough. One result of the investigations carried on under the fund had been to show that bacteriology would give but little assistance in dealing with cancer, but some important conclusions had been reached. The staff had decided that heredity was almost negligible as a cause of cancer. Some ray of hope. Sir Alfred Pierce Good, KCVO, senior surgeon to the Middlesex Hospital in the Bradshaw Lecture, delivered recently before the Royal College of Surgeons, said that cancer was the result of a breach or failure of fundamental cell law, a law so majestic that obedience to it resulted in perfect development, perfect health, the full measure of days, and disobedience to it might slowly spell out all the inscrutable woes of cancer. It was quite a frequent occurrence for a grafted cancerous growth, after attaining some size, to slowly shrink and disappear, and in some series of experiments, a large proportion of the grafts that had taken had, after a period of growth, spontaneously vanished. His present purpose was not to vaunt a remedy, but to state a fact, that cancer, even when advanced in degree and of long duration, might get better, and might even get well. There is, he continued, cure of cancer apart from operative removal. All therapeutic cures are obtainable only by the working of physiological forces, and the first hope of therapeutic success comes from observation of the efficiency of unaided nature to accomplish cure. In the darkness of night, it is everything to know that there is a sun towards which the earth is revolving, and that if we fix our eyes on the east, we shall soon see the grey promise of dawn, and then the many-colored heralds of the golden sun itself. And, as the victims of cancer call to us in the dark night of despair, "Watchman, what of the night?" It is much to know that for cancer-stricken man there is also a sun of healing. When the biologist shall know the laws that govern cell growth, with a knowledge akin in its sweep and accuracy to that of the astronomer, he will have power, the power to prevent, to control, and to cure cancer. Registered. Hope fulfilled. Now we actually know the laws that govern not only cell growth, but cell purification and ultimate dematerialization, which is far more important, and not only the biologist but every physician has the power to prevent, to control, and to cure cancer. Appearance and disappearance of matter. Strictly speaking, I am unaware of anything that has the right to the title of an impossibility, except a contradiction in terms. There are impossibilities logical but non-natural. A round square, a present past, two parallel lines that intersect are impossibilities, because the ideas denoted by the predicates round, present, intersect are contrary to the ideas denoted by the subjects square, past, parallel. But walking on water, or turning water into wine, or procreation without male intervention, or raising the dead, are plainly not impossibilities in this sense. Professor Huxley. The value of the results obtained in my investigation of mental healing is not to prove that all disease is mental, so-called, because all open-minded, thorough investigators have found this to be the case. Neither is it to prove that matter can be caused to appear and disappear, as this can be done, and in two different ways, scientifically different. The value is to show that there are two different methods of working, the right and permanent, and the wrong and temporary way. We have to prove the latter logically and demonstrate the former beyond all question, by instantaneous, practical results of an extraordinary and epoch-making character, which are not miraculous, but divinely natural to the enlightened spiritual understanding. In earlier days, knowing that Jesus could not possibly create matter, it was difficult to see how he performed his miracle of the loaves and fishes. We know now that what he did was to destroy the thoughts that would have prevented those persons present from being conscious of the ideas of God, which were seen by them as material loaves and fishes. This miracle could not have been done unless the material thoughts that were manifested as material loaves and fishes had been there. And they could not have been seen unless the real spiritual loaves and fishes, which were counterfeited humanly or materially, had existed in the real world, heaven being here right at hand. Some honest workers, using right methods, but not yet having perceived the fundamentally elusive nature of matter, have criticized these statements, saying that working in the right way matter cannot be made to appear and disappear. I have had probably over 100 cases which have been brought about solely by the realization of God and his manifestation, and many other students, working in the right way, are obtaining like results. Probably the greatest of the miracles of Jesus was the demonstration over sense limitations, which resulted in the disappearance of the ship, his disciples, and himself in the middle of the lake of Gennesaret, and their appearance at the shore. Immediately the ship was at the land whither they went. John 6:21. I have only had one undoubted case of this nature, and one doubtful one. These were of no importance, except as illustrating the action of a great principle at work. In both instances, only the body was moved, and it was protected from danger. The thought that came was, there is nothing but God. This thought came instantly and spontaneously, without any preliminary recognition that treatment was necessary. There is nothing but God. This truth, which naturally includes the statement and his manifestation, is the quickest, simplest, and greatest of all denials and affirmations, and its effect on matter is in proportion to one's knowledge of the greatness of the statement. Degrees. It is this realization that, when thought by sufficient people, brings about the so-called end of the world, namely, the end of all matter. Two methods of working. J. And not without hope that a truly scientific system of psychotherapeutics may eventually be evolved, which will harmonize all the facts of human experience that pertain to the subject matter. T. J. Hudson, Ph.D., LL.D. Early in my investigation, the accuracy of the statement that growths such as cancer could be caused to disappear instantly by two absolutely different methods became evident. There are probably 50 or 60 different sects of what have been called mental workers who claim to be able to heal and do what are called miracles of various kinds. They are divided into two broad classes, not more than 5 at the outside, work in the way that the master metaphysician taught us, as shown in the Bible, namely, by turning in thought to God and heaven. The rest picture out what they consider is best for themselves, or for the person for whom they are working, and then dwell persistently on it to bring about the visible manifestation. This is absolutely wrong. It is practically impossible to tell what is best, or even what is really good for ourselves or for others. All the sects say, stop wrong thinking. Where they differ is in the thoughts they entertain after they have turned from the wrong thought, as naturally, if the outlook be not filled with some good thought, wrong thoughts will appear, 7 other spirits more wicked. Luke 11:26. Whereas if only you stop picturing falsely and think in the way now shown, the difficulty will always disappear, and what is commonly called a miracle take place. The basis of the 55 workers is what may be called knowing a lie, and if a man is a strong enough picturer, or, to put it in other words, if he is enough of a hypnotist, he can cause the cancer to disappear instantly by knowing a lie, namely, forcing himself into picturing that there is no cancer in the place, where materially it appears to be. This is working solely with matter and cannot be the right method. Jesus said, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." John 8:32. And again, God is spirit. This is the correct translation. And they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. John 4:24. It has been demonstrably proved that those who work by turning in thought to God can also cause a cancer to disappear instantly, by knowing the truth, namely, that there is no cancer in God, or on the real man, the four-dimensional spiritual man, the individualization of the Christ, who dwells not in flesh. The healing power of truth is an immanent, eternal science. Alteration of electrical tension. This puzzled me for some time until it became clear that, working in the wrong way above explained, the tension of the lines of force was merely altered, and they were not destroyed by this material working. Consequently, although the millions of electrons which were massed up together in the form of cancer disappeared, the apparent lines of force remained. These lines of force in about 3 months' time are manifested again in some form of trouble, and the reason why this has not been recognized before is because sometimes they take form as the same disease, sometimes another form of disease, and in some cases even a form of sin. In every case inquired into, where the apparent action had been directly hypnotic, the new trouble was found to be worse than the old. We have to recognize that there are many examples in the Bible of the wrong method of prayer. For instance, the tearing of the 42 children by she-bears when Elisha was mocked, 2 Kings 2:23-24. In most of the few sects who work by turning in thought to God, such turning in thought goes no deeper than a mere faith. Sect V which, while resulting in temporary palliation, must deepen into understanding before invariably good results can be obtained, and the many varied forms of evil be unfailingly destroyed. The reason for the disappearance of, say, a cancer and the development of something else when the apparent healing is done the wrong way can be more easily understood when the fifth fundamental principle of the material world, given by the advanced scientific worker, Dr. Le Bon, already referred to, is recognized, viz. 5. Force and matter are two different forms of one and the same thing. His eighth fundamental principle shows why it is possible to heal in a scientific way so that there is no return. It is as follows. 8. Energy is no more indestructible than the matter from which it emanates. The lines of force, or so-called energy, being destroyed, no trouble can arise therefrom in the future. Short-circuiting particles. Working in the right way, as explained, the seeming lines of force, or thoughts of which the ether is composed, are short-circuited, alias reduced to nothing. That is, what even a natural scientist would call nothing, by the action of God, truth. They destroy themselves by the negative and positive portion of each thought germ, acting upon the positive and negative portion of the adjacent thought germs, of which the line of force is composed, so that these particles being self-destroyed, there are no longer any lines of force to roll up into any discordant form, or to cause trouble by any different vibration, a negative form of good having been replaced by a better belief. Reappearance of the disease. Another thing that puzzled me, however, was that even when a person had been healed in the scientific way by turning in thought to God, the trouble seemed to return. The longest interval known to me was 12 years. The purification of the mind is necessary for permanent healing. In the subconscious mind of the material man, every sin and every disease has what, for purpose of simplicity, may be called its cell. The cells are clean, nothing can cause them to vibrate. For instance, supposing the anger cell to be quite clean, no angry thought can possibly make that man angry, and even if 1,000,000 people try to hypnotize him into being angry, the intensification of the thoughts that take place cannot have the slightest effect, as the anger cell is incapable of vibrating with the vibration, which apparently produces anger. Hypnotists have discovered this and claim that by hypnotism, a man cannot be made to do a thing that he would not do under ordinary circumstances. This is incorrect. If a man's consciousness is fairly right, no ordinary thought will have any appreciable effect, and he will not sin in that particular way. When he is hypnotized, however, unless the particular cell in question is perfectly clean, the wrong thoughts may be so intensified that, entirely against his inclination and will, he may commit the sin referred to. This is only one of the many dangers of hypnotism. When the cells are all clean, the mortal merely suffers from a sense of limitation and may be called a sinless, though limited, human consciousness. The ether, or sum total of material consciousness, consists of so-called lines of force, infinite in number and in terms of so-called space, at right angles to each other, each of these lines of force or thoughts assisting to produce a different effect. One, for instance, that of anger, another smallpox, a third fever, a fourth depression, and so on. This, as has already been pointed out, is only because, being like Marconi waves, they have different vibrations. If, therefore, any particular cell in the subconscious or lower, no mind, is not clean, and an apparent thought or line of force, powerful enough to cause it to vibrate, should sweep over it, the cell will vibrate, and the man will have the temptation to sin or be ill, miserable, or wearied. As the case may be, the thought may not be intense enough to cause the cell to vibrate synchronously, but may be accentuated by the wrong thinking of others, or by the person's own thinking of evil. If you continue dwelling upon the thought, the trouble becomes intensified. Behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not hearkened unto my words, nor to my law. Jeremiah 6:19, the law of good. What are called bad thoughts are low vibrations, and what are called good thoughts, high vibrations. All material thought is, however, more or less bad. Nothing in the material world is perfect. Only God's ideas are perfect. Good is absolute, evil is relative, and in all its degrees elusive. Synchronous vibration. The reason why with some people the anger cell, for instance, will respond and vibrate in unison with the angry thought is that it is tuned synchronously, owing to the condition of the consciousness at birth, the result of false mortal beliefs. If ever a human being is unfortunate enough to be born with sufficient small ultimate particles on the surface of the typhoid cell, or vibrating diaphragm, every time a typhoid thought appears to touch him, the cell will vibrate in unison with it, and he will have typhoid. If the typhoid cell is clean, it will have no effect. If he thinks that he is, or others are, going to have typhoid, he is intensifying the typhoid vibrations, making them more likely to appear real to him or them. When you know how to think rightly, the action of God, as you realize the truth, the affirmation, purifies the human individual, that is, cleanses the cells by causing the particles, which are electrical, to short-circuit each other. In this way, we can get rid of every so-called hereditary or other evil. The beam in the eye. The would-be metaphysician may wonder at this way of presenting the so-called facts. He must remember that the materialist requires to be led along a path that he understands. He must also recollect that his view of matter is just as untrue as that of the scientific man, for there is no material consciousness, no human thoughts, no sin nor sickness, nothing but God and God's ideas. Startling home truths. Every time a man states anything false to be a fact, it becomes more apparently tangible to the five senses. If someone hearing the fallacious statement agrees, it becomes far more tangible, and if a number of persons hearing also accept the statement as true, the mischief done to each and all is incalculable. Now, if a man says in a public place, "Sin is an unavoidable inheritance, and no man can attain to sinlessness," the result is devilish. He is leading each one straight into the committal of his besetting sin. If he says, "All must die," he is practically preparing a future coffin for each of his hearers. If some have symptoms of illness causing them anxiety, such a statement is quite enough to cause fatal developments. If he advocates intelligent preparation for a future death, he is conducting his assenting hearers as on the wings of the wind towards that death. A sermon preached on such lines is more deadly in its effects upon the attentive and devout listener than any newspaper article ever written. Well may the prophet-scientist of centuries ago cry aloud to a hypnotized nation, turn ye from your evil ways, for why will ye die?" Ezekiel 33:11. Awake thou that sleepest. Ephesians 5:14. Words re-echoed by the world's greatest prophetess, who adds, "And awaken the world." Never has there been such need of this warning as today, when the power of mental and so-called mental action is becoming understood by an awakening world, the latter bringing proportionately more alarming results. Sin and its punishment equals success or failure in a practitioner often depends as much on his expertness in moral treatment as on his skill in simples. Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S. It has always been well understood that glaring forms of sin inevitably lead to disease if persisted in. It has only recently, however, been discovered that there is a far more intimate relationship between sin of every kind and disease than has ever been dreamed of by mankind. When, as Professor Elmer Gates has shown us, even an angry thought creates harmful poison in the system, it is not surprising to find that every wrong thought of every kind creates physical trouble. Sooner or later, be sure your sin will find you out. Numbers 32:23. It is only the mystery underlying disease that has prevented its disappearance long ago. If 1 hour of hatred can produce sufficient poison to kill 80 men, as Professor Gates has shown experimentally, just think for one moment of the appalling result to poor humanity of an international war. We recoil from this picture of needless suffering. Medical science has never grasped, never perhaps set itself to grasp, the intimate connection between moral fault and disease. The bringer of light and happiness, the calmer and pacifier, or investigator and stimulator, is one of the chiefest of doctors. Such a doctor was Jesus, since Matthew Arnold. The freeing from sin. As a rule, ignorance is the mother of wickedness, and wisdom the mother of goodness. H. Weinstock. It is fortunate that in most cases of sin, at least 75% of the trouble is over when a man has seen that the sin in the past has not been his fault, but his misfortune. The other 25% goes when he sees that wrong thought brings sin, and sin must bring unhappiness. Understanding that he is a perfect spiritual being, he then ceases his wrong picturing and thinks rightly. He is then free from further punishment for the past sin. You must rouse in men a consciousness of their own prudence and strength if you wish to raise their character. Vovenogs. Philo taught that where the logos had not stirred in a man, there was no moral responsibility. Plus, Archdeacon Wilberforce. We will not sin, knowing that we are counted thine. Wisdom of Solomon 15 ver. 2. The punishment for sin is removed only as the sin is discontinued. The human is never punished after sin is removed. The punishment can only affect you through false picturing. When you know the sin has no power, as it has no existence, the sin and its punishment are removed forever. This is the only forgiveness of sin. If a sinner can only reverse every thought of his sin as it comes into his so-called mind, he must sooner or later get rid of his sin, as the action of God is continually purifying his mind. For the law of the Spirit of life in Christ Jesus hath made me free from the law of sin and death. Romans 8:2. The less he dwells on his sin, the better it is for him. Remember, it is not his fault. He never made his so-called mind. He never made the thoughts that attack him. It is not his fault. It is his misfortune. It is he that suffers, not you. Therefore do not add to his difficulties by speaking of them or even thinking of them. When thou art beginning to correct an evil habit, though thou shouldest transgress thy law a first, a second, a third, nay, a 20th time, do not despair, but rise up again, and resume the same diligence, and thou shalt surely prevail. St. Chrysostom. Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Confucius. The way of escape. Endeavor to be good and better still and best. Success is naught, endeavors all. Robert Browning. The human being will be saved when reason, the most active human faculty, awakens man's sense of moral obligation and shows him that sinning brings no happiness, but merely trouble. Success in sin is downright defeat. Further, that the only way of escaping punishment is to stop sinning, and the only way to stop sinning is to stop wrong thinking. Then the glories of heaven grow clearer and the millennium dawns. Now that fallacious hypotheses, to which an apathetic general consent has for ages been given, have been discovered to be mistakes, it is obvious that the time has arrived, which has been foretold by the greatest of the world's metaphysicians of modern times, in the following words of wisdom: when needed, tell the truth concerning the lie. In these words rests the inspiration of what is being stated. I am inclined to think that the only absolute proof to a skeptic of the truth of what is now put before you is this power of getting rid of sin. As far as I am aware, I have never had a case of a person coming for help over a besetting sin, where the result has not been instantaneous, and the victim has gone on his way rejoicing. In some cases, this result has taken place when the sinner was miles away. In others, he was personally unknown, but his trouble was spoken of. As far as I know, the healing has been permanent. In one, perhaps two, cases there has been a slight relapse, but that merely temporary. In no case has the individual asked for help more than 3 times in all, where the sickness has been due to sin, or the patient has not asked for the removal of the sin. Sometimes the fight has been protracted, but the sin must go if the work is continued, as the result is due to the action of God. When the sin goes, it will be found that the sickness has gone. Whosoever sins ye remit, they are remitted unto them. John 20:23. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. 1 John 3:8. Greater works. To change the thoughts of the mass of mankind from dwelling upon evil, and even from a fatal contemplation of a material world, with its false laws of imagined necessities, to the true thoughts of the allness of good as the law of all cause and effect, the living principle of existence, is the greatest of all work to be done today. The evolution of prayer. Prayer is the soul's sincere desire, uttered or unexpressed, the motion of a hidden fire that trembles in the breast. Jas. Montgomery. As with everything else in this self-destructive material world, there has, fortunately, been a steady, continual evolution in prayer. Archdeacon Wilberforce, in There Is No Death, quotes the following: "God is God from the creation, truth alone is man's salvation, but the God that now you worship, soon shall be your God no more. For the soul in its unfolding, evermore its thought remolding, learns more truly in its progress how to love and to adore." The attenuated answers to prayer have been as a rule merely the result of human picturing, and there are many statements in the Bible showing the result of this so-called thinking. Jesus made this perfectly clear, and his enunciation of the so-called law is repeated at least 5 times. Luke 17:6, Matthew 17:20, Matthew 21:21, 22, Mark 9:23, and 11:23. Material gods. If ye had faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye might say unto this sycamine tree, Be thou plucked up by the root, and be thou planted in the sea, and it should obey you. Luke 17:6. In olden times, man worshipped a multiplicity of gods, constellations, fire, earth, air or water, animals, even so-called inanimate objects, such as trees and plants, which ultimately evolved into the worship of relics, pictures, etc. These ancient gods had usually the ordinary characteristics of the human race, and were both so-called good and evil. The same gods are still believed to have power over man, as is testified to every time anyone says, "The fire burns me, the earth can bury out of sight, the air stifles, water drowns, the trees crush, the plant poisons, the relics heal, the pictures delight me." Whether man's prayers were answered simply depended upon the belief of the suppliant in the result of his prayer. This is still the case with mistaken prayers. This worship was divided into 3 heads. 1. Mere adoration or prostration in token of submission. 2. Asking, sometimes as a favor, sometimes as a right. 3. Definite action, sometimes involving gifts, sometimes merely sacrifice of time or position with the object of currying favor. The material forms of bowing down to these false gods can now be finally, because scientifically, destroyed. Semi-human gods. If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, Remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Matthew 17:20. These were merely a kind of human being with supposed divine powers, such as the heathen gods of mythology, Jehovah, a jealous god of hate and of love, who revenged himself on his enemies, Moloch, Jupiter, and their counterparts in Eastern countries. Their worship was usually in 2 forms. 1. Asking as a favor, or in return for some act of homage. 2. Acts which usually took the form of sacrifice, sometimes of human beings, sometimes of animals, and sometimes merely the laying of gifts on the altar with the object of propitiating the deity and preventing it harming the suppliant. These gifts were usually taken for the priest's use. When official Christianity took the place of paganism, the so-called Christians worshipped saints and other human beings, some dead, some alive. They even went back to their inanimate gods and worshipped bones, relics, pictures, etc. The belief in such gods led to the tyranny, intolerance, and bloodshed that disgraced the Christian religion in the Middle Ages. Anthropomorphy God. JF ye shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things, whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive. Matthew 21:21, 22. This, the God of the 19th century, had not lost the human qualities which tainted the ideas of the early barbarians, and was very little better than the idea of the God that appreciated the prayers ground out in a praying machine in the East. According to our forefathers, God was revengeful, and not only slew Saul and many others, but required a human sacrifice in the shape of his dearly beloved Son, Christ Jesus. In addition, he did not always hear the suppliants, and used evil as a method of making people good, even if he did not use it as a means of punishing the beings he was believed to have so inefficiently created that they were capable of, and in fact could not help sinning. He is even said to have foretold that people were going to sin, and then eternally punished them for what they could not help doing. Many, indeed, believed that he created evil. Taking literally Isaiah's words in chapter 45, verse 7, "I create evil," not discerning its spiritual or scientific interpretation. They failed to see that when the action of God leads to an understanding of what constitutes sin, often that which seemed good to the unenlightened thought is recognized as evil and thus becomes willful sin. So in the period of systematic destruction of the material misconception, the human ideal is always rising and continually reaching out to this higher standard, eventually ultimates in total elimination, not only of sin, but of every false belief, and finally, of every belief in limitation. The one God, the effectual fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. James 5:16. The worship of the one God, although closely allied to the anthropomorphic God, is of a higher order. One asking, the prayer being answered if the human belief in the response was sufficient. This form of prayer is dangerous, and to my personal knowledge has led to many serious troubles, physical, so-called mental, and moral, due to the suppliant forming his own concept of the material results to ensue. Without irreverence, we may call this teaching God his business. We know not what we should pray for as we ought. Romans 8:26. For who knoweth what is good for man in this life? Eccles 6 verse 12. Your Father knoweth what things ye have need of, before ye ask him. Matthew 6:8. When a man says, "Please God, take away my headache," if he thinks of God, his headache is very slightly diminished. When he says, "Take away my headache," it is made worse by his thinking that he has a headache, and so intensifying the thought. When, however, he thought of God, he was permanently a little less liable to headaches, whereas the intensification was only temporary and did no permanent harm. If he thinks strongly enough that the headache is going, there is a hypnotic effect, reducing the headache. This is of no permanent value. A well-known leader in the religious world told me that numerous men of the highest possible moral character, having given up their lives to religious teaching, had absolutely gone to the devil through the belief that they were being led by God in response to their prayers, by which they had ignorantly brought about their own personal desires. How can a method of prayer that leads to such results possibly be right? It was easy to explain the essential difference of realizing that the real or spiritual man is always led by God, and that the material counterfeit man cannot be, as it is always of the devil, however good it may appear to be. 2. Asking and believing that the prayer would only be answered if it were good for the individual or institution prayed for. This, the way in which a great many Orthodox Christians of the earnest thinking type pray, is a great step in advance, and if a man could eliminate the preliminary recognition of the evil, it would be a safe though limited method. It, however, brings the seeker into closer proximity with divine love, and is one of the foundation stones upon which our loved English church has been built, and by means of which it has weathered the storms with which evil has endeavored to wreck it. The steadily advancing tide of enlightened thought is now leading the church out of its early stages into the infinite unfoldment of an ever-present God. 3. Contemplation of God. This contemplation of higher ideals marked again a great step and has led to many beautiful results. The Spirit itself maketh intercession for us. Romans 8:26. Many evidences of the value of this form of prayer are found in the lives of the mystics and such men as Brother Lawrence and St. Francis of Assisi. Let all our employment be to know God. He is with us. Seek him not elsewhere. Brother Lawrence, 15th letter. When a man turns toward God, the thick cloud of error which deprived him of vision is quickly withdrawn from before him. Truth uses the word as a goad, and smites the slumberers and awakens them, and when they are awake they look at the truth and also understand it. They hear and distinguish that which is from that which is not. Let not that which is only made be put in by thee in the place of him who is not made, but let him, the ever-living God, be constantly present to thy mind. Why the body exists, and why it falls to decay, and why it continues, thou canst not know until thou hast raised thy head from this sleep in which thou hast sunk, and hast opened thine eyes and seen that God is one. Therefore it is that thou dost wallow on the ground before demons and shadows, and asketh vain petitions from that which has not anything to give. Melito to Antonia Caesar, about 150 AD. The italics are not in the original. The one true God. As soon as we are with God in faith and love, we are in prayer, phenelen. Lastly, we come to the worship of the one true God. The God of whom to think is a revelation of celestial bliss when we begin to understand him. Even here we must differentiate our prayers, because at the present time there are 3 different degrees of this method of prayer, all good and effective, but differing very appreciably in results. 1. Meditation on God. We have learnt that contemplation, looking attentively, is not sufficient. We have to meditate or consider thoroughly and let our understanding of God lead to the knowledge of God that is eternal life. This is life eternal, that they might know thee the only true God. John 17:3. Millions of earnest men and women of differing religious beliefs are now striving for omniscience, daily endeavoring to obtain the highest knowledge of God that they know is necessary, and thereby daily obtaining answers to their prayers. 2. Affirmation of truth. Hundreds of thousands of these have advanced beyond meditation to affirmation. That is, knowing that they are spiritual beings in heaven now, and claiming their God-given birthright, their freedom from sin, sickness, worries and troubles of every kind, their spiritual at-one-ment or unity with God that Jesus persistently taught. This, whilst benefiting only the individual, is a comparatively selfish form of prayer, and the evolution of sufficient purity was necessary to fit man to receive the revelation that came to the world 44 years ago. Jesus said nearly 900 years ago, I have yet many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them now. John 16:12. 3. The denial and affirmation. Man now wields the two-edged sword of truth, and so becomes a clearer channel through which God acts instantly, a channel for 1. The denial, symbolized in the Bible as the angel Michael, which is the destruction of evil, and 2. The affirmation or realization as the angel Gabriel, which results in the purification of the human consciousness, whereby it becomes a still clearer channel for the denial of evil or action of God in bringing the so-called material world to an end. When we know how thus to pray, we have to watch and pray without ceasing. That is, the thoughts have to be watched with the alertness of a faithful watchdog guarding a house. Every wrong thought has to be pounced upon and reversed. Every time we do this, it becomes easier. And many strokes, though with a little axe, hew down and fell the hardest timbered oak. Shakespeare. We must not do this from a material standpoint. We have to live in the presence of God, to be continually thinking of the perfect world that is here around us. Continually think of the perfect God and his perfect action. Dwell with reverential thought on God as mind and all things as being good and spiritual. Lose all sense of material self in the realization of the spiritual selfhood of God, and thus become a channel through which God works. Our progress depends upon the number of seconds during the 24 hours in which we are so realizing truth. And in this way, and this way only, by deep, holy, systematic thinking, do we reach an ever fuller realization of the kingdom of heaven. Ye are not yet out of gunshot, set your faces like a flint, for you have all powers in heaven and on earth on your side. John Bunyan. An ecclesiastical leader, in a letter to me, writes, "The night of materialism is fast spent, and the dawn of the new heaven and the new earth is breaking. But we may hasten the coming of the day of God, if amid the delusions of the present we live in and affirm the eternal and divine." See note R on page 600. "He that believeth on me the Christ, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father." John 14:12. And yet, as Mr. Edward Kimball has said, our race appears to be one long monotone of petition to God and everything else, in order that it may be delivered. Can it be pretended that in the past we have understood the teachings of Jesus the Christ? Faith healing. Paracelsus made a broader discovery than that of mental effect 300 years before Braid was born, for he distinctly intimated that a false belief, however induced, is just as efficacious for therapeutic purposes as a true one, faith being the sole condition precedent. And Pomponazzi in the 16th century gave utterance to an expression of identical import. T. J. Hudson, Ph.D., LL.D. Sir Clifford Allbutt, K.C.B., M.D., F.R.S., Regius Professor of Physics, University of Cambridge, writes, "It is true, no doubt, that the solitary and disconsolate heart closed to common circumstance may be more susceptible to other appeals, may offer less resistance, so that, as we have seen, unknown wells of energy may be tapped and fading and vacillating forces replenished. Then it is that the influence of a clerical minister, of a gentle friend or Bible woman, brief angels' visits lifting up human hope and love into divine love, may be twice blessed, blessed materially and spiritually. But even then the physician can take no active part in hypnotizing the smitten sufferer with promises of corporeal repair. Indeed, in the more formal spiritual ministrations his part can never be direct. They are not obviously his business, and even a religious patient resents the divided mind. Notwithstanding, the sick man does feel dimly that diagnosis limited to material phenomena is imperfect, that its insight ought to penetrate to mental and spiritual, as well as to bodily conditions, and he would say, did he know how, do you understand we, or am I only a case? This seems to be our modest part in faith healing, and with it, these reflections must end. How tentative and inconclusive they are, no one is more painfully aware than the writer himself. Plus, faith healing, in its attenuated and merely temporary postponements or interchange of evil, is very far from the healing done by the action of God, when a man has learned to think rightly. Faith without knowledge has to be greatly increased and deepened through understanding of divine working and the nature of infinite life. A consulting physician of Harley Street, probably the leading medical authority on the so-called human mind, a man of deep religious conviction, invited me to go to his house one afternoon to meet about a dozen of the leading faith healers, or, as he called them, spiritual healers, with a view to helping them. He commenced by saying he had found that faith healing was done all over the world, by faith in God. Drugs, doctors, massage, mental suggestion, hypnotism, hydropathy, electricity, electric light, X-rays, radium, colored light, relics, holy wells, amulets, and even incantations to devils. As far as he could tell, there was no difference between the healing done by these different faiths, and in fact, at one end of Lake Zurich, there was an establishment where they healed by incantations to devils, and at the other end, they healed by prayer to God, and he thought that the healing done at the devil end of the lake was, if anything, the better of the two. The records were certainly better kept. He then said, "Does this mean that all this healing is due to the action of God?" No one answered him, and he turned to me asking if any difference could be pointed out. My reply was that if anyone was ill, and if either the patient or another person stopped wrong thinking, and pictured a lie strongly enough, namely, forced himself into sufficiently outlining the material patient as well, the sufferer would appear to be well instantly, and he could proceed that knowing by asking God or by incantations to devils. Neither had anything to do with the apparent healing, as the action was solely due to the human thoughts of a material man as being well, and was therefore purely hypnotic and of no permanent value. Nearly all supplicatory prayer is of this character and often harms the individual, so certain is the one praying of the existence of the trouble prayed against, and so persistently does he dwell upon it. Then shall his mind change, and he shall pass over and offend, imputing this his power unto his God. Habakkuk 1:11. Return of trouble. The above is not true healing. Although the person may appear to be well, in about 3 months some other trouble arises. The reason why this was not previously known is because sometimes the same disease comes back, sometimes another, and sometimes even a form of sin. I then told how a well-known doctor, who had been for some time trying to heal by prayer, had come to me for advice in a case of cancer. Before he told me anything of the case, I gave him the results of my investigation into the method of healing in the way that he was working, i.e., by asking God to remove the cancer. This was to give him confidence, as an accurate statement of so-called facts must necessarily, invariably, be found consistent with so-called human experience. I told him that, working in the way he did, he could get rid of cancer, but that about 3 months later trouble would come. Either cancer would reappear, or the patient would suffer from another form of disease, such as boils, or even a form of sin, such as anger. He then said, "Why, that is extraordinary. I will tell you what has happened. I got rid of the cancer, and 3 months afterwards it came back. I got rid of it again just 3 months ago." Now read the letter just received from the husband of my patient. This letter was to the effect that the cancer had not come back, but that the wife had developed fits of anger so bad that they practically amounted to mania. He said that he could not keep her in the house and asked what was to be done. Saint Teresa regarded the ecstasies in which the apparent healing so often took place as one of the chief perils of conventual life, when, as Sir Clifford Allbutt says, the domination of a stronger will, a magnetic personality, often prevails. Quite correctly she said, "Suspect everything which weakens the use of our reason, for by such a way we shall never attain to the liberty / of the spirit." The Harley Street physician above referred to admitted that every disease could be imitated by the action of the nerves, the result of neurasthenic nerve mimicry action. The real fact is that all diseases are ethereal, what may be called non-mental, and are sensibly manifested in numberless grades of beliefs and combinations of symptoms, which depend upon the persistency with which the idea of them is regarded, 1. by the individual, 2. by the general thought. Those believed to be the result of neurasthenic action are more faintly outlined, and consequently very slight mental action will cause them to disappear. Ordinary diseases are deeper seated and require more work. Soon, however, even the worst cases will respond instantaneously. Unfortunately, at the same time, evil thoughts will have more apparent reality. This is when the general view of the subject has somewhat changed, and the power of thought is recognized. Then, instead of the evil being chained round mortals by the universal belief, the wonder will be if it should not at once disappear when they turn in thought to God. No real healing with the human so-called mind. Jesus made it clear that there is no real healing by means of false mentality. In the 11th chapter of Luke, he points out that he could not cast out devils through Beelzebub, because if Satan also be divided against himself, how shall his kingdom stand? But when a strong man armed keepeth his palace, his goods are in peace. That is to say, a determined thinker will temporarily protect himself, but when a stronger than he shall come upon him, meaning that when a strong thinker has evil thoughts about him, he taketh from him all his armor wherein he trusted. Or, more literally, he seems to have lost his power of thinking good thoughts. And the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, that is to say, when by hypnotic action a man appears to be well, the unclean spirit taketh to him 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there, and the last state of that man is worse than the first. Luke 11, 18, 21, 22, 24, 26. This, as has just been pointed out, is what actually takes place, and this is the danger that is now coming upon the world. It is only when a man has learnt how to pray scientifically and lives his scientific religion that it becomes possible, and indeed quite easy, to protect himself against any hypnotic attack. Supplicatory prayer. Whosoever shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass. Degrees he shall have whatsoever he saith. Mark 11:28. The only result obtained by supplicatory prayer, when no realization of God takes place, is produced by strongly thinking, during or after the prayer is finished, that the thing desired has or must shortly come to pass. The former is simply picturing lies, the latter is an attempt to teach God, the principle of all good, what is good. Any result is solely due to the action of material thoughts, and can only be produced by persons with a false mentality of a certain class, the kind that can easily bring about direct hypnotic results. This is not only useless, but does harm to a man. Faith produces miracles, and whether it be true or false faith, it will always produce the same wonders, Paracelsus. For this reason, were it not for the fact that some religious people fortunately pray by fervent realization of a spiritual existence, the Quakers in olden days, for instance, the prayers for the sick in church would, even more often than at present, be the death knell of the patient. The habit of intense realization of God is one of the reasons why there have been many wonderful answers to prayer in the past. If we merely ask of God, this asking must imply more or less a doubt as to whether our prayer is likely to be answered. In fact, the highest form of supplicatory prayer is to ask God to grant our petition, if it be good for us. This must imply either a want of knowledge on our part of what good is, or a doubt as to God's intention to help us. In any case, it is presuming to suggest to a personal God what is the best thing to be done, suggesting to absolute good, a living, omnipresent principle, what good is, from the standpoint of imperfection defining perfection. Now that the truth is known, it seems strange indeed, on looking back, that, considering the marvelous purity and ability of many thinkers in the past, mankind has hitherto failed to grasp the fact that all we have to do is to know that we have absolute good around us, and that this good is spiritual and heavenly. The inevitable conclusion that all is mind and mental, and anything else that may appear to exist is material illusion, must have followed directly. Men began habitually to get the results, which must have inevitably followed from this correct method of prayer, the soul's communion with God. God, thou art mind. Individual results are now being obtained, indeed, to an extent little believed. But when the general change of consciousness that is close at hand brings in, as it must, accumulative results, all will be forced to acknowledge truth and find that true science and health are coincident and eternal. Suggestion. Apparent healing can be done also by human suggestion, of which there are three kinds: audible suggestion, mental suggestion, and autosuggestion, all unscientific and of no permanent value. You must differentiate those cases where the trouble arises from the constant conscious picturing by a person that he has a certain disease. If he stops this wrong picturing, but neglects to realize the affirmation of truth, the disease, in the cases where the beliefs causing it are not very vivid, will disappear or diminish in proportion as he stops intensifying them. But this is not true healing, as the trouble is liable at any time to return, when thoughts the same kind and apparently vivid enough to affect the person attack him. Sir Francis Cruse, M.D., has given the following saying of a great Irish physician: "Remember that to inspire a patient with hope and confidence is as valuable a stimulus towards recovery as half the drugs in the pharmacopoeia," and adds, "Now that I am old, I understand how right and wise he was." This was treatment by suggestion. This class of suggestion is harmless, as it is merely getting the patient to cease intensifying the cause of the disease. Cures by suggestion are admitted by medical authorities not to be of a permanent character. T. Dr. Frederick Van Eden, in World's Work of September 1909, gives a good many particulars of apparent cure by suggestion, amongst others, that effected by Professor Hurt, the nerve specialist, Breslau, in 1890, on the son of Professor Dr. Klopsch. Professor Hurt used the method of suggestion advocated by Dr. Liebold, and one treatment was sufficient to produce a seeming cure. Although every method of medical treatment had previously been tried in vain, Dr. Liebold used suggestion a great deal, and when he retired, in 1891, physicians came from all parts of Europe to the dinner given in his honor. The way in which Dr. Liebold was first treated by his academical colleagues is described by Dr. Hilger in the following way: though Liebold never indulged in complaint or bitterness on account of the neglect he suffered from his academical fellow workers, and only quietly insisted that his results should be investigated thoroughly and without prejudice, they had nothing for him but a contemptuous shrug of the shoulders and shake of the head. For 14 years the patient doctor worked on, under neglect, contempt and derision, until in 1880, an old college friend his, Dr. Rawson, visited him and fixed the attention of Professor Bernheim on his remarkable cures. Bernheim, who was at first as skeptical as the others, and could hardly suppress a pitying smile his first visit, became soon deeply interested in what he saw, and then felt the greatest admiration for the good and simple man who had endured for so many years the foolish misjudgment his colleagues without one word of bitterness. The reason for this treatment by the medical profession is 256, because they have found by experience that this method of healing 204 neither scientific nor permanent, and no more satisfactory than so-called healing by drugs, whilst it is extremely dangerous both 137 patient and practitioner. At the same time, a clear distinction must be drawn between mere mental suggestion and direct hypnotic effects, the latter being much more dangerous. Dr. von Schrenk-Notzing has shown that some people under the influence of hashish are as susceptible to verbal suggestion as if they were under hypnotic influence. Dr. Van Eden, in his article, says, As a matter of fact, the doctor never cures a disease. He enables the body to cure itself by assisting it in the struggle against hostile influences or disturbances. Even the surgeon does no more than remove obstacles. The cells the body do the really curative work. And in this work, they are directed and assisted by what we call the psyche, that part of the body which is not directly perceptible by the senses. He also writes as follows: "When I lectured in a city of the Middle West, before an audience of university students, and reminded them of the errors of official science and the danger in entirely denying the cures of quacks instead of investigating them, a doctor stood up, white with indignation, and said in a tremulous voice, 'Sir, you are trying to make quacks of them all.'" Binet, about 11 years ago, published his standard work on suggestibility. He found that, when using an impressive way of questioning, he was able completely to falsify the memory of children. Of 143, only 2 had enough independence of judgment to reply accurately. Dr. Van Eden, remarking upon this, writes as follows: "You are in your turn invited to reflect on what is happening daily in courts and in police headquarters. When some of those whose suggestibility coefficient is high, some of the 98% non-resistants, are submitted to the mild suggestions of a questioning police officer, a coroner, a judge, or a lawyer. I remember quite well that when I was a boy of 10 I was questioned into a guilt, being entirely innocent, and though it may be true that suggestibility lessens in riper years, we may be quite sure that at least 50% of the average of men retain enough of it to be entirely unreliable as witnesses under the suggestive pressure of a headstrong policeman, a pompous judge, or a shrewd lawyer." He also writes as follows: "The soul of a child, and in lesser degree of the grown-up man, can be shaped by suggestive influence in any form. It can be bent, crooked, twisted, adulterated, morally and mentally, to an extent depending on its degree of plasticity, its inborn original force of resistance, and the power of suggestive forces at work." The definition of suggestibility, as given by Bernheim, is the aptitude of the mind to receive an idea and the tendency to transform it into action. The above will show how absolutely necessary it is to understand what is taking place and to gain sufficient knowledge of the truth to be able, not only to discern between the true and the false methods of working, but to protect oneself and others against the evil effects of material thoughts unknowingly intensified by ignorant workers. I know of cases where mental suggestion has caused innocent beginners in mental working to falsely make terrible accusations against true workers. They were practically hypnotized into believing it and incriminated themselves. Mental suggestion. The term mental suggestion, which is often wrongly attached to mental work of the right kind, requires a word of explanation. Any putting forward of future material results with the object of inducing these outlined results is purely hypnotic suggestion, material means, and wholly wrong. Statements of truth, which are based on scientific fact, such as "you are absolutely well," should be put forward only when the patient has sufficient knowledge to understand thoroughly the point of view from which you are speaking, namely, absolute truth. Such a statement as "you will be well tomorrow" is wrong. It also is based upon a lie, namely, that the man is ill, whereas all men are in reality spiritual and perfect. "I believe that you will be well tomorrow" is a legitimate statement when it is true. If you do not believe it, you are sinning. It is often unwise, as it is of the greatest importance to give the patient complete confidence, and such a prophecy unfulfilled weakens such confidence. The only true suggestion is the holy suggestion of God's thoughts coming to man in the real world, and however clouded these may be by the human channel through which they reach mankind, they can never rank as mere repetition of material thoughts. intensified by so-called human beings to further results in a predetermined direction. These holy thoughts are the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. John 1:9. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness. John 8:12. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet, and a light unto my path. Psalm 119:105, which always leads Godwards. Most of the faith healers reject with indignation the idea that they heal with the material, no mind, and say the work is only done by the Christ whom they invoke, while admitting that they cannot teach others to heal and holding it a special gift, whereas all can heal when they pray in the right and scientific way. We were well accustomed to the exercise of the presence of God, all bodily diseases would be much alleviated thereby. Ye should leave off human remedies. Comfort yourself with him who is the only physician of all our maladies. Brother Lawrence, 12th and 13th letters. One test of whether a man is working with the human mind or by the power of God is whether he is tired or invigorated by his work. The real test of true working is whether, as the result of the work done, sin disappears instantaneously continually, and not occasionally, from those we are helping, and without any recurrence even of temptation. If so, you may rest assured that the change is brought about in the right and permanent way, namely, by turning in thought to God, for it can be done in no other way. Without me ye can do nothing. John 15:5. Divine healings. Call unto me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things which thou knowest not. Behold, I will bring it health and cure, and I will cure them, and will reveal unto them the abundance of peace and truth. Jeremiah 33, verses 3 and 6. Professor Harnack has shown that the healing of sin and sickness was the vital element that underlay primitive Christianity, and was the cause of its rapid growth in its early days. Again, we have come to a stage when the exercise of the same God-given power is bringing about an extension of Christianity, inspiring and far-reaching in its results, as it ultimately affects every individual member of the human race, alive or so-called dead. The effect of healing, done in the way that Jesus taught, is entirely different from the results following so-called faith healing or any form of hypnotic influence. The former is the effect of God understood. We cannot heal habitually in this way until we obtain a scientific knowledge of God and the universe. In Wycliffe's Bible, the passage, "To give knowledge of salvation unto his people by the remission of their sins," Luke 1:77, is rendered, "To give science and health to his people unto the remission of their sins." The certainty of scientific healing constitutes its utility. Based upon a demonstrable principle, it never fails when properly practiced. The dynamics of medicine is mind, God. Although some unenlightened people sneer at divine healing, the antagonism is nothing like what it was against homeopathy about 50 years ago. Those practicing it are usually honored and respected, though sometimes laughed at and often criticized. This criticism and the abuse that now and then divine healing meets are of actual advantage as an advertisement. A clergyman once came to me for information and treatment because of the marked difference in the spirit of the replies of the two classes of witnesses in a legal inquiry where, owing to insufficient realization of truth, the patient had died. The results he has since obtained by true prayer are wonderful. The key to the miracles of Jesus. Jesus, the master metaphysician, only once told us how to pray. He said, "All things whatsoever ye pray and ask for, believe that ye have received them, and ye shall have them." Mark 11:24 Rev. Ver. Ye ask and receive not, because ye ask amiss. James 4:3. Although this first passage is the key to the so-called miracles of our Lord, No logical thinker has ever made sense of it unless he knew what is now put before you. For this reason, it was mistranslated in the authorized version, which reads, "Believe that ye receive them." Many other passages similarly have been incorrectly translated in order to make sense, or rather, make them agree with preconceived ideas. What the words really signify is, believe the truth, namely, that you are now a spiritual being in heaven, a son of God, and that you, being spiritual, have received everything you can possibly need. Realize this, make it real to yourself. Then, the material being the counterfeit, shall have it, namely, you will be out of your human difficulty, for your Father hath blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ. Ephesians 1:3. It is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. Luke 12:32. For behold, the kingdom of God is within you. Luke 17:21. You never know the form of good that you will receive, but you can be certain that the want will disappear. Amongst many proofs of the above statement, it may be mentioned that one of the foremost clergymen of the day said in my presence to another friend of mine, also a theological leader, "There is no question about it, this truth has given me the knowledge of how to pray in the way that Jesus did, and I have been obtaining results that can only be spoken of as miracles." Note R on page 600 is the copy of a letter received from another theological leader, a friend of mine. The Bishop of Durham writes, "We would not limit the virtues of the hidden life, the indwelling Christ, to our spiritual experience only. The humblest caution befits us when we discuss the relation of the spiritual to the physical, and particularly of faith to healing. It is most credible that in untold instances the maladies and the fatigues of this tabernacle are mysteriously affected for relief by the remembrance that Christ is our life. Degrees/percent, tilde. Tf Christ be not raised in our consciousness. Your faith is vain, mere faith is not sufficient. An understanding of Christ is necessary. Ye are yet in your sins. 1 Corinthians 15:17. What is the proof of our knowledge of the Christ? Paul answered with no uncertain voice, "For if the dead rise not, then is not Christ raised." Ver. 16. And we are found false witnesses of God. Ver. 15. Let us raise the dead, so called, and thus prove our knowledge of God and his Christ. The healing of sickness has aptly been called the bugle call. It brings people to be relieved of their troubles, and this ends in their being freed of their sins. I would like to say at once that the healing of sickness is not sufficient proof of the truth of what is now being put before you. The only absolute proof is the constant instantaneous healing of sin. This cannot be done with the material no mind. In any case, the disappearance of sickness, except where the cases are continuous, instantaneous, and permanent, is no proof that a man is working in the proper way. H.T. Butlin, FRCS, DCL, LLD, writes, "Every medical man of large and long experience must have seen patients recover who, according to our laws and theories, ought not to have recovered, and he often finds it quite impossible to explain, even to himself, the reason." Copyright. The lecture on new inventions and discoveries, to which reference is made later, was given at the request of a clergyman, whose wife had been healed of internal ulceration and a fibroid tumor in 3 weeks by true prayer, when given up by the medical faculty as hopelessly incurable. A week after the lecture, at the request of this clergyman, I had a talk with some of his congregation, and indicated to them the true method of prayer, telling them how and where to find the full explanation. Within a fortnight, there were 18 cases of so-called miracles performed by those who had been present, many of whom obtained and studied the textbook to which I had referred them. Most of these were cases of healing. The clergyman himself instantaneously healed one of his parishioners, who had been suffering for some time from a painful form of paralysis. One man, over 70 years of age, who was almost entirely blind, even with his glasses on, came up for a talk at the end of the evening. The following is an account written by the friend who led him on the occasion. T shall never forget the night. 11 p.m. On a dark February night, all had gone but 7 of us. The old man's face was strangely eager as he made his way to Mr. Rawson and touched him. "Sir," he said, "do you mean to tell me that I can be healed of my bad sight?" Mr. Rawson looked at him. "You never had bad sight. The sight God gave you was spiritual and perfect. You are now and always have been a son of God with perfect sight." The old man looked aghast. "Why have I to wear these glasses then?" he asked. "You have been humbugged by the devil," said Mr. Rawson. "You have perfect sight. You are and always have been the Son of God." "Good God," cried out the old man, "I can see and I never knew it. Good God, I can see and I never knew it. No more humbug of the devil." Down he smashed the glasses on the floor. "I won't wear the things any more. I am a child of God with perfect sight." The old man stood there, his face strangely white, his hand upraised as though taking an oath, and Mr. Rawson silently treating. I am bound to say at that time I felt almost awestruck. It was a full half an hour's sharp walk to the old man's home. Up and down the curbstones without any assistance, the old man walked home. This was 5 years ago, and I heard of the old man from his son at Christmas 1909, and he is still about with perfect sight, better than many young men of 20 to 30. It took about 6 weeks for the old man to be perfectly healed, but I may say I myself tested him and found his sight was, if anything, better than mine, reading the smallest print with ease, and as everyone said, he looked 10 years younger. This is one of the many practical applications of the saying of the Master, "Know the truth, and the truth shall make you free," John 8:32, as the healing was done almost entirely by his own recognition of the truth of the great Master's teaching and of the presence of the Christ. He had practical proof of the second coming of the Christ, which came to him that night, with healing in his wings, uplifted thoughts, Mal. 4 ver. 2. His friend who wrote the above account, and who was waiting to lead him home, learnt how to pray rightly, and is not only now living a life of health and happiness, instead of continual sickness and worry, but is able to demonstrate the healing power of truth. A friend of mine, whom I asked him to help, was suffering from a variety of troubles, including double hernia of 20 years standing. All the troubles disappeared in a short time, the hernia in 3 weeks, and I have seen his doctor's letter, written since, certifying as to the hernia, which was supposed to be absolutely incurable. But the feeble hands and helpless, groping blindly in the darkness, touch God's right hand in that darkness, and are lifted up and strengthened. Longfellow. God destroying matter. The Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. 1 John 3:8. Truth always dispels illusion. Therefore the action of God upon the illusory material world is always destructive. 1. Destroying evil and inharmonious thoughts, and 2. Purifying the human consciousness by causing the destruction of apparent particles on the cells of the subconscious or lower, no mind. Results of true prayer. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Matthew 11:28. The healing of physical sickness is only the gateway to higher thought and action. Sickness is the schoolmaster, pointing the way to the understanding of God and man. The healing of sin is the real purpose of all knowledge, and the first result of knowing how to think scientifically is that one obtains an easy, scientific method of getting rid of sin out of oneself, or rather out of this false sense of oneself, for we all seemingly have something from which we would gladly be freed. Every time that you reverse a wrong thought, the result of the affirmation is that the action of God permanently purifies your // human consciousness somewhat, and you are a better man / morally, intellectually and so-called physically. And the Lord shall deliver me from every evil work. 2 Timothy 4:18. This improvement never can be annulled. For myself, I wish no other prayer but that which improves me in virtue. I would fain live more nearly as I pray. Santa Teresa. He who rises from his prayer a better man, his prayer is answered. George Meredith. The second result is that you can heal not only sickness, but sin instantaneously. Thirdly, you can get your fellow man out of any sort of trouble whatsoever. There is no limit of any kind. Fourthly, you can obtain perfect peace of mind and happiness, no worries, no troubles. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. John 14, verse 27. To be spiritually minded is life and peace. Romans 8:6. The peace of God, which passeth all understanding. Philippians 4:7. Thou hast made us for thyself, O Lord, and our heart is restless till it rests in thee. St. Augustine. Finally, all limitations disappear. No human being can desire much more. My own experience is that feelings of anger ceased to trouble me in about 8 months. 2 months later, irritability became a thing of the past, and it is now about 6 years since I was annoyed. The peace and happiness that constantly surround one are only a question of degree. We know that we have the panacea for every evil. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Matthew 11:28. If in this life we would enjoy the peace of paradise, we must hinder our spirits wandering from him on any occasion. We must make our heart a spiritual temple wherein to adore him incessantly. Brother Lawrence. 14th letter. A divine life destroys death, truth destroys error, and love destroys hate. Science and Health. p. 339, line 2. Mary Baker Eddy. The knowledge of the infinite ideas that are instantly available to the spiritual man in heaven, and the realization that he has instantly any idea that he needs, will overcome any limitation from which a human being may be suffering, financial or otherwise, if he will only stop thinking that it is hopeless and that he will still be in want. I will never leave thee, nor forsake thee. Hebrews 13:5. The thoughts of his heart, these are the wealth of a man, Burmese saying. Results according to law. The healing done in the present day by true prayer is now being recognized by the medical faculty. Only today, I have heard of 4 cases of healing in an English hospital, just brought about through a friend, all having been given up by the senior surgeon. He had no objection to the use of prayer, and in every case the result was successful, the worst case being entirely healed in 11 days. Every week, at least 5,000 testimonies are publicly given of divine healing, and testimonies are given probably in every city of any importance in the world. In England alone, I estimate that at least 1,000 people per week on an average are healed, many having been given up as hopeless by the medical faculty. A veritable army of workers is spreading the truth throughout the world and demonstrating their knowledge of God in a way that is beyond question, namely, by habitually healing sin and sickness. Every now and then, however, one comes across a person who alleges wrong diagnosis or coincidence as the only reason for the apparently wonderful cures. These were the arguments used by the Jews to account for the healing of the blind man by Jesus, with the sole result that there has come ringing down the centuries the triumphant answer of the sick man, "One thing I know, that, whereas I was blind, now I see." Frederick Dixon. As a complete answer to such arguments, the following experience one autumn may be given. Help had been asked for in a case where continued pain for 2 years had culminated in suffering which kept others in the house, awake at night, and which even heavy injections of the latest known drugs would not allay. Work began at 8 p.m., and for 10.5 hours the truth was realized as clearly as possible, and every time the moaning commenced, through the realization that there was pain in heaven, nothing but absolute bliss, peace, harmony, joy, etc. The action of God stopped the pain. The rest of the time, the affirmation alone was used to so purify the human consciousness that the pain thoughts, false beliefs, could not cause it to vibrate synchronously. After 4 a.m., there was no sound, and by 6:30 a.m., all severe pain had left, and the patient never even moaned again. Going back to the city in the morning, the recognition that every time a wrong thought is reversed, it should be done with all the care and thoroughness with which love for a fellow man had caused such reversals throughout the previous night, brought also the determination to try and do this in the future. The additional gain of so working is that when the time of trial comes, and again Goliath has to be met in single combat, one rises just as much in the face of the greater need as the experience of the previous night had stimulated one to rise above the former level. At that time, I was practically certain that in the course of my experience of this right method of praying, in over 50% of the cases, instantaneous effects followed. Not that the healing was completed in half the cases, but that a favorable change was at once noticeable. I had thought that 75% were instantaneous, but when questioned on this point, reduced my estimate to over 50%, to be on the safe side. On the way to my office, I began to wonder whether this estimate could be excessive, and thought it would be wise for 3 months to see what the percentage of instantaneous results was when the thoughts were reversed. During that period, out of the many cases, incidental or otherwise, where the counterfeit thoughts had been reversed by the denial and affirmation, only one occurred, as far as I am aware, when there was not an instantaneous benefit. In the case of disease, either complete healing or noticeable improvement. The one exception was a bad case of sclerosis of the spinal cord in a visitor at a friend's house. Even in this instance, the nurse and daughter both said they thought the patient was better. During this 3 months, there were numerous cases of trouble of many different kinds, apart from disease, where there were only 2 possibilities, either entire elimination of the trouble or no result at all. Some of these difficulties were merely mentioned casually, but all yielded with one reversal. In demonstration of the working of divine principle. In this way, we become the sentinel of God. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Mort Darther, Tennyson. I can of mine own self do nothing. John 5:30. With God all things are possible. Matthew 19:26. I can do all things through Christ, which strengtheneth me. Philippians 4:13. In the majority of these cases, the work was done impersonally, in so far as the patient was concerned, namely, by thinking only of God and His manifestation, when an account of the trouble was being given. It is wrong to think of the spiritual reality of any person unless you have been asked for help, and even then, it is better to do the work impersonally by destroying in one's own consciousness all false sense of the error seemingly apparent to oneself. When this is accomplished, the patient is freed. To obtain really good results, it is necessary to get right away in thought from the material world, and so to speak, lose oneself, that is, lose the physical sense of material things in the realization of God and His ideas. This dawning sense of the spiritual, this sixth sense, is hallowed in its self-consecration to God. The realization of man's unity with good lifts us into a new world. It teaches the facts with regard to supernal realities. It cleanses us from all thoughts unlike God. And when mortal thought would draw us to earth again, the very earth and mortals around us seem blessed by the breath of God, in which we have for a time seemed to live. I knew I felt what God is, what we are, what life is, how God tastes an infinite joy in infinite ways, one everlasting bliss, from whom all being emanates, all power proceeds. in whom is life forevermore. R. Browning. Early instantaneous results. Unto you that fear reverence my name nature shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. Mal. 4 ver. 2. If a beginner even will pray in this way, keeping an absolutely open mind, and not thinking that God will possibly not act, that is, that God will not be God, the demonstration will be made. I think that 1/3 to 1/2 of beginners who work on these lines obtain instantaneous results within a fortnight, depending upon how closely they watch the thoughts that come to them and instantly reverse the wrong ones by denial and affirmation. There is very little to learn, but a great deal to unlearn. We must learn to unlearn what we have learnt amiss. Our God for an open mind, ready to lose and to find, teachable, quick to discern, and as brave to unlearn as to learn. The Holy Ghost. True prayer is solely due to the action of God. This action is the Holy Ghost, or divine science, the development of life, truth, and love, which is the action of God on the real man that makes man what he is, namely, the knowledge or consciousness of God, or in other words, God's power of thinking of his own ideas. When the human is thinking of God, the Holy Ghost being the action of God that makes man the consciousness of God in the reality, so it is the same action of the Holy Ghost that is recognizable in the present material world as making the human being think of God. True, or scientific prayer is the incoming of the Holy Ghost, or Holy Spirit, which reveals and sustains God's universe. It is the kingdom of God, which I believe only comes once in its seeming fullness to man, until he can heal practically everything instantaneously, but which, when it comes, leaves him with the knowledge of what John meant when he wrote, I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, Revelation 1:10, and I saw a new heaven and a new earth, Revelation 21:1, that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God, Revelation 21:10, 11. Dr. Ng, Professor of Divinity at Cambridge, writes, this last idea that the Holy Ghost is the copula, who in perfect love dost join the Father and the Son, is not, as is usually supposed, an original speculation of Augustine's, but is found in Victorinus, to whom he owes so much. Our Lord imposed no rigorous ceremonies on his disciples. He taught them to enter into the closet, to retire within the heart, to speak but few words, to open their hearts to receive the descent of the Holy Spirit, Madame Guyon. All can heal, all will find that they are able to heal, as this is done entirely through the action of God, God being the principle of good and not a being requiring supplication. This action is the Holy Ghost, or Comforter, the Spirit of truth, of which the prophecy of Jesus is recorded, John 14:17. It is the mental realization of the truth that enables us to heal, and the Holy Ghost is the Spirit or holiness of this truth that abides with you forever, John 14:16, and heals, and shall teach you all things, John 14:26. All that is necessary to be able to heal continually is to learn how to pray scientifically and how to demonstrate the Christ life, and so to remain a consecrated channel for spiritual good to mankind. If a man, when praying, will not think of the material world or the patient, but will form his very best concept of God and heaven, and will strive to realize this concept to his utmost, and will not think that God will not act, then he will get an instantaneous result. Those whose duty has hitherto led them to dive most deeply into false knowledge, spoken of as scientific, will be the first to appreciate the enormous import of the complete exposure of its theories, and to advance most rapidly in the apprehension of the real facts and the understanding of spiritual and therefore natural mental science. Consequently, such work will be the most potent factor in the bringing about of universal salvation. And the earth, The scientific thought opened her mouth, gave out the knowledge of truth to the world, and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth. False, non-mental, working, Revelation 12:16. The medical world. The medical world stands at the parting of the ways. The discovery of the fact that not a part, but all reality, is mind and mental, renders the medical knowledge that before was helpful actually the reverse. The universal advance in knowledge demands advanced practice to avoid a greater present danger to both practitioner and patient alike. There is no standing still with safety on the revolving wheel of progress. In the mental era now entered upon by the world, the possession of this medical knowledge must become, through its intelligent reversal, the most potent instrument for good, whereas unreversed, such retainment of false pictures becomes just as surely the most deadly danger to its possessor. No one will understand better than the educated medical worker how a knowledge of evil, which necessitates the constant picturing of it in its various manifestations of disease, must necessarily intensify such wrong picturing and recoil on the head of every practitioner who does not know how scientifically to protect himself by the understanding of God, dwelling on universal good. It is generally admitted that the majority rules, and it is now clear that this majority is not calculated by the number of persons, but by the depth of thought. In every case of sin or disease, there is not only the individual belief or faith in evil to measure and outweigh, but the general consent to accepted pictorial prognostications. These, it is now proved, constitute the only so-called law affecting material conditions. The medical man stands in the very responsible position of being the chief agent of administration of these laws of general belief. When a doctor even tolerates the truly scientific mental treatment of his patient, the case generally progresses more rapidly. When he acknowledges possible good through such treatment, recovery is a foregone conclusion. But when the doctor, accepting this wonderful truth of the non-reality of evil and the allness of mind, good, as the greatest discovery in the world of medicine, subordinates all surgical and other material aid, then it will be found that such changed attitude and modified practice subserves the interests of the medical faculty, whilst leading the way to a higher knowledge and truer practice. Healing will be found, under such circumstances, practically always instantaneous. All material methods are merely a needful, suffer it to be so now, in moments of immediate necessity, until the principle of right thinking is sufficiently established to prevent any further developments of disease. It is now obviously self-evident as a scientific fact that glorious developments in the healing of sickness lie waiting at the door of every medical man today. When it is seen that knowledge of truth, instead of taking away his life's work, is merely pointing him to greater works than have ever before been even attempted by the medical faculty, he will not delay a moment longer to utilize this power in the interests of humanity. While the scientific medical practitioner of today stands in the forefront of the battle, fighting against the last stage of the physical self-imposed suffering of a self-deceived, cruelly treated world, true science is teaching the truth that will prevent sin and recurring disease, and finally destroy all evil. By turning universal thought in the direction only of life, truth, and love as God, magnificently equipped for God's work, invested as he already is with an authority conferred by the temporary democratic law of human belief that holds sway over king and beggar alike, the medical man has complete dominion over every form of disease, whether called functional or organic. Let him offer this temporal authority on God's altar, consecrated anew to divine mind and its infinite manifestation, absorb the grand truths of uninterrupted, all-harmonious scientific being, and open his door to the waiting and suffering multitudes. Let him who has borne the burden and heat of the day be the wearer of a crown of rejoicing, the gift of an emancipated, grateful world. Casting his net on the right side, John 21:6, he gains an abundance of work with a superabundant reward. The millennium of universal health will quickly bring to such workers new and more joyful occupations not yet come to light, because of the veil that sin, disease, and death have spread over human intelligence. The coming flood of literature now about to be brought forth is, with a few exceptions, the most important by far of any yet produced. Written from a new standpoint, based upon spiritual science, it will consist for the main in contradiction of mistaken hypotheses and the reinstatement of man in his natural mental element. A rapidly increasing fungus growth of spurious mind culture is now springing up, claiming to instruct mankind as to how to obtain whatever seems to be desirable. It must inevitably lead to dire suffering. It is essential that the flood tide of pure literature should sweep away this final attempt of evil. The man in authority, "Speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed. For I am a man under authority, having soldiers under me, and I say to my servant, do this, and he doth it. And Jesus said unto the centurion, Go thy way, and as thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee. And his servant was healed in the selfsame hour." Matthew 8:8, 9, 13. While all can heal, the man invested with authority is the man most capable of enforcing law. The medical man has been humanly invested with the authority of giving the verdict of life or deaths. Sec v, although no one needs submit to the latter. At the present moment, the world will meekly accept his verdict. Let this be the verdict of life and perpetual health, and so let him bring blessings for the whole human family. Instantaneous healing. The question of whether the work can be done instantaneously or not can be answered at once in the affirmative. Whether any specific evil will be overcome instantly depends upon four main points. 1. Upon the condition of the so-called cells in the subconscious or lower so-called mind of the patient. In other words, his condition of no mind. 2. The imagined strength or intensity of the thoughts attacking, namely the tenacity of the error. 3. What people around are picturing. In a hospital, for instance, where the doctors and nurses view the patient as passing through copyright the successive stages of the disease, they may intensify the faint outlinings until they are as dangerous as the worst ones. 4. On the condition of the so-called mind of the healer. This, in its turn, depends upon A. His spirituality and knowledge of God. B. His technical knowledge or ability to deal with the conditions of the case. For instance, his power of reading thought and of discerning the condition of the patient's so-called mind. C. The life he leads. To do really good work, that is, to get instantaneous and permanent results in a large percentage of cases, one must strive to live a life of true unselfishness, always thinking of what is best for a fellow man and the _human race, and acting up to one's highest sense of right. D. His love towards all humanity. It is this that makes him strive his very best to realize God, with the view of being of use to the world. We cannot heal instantaneously case after case completely unless we live habitually as in the presence of God. That is, as far as possible, every moment of the day we must be actively conscious of God and His manifestation. We must never let anything but the highest possible thoughts dwell in our consciousness. Prayer is nothing but the application of the heart to God and the internal exercise of love, so that we ought to pray without ceasing, and 35 live by prayer, Madam Guyon. He prayeth best who loveth best. All things, both great and small. S.T. Coleridge. Recognized scientific leaders. The above applies literally in its fullest significance to the scientific leaders of all classes. The enormous responsibility attaching to such workers in this final crisis of the human consciousness cannot be too highly estimated. While the doctor, responsive to the faith of his patients, hastens to heal the body, the scientific leaders hasten to teach mankind the truth, whereby they can heal diseased imagination and mental affliction, and in fact, the insanity of sin in all its forms. The field of operations for both these great classes of mankind today is of worldwide dimensions. Love, a new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another, as I have loved you, that ye also love one another. John 13, verse 34. For God is love, 1 John 4, verse 8. What hidden wealth lies in the true meaning of this word of words, heaven's signet? Its scientific explanation can only be fully reached when approached with a sense of profoundest awe and solemnity. Where is the human standard of measurement comparison with which can indicate even a fraction of it? As close as the center of one's being, it extends beyond human conception of the farthest star. Gentler than the softest whisper, it can quell the strident discord of a material world. Softer than the fall of a snowflake, yet the dynamic force that holds the universe forever in its grasp. Omnipresent, it admits no even imaginary rival. Unsatisfied, it claims all that really is, for its essence and necessity are universal at one ment. Standing where I do, as its humble student, and having caught some first faint gleams of its wondrous glory, I would add but few words under this heading, for guidance in obtaining its priceless gift. And for this sufficient reason, the import of the whole of this message is directed to that one end. It shows how to wield this divine, irresistible power, and how to protect oneself against the serpent, material sense, which purports to bite the heel of the woman and struggles to destroy the spiritual idea of love. A right understanding of what is now gladly set forth, in response to the call of humanity, cannot fail to bring to the seeker the reward of love, of obedience to whose demand this book itself is the outcome, and to whose all-pervading influence its wording is with confidence submitted. Love is supreme cause, the distributor of all the perfection in / dictated in the conception of the reality, heaven, as defined previously. Love and knowledge are halves of one dissevered whole. He who foolishly believes is foolish. Without knowledge, there can be no faith. God does not desire that we should remain in darkness and ignorance. We should all be recipients of the divine wisdom. We can learn to know God only by becoming wise. To become like God, we must become attracted to God, and the power that attracts us is love. Love to God will be kindled in our hearts by an ardent love for humanity, and a love for humanity will be caused by a love to God, de fundament sapienti. Love includes the whole duty of man. This means true love. God, omnipotent, omnipresent good, and the origin of all wisdom, not only does not desire as a personal autocrat, but rather as a divine principle of all intelligence, does not allow of any remaining in ignorance of truth. We are wise in hastening to acquire all essential knowledge of life as a practical, spiritual, and eternal existence, and so save time wasted in useless preliminary suffering. The vital part, the heart and soul of Christian science, is love. Without this, the letter is but the dead body of science, pulseless, cold, inanimate. Science and Health, p. 113, line 5. Mary Baker Eddy. Plus C. Amos 5:19, 9:3, and Revelation 12:9. Through lack of truth, for whether by slow or rapid footsteps, suffering or joyous experience, the end arrived at must inevitably be the same eternal truth. The struggles of paganism against Christianity, which, unfortunately, have continued, in one form or another, during the last 2,000 years, have been the struggles of man for his personal benefit as against the demands of the universal law of love taught by Jesus. Love is the principle of Christianity, and love the outcome of its divine rules. When it is asked whether anyone be a good man, it is not asked what he believes or what he hopes, but what he loves. Little love is little righteousness, great love is great righteousness, perfect love is perfect righteousness. St. Augustine, to love abundantly is to live abundantly, and to love forever is to live forever. Love someone in God's name, love someone. For this is the bread of the inner life, without which a part of you will strive and die. Max Ehrmann. In this case, to give is to receive. Westcott. Love necessitates the welling out of the utmost tenderness, the outcome of a compassion, which is induced by the intense desire to be of service. This desire makes man ever on the watch to utilize this power of love, unknown to the recipient or otherwise, and so to be a channel for the love of God which passeth all understanding, for it is the spiritual real man, man being the love, life, and truth of God. We have to love others, as Shakespeare says, with a respect more tender, more holy and profound than mine own life. To love one's neighbor is after all to love in others that which is divine and eternal. A.T. Schofield, M.D. Whosoever hateth his brother is a murderer. 1 John 3:15. Hate is the absence of love. When we are thinking of our fellow men, we must either love or hate. Work continually to be more loving. Charity shall cover the multitude of sins. 1 Peter 4:8. This love is the essence of Christianity. Gautama, the founder of Buddhism, who mistakenly looked upon all so-called material life as suffering, yet taught that the scientific principle which ultimately led to release and happiness was universal, inclusive love. This love is unselfish, impartial, because it is love, God. He that loveth not knoweth not God. 1 John 4:8. More love is what the world needs. We must, as soon as possible, raise up our love for the man in the street, until it is always equal to that for our nearest and dearest, and free from all personality other than is necessary in order to have an object of this love. Love one another, John 15:17, abound in love, toward all men, 1 Thessalonians 3:12. We must get entirely free from all material sense impressions. True prayer alone will do this. The wrong method of prayer creates difficulties. He who, being a man, remains a woman will become a universal channel. As a universal channel, the eternal virtue will never forsake him. He will re-become a child plus Lao Tzu. As a mother loves, who, even at the risk of her life, protects her only son, such love let there be towards all beings. Metta Sutta. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is of God. 1 John 4:7. The power of love. See that ye love one another with a pure heart fervently. 1 Peter 1:22. Whenever even a bad case comes to our knowledge, arousing the intense desire to help, which true love gives, this is followed by a feeling of glorious spiritual uplifting and immense spiritual power over evil, with a sense of triumph and unity with God, a joy quite inexpressible. The healing is then, as far as I am aware, always instantaneous. I will heal their backsliding, I will love them freely. Hosea 14:4. Faith worketh by love. Galatians 5:6. Love is the everlasting worker of miracles. Love is the Savior. Love is the perpetual wonder of life. E. H. Griggs. So it is not the speech which tells, but the impulse which goes with the saying, and it is not the words of the prayer, but the yearning back of the praying. Ella Wheeler Wilcox. The protective power of love. This may be easily proved if you find yourself with a so-called dangerous animal. All that is necessary is to lose all sense of the fierce-seeming animal and realize God as love, or realize the absolute protection of God as omnipresent love around you, and no harm can ensue. Now we have the secret of Daniel's control over the lions in their den, and of the angel that shut the lions' mouths. Daniel 6:22. The same remarks apply to the human beast, man, who is much more dangerous and not so easy to help. This only means, however, that you must more completely get away from picturing the material man and more clearly realize divine love. Love divinely as many persons and as many creatures as you possibly can. Blackie. Love being the highest principle is the virtue of all virtues, from whence they flow forth. Love being the greatest majesty is the power of all powers, and whence they severally operate, and it is the power from whence all the wonders of God have been wrought by the hands of his elect servants in all their generations successively. Whosoever finds it finds nothing and all things. T. Jacob Boehm. 3 phases of love: speech, prophecy, science, faith, aglow with love, are lamps that cheer our eyes and guide us through the darkness of the world. Edgar Daplin. There are 3 different phases of love: the material, we may call it the human, the intellectual, and the spiritual. Each is sec V divided into 3. The lowest is the material love, the highest type of which is the love of the mother towards the child, which includes purity and constancy. This is the love that gives you happiness by merely being with the loved one. She never found fault with you, never implied you're wrong by her right, and yet men at her side grew nobler, girls purer. None knelt at her feet, confessed lovers in thrall. They knelt more to God than they used. That was all. E. B. Browning. The happiness that is felt in the presence of true workers is because they are always at work destroying the false pictures that would otherwise now and then result in discomfort to their companions. We need to manifest towards the so-called other sex, as the result of treatment, the qualities that, as humanly seen, are so often apparently lacking. Towards the woman, strength of character, courage, wisdom, and frankness. Toward the man, the complements of love, virtue, intuition, and refinement. Most important of all, we need to pray by realizing in the spiritual man the qualities that we are tempted to believe lacking in those with whom we come in contact. With a woman, strength, wisdom, etc. With a man, love, refinement, etc. These qualities lying dormant in either sex require to be recognized to demonstrate the completeness of each one, as the one which on God's side is a majority. This realization or recognition of the spiritual, perfectly balanced male and female qualities of each results in the alteration of each consciousness by the action of God, and thus proves each individual reflection of mind to be male and female. Let the male and female of God's creating appear. This spontaneous levelment of the individual consciousness can only come to those who are consistent in their habitual practice of right thinking and consequent right doing. This realization of the male and female of God's creating is bringing to light on earth today men and women gloriously equipped to deal with their fellows in the spirit of Christly capacity and true gentleness that can conquer all seeming opposition to truth and love and lead to higher joys. Such men and women will save the world in the times of dire trouble that are now liable to be manifested. Sympathy may prove a treasure in itself to its possessor. To be patient, sympathetic, tender, to love always, this is duty. Amiel. Perhaps the truth is that there has scarcely been a town in any Christian country since the time of Christ where a century has passed without exhibiting a character of such elevation that his or her mere presence has shamed the bad and made the good better, and has been felt at times like the presence of God himself. Ex homo, p. 171, Seeley. Of Charles Kingsley his wife wrote, who lived in the presence of God here. The greatest intellectual love is the giving to your hearers the utmost that they can take in. Feed my lambs, feed my sheep, John 21:15-16. If the truth is so expressed as to interest them the whole time, they willingly take in the spiritual food of which you give them as much as they are prepared to receive at the time. There is nothing so good to the human heart as well-agreed conversation, for love is agreement of thought. Richard Jefferies. Purity degrees the life that by prayer and purity of heart keeps in touch with the very source of life itself, is the only life worth while. M. E. Duckler. We only know our relations to God through our relations to each other. The Garden of Eden surely exists still on earth, for those who have faith and purity enough. Charles Kingsley. The influence of the highest spiritual love is felt when men and women are better and more determined to live their religion after you have spoken with them. When you love truly, you will understand the hidden manna, the constant happiness that comes from truly loving and being truly loved, the food for constant joy, the white stone, the necessary antecedent purity, the cornerstone of all spiritual building, and the new name nature written, Revelation 2:17, therein, which is the indescribable internal peace and joy and realization of God that true love brings. The joy of heaven is the joy of love. The key to it is in Christ. James Hinton. Love propagates anew the higher joys of spirit. May all accepting these words, from this moment consecrate themselves afresh to God. God that is love itself, infinite, pure spirit. All nations, all denominations, all sects, whatever their knowledge of God, can so pray that God works through them, thus forwarding the universal brotherhood that is so rapidly coming, and gaining for themselves and others purity of thought, and therefore purity of life, by which we obtain joys unspeakable and the peace of God, which passeth all understanding. Philippians 4:7. The false division of the sexes. In the endeavor towards the attainment of a perfectly balanced male and female consciousness, complete in each one, and thus alone capable of adequately dealing with all problems that may arise, let it be clearly understood that the position to be aimed at is entirely spiritual. It is a levelment of purely mental qualities, the right adjustment of conditions that generations of mistaken hypotheses have rendered scientifically abnormal. The so-called woman has been ground down and belittled through lack of the male qualities, whilst the male has been brutalized through want of those usually called feminine. The union of mental qualities. And to Salome enquiring how long death shall have power, the Lord said, so long as ye women bear children, for I came to destroy the works of womankind. And Salome said to him, I have done well then in not bearing children. But the Lord answered, saying, Eat every herb, but that which hath bitterness do not eat. And Salome enquired when should be known the things about which he was asked, i.e., when the kingdom of God shall come. The Lord said, when ye shall have trodden down the garment of shame, and when the two shall be one, and the male with the female neither male nor female. Saint Clement. Granted that we are in the last days, and that with the disappearance of death there is no need for birth, it is evident that the main motive of the marriage relation no longer exists, and any other motive is essentially a mistake, leading materially downwards instead of spiritually upwards. The right adjustment. In the individual human consciousness of both male and female begins scientifically for the first time on the intellectual plane, when the man and woman can meet, and calmly, patiently, and courageously face the mighty intellectual wrestlings that must precede the complete recognition and subsequent exposure of the false laws of matter and their fatal results, and the attainment for themselves and all mankind of a perfectly balanced understanding of God, man, and the universe, and the laws relating thereto. Platonic friendship. The intellectual grasp and complete exposure of false theories must precede the intelligent denial of all material laws and consequent effacement of human footsteps in wrong directions, and lead to a truly scientific and unbroken friendship, entirely opposed to so-called Platonic friendship, which, because of its failure, has rightly become a byword. This is because the intellectual intercourse of the latter, instead of solving existing world problems, has but brought forward fresh ones, and in so many cases, led into hopeless individual difficulties. Such unhappy experiences of mentalities struggling to emerge from the slough of materialistic beliefs have been due to the want of the recognition of the allness of the one mind and its mental manifestation. There has been no guiding principle at the back of the desire for spiritual at-one-ment. Grant me grace never to love anything but through thy love and for thy love. Avrillin. Dangerous whirlpools. Many of the world's best workers could tell how even a kindly act towards beginners, reaching out for human sympathy in time of need, has led to slanderous misrepresentation. Such, indeed, possibly inspired the poet's words, "Fools the uninstructed rush in where angels fear to tread." It is sadly needful to be more than a little wise in dealing with the inflammable nature of the present, abnormally divided male and female consciousness, to avoid the risk of possible subjection to the unjust criticism of grosser natures, which brings us face to face with a general impurity undreamed of. It is essentially true that to the pure all things are pure, and equally true that one of the cruel aspects of ignorant human consciousness is unjust criticism of imaginary conditions by lower mentalities. Individuals, often not recognizing their own tendency to respond to evil thoughts, never perhaps having been really tested, are quite unable to gauge a pure and fearless nature, struggling to work out hitherto unsolved human problems for the universal good. For the scripture saith, "The untested man is unworthy." God's protection, so complete, is the infinite protection of divine principle forever surrounding those walking untrodden paths in unexplored fields of science, and finding themselves in the face of possible danger when trying to help their fellow men, that any misjudgment of them or harsh injustice will be overruled, and the honest intent of fearless workers made clear. The lurid glare, though it be as a lightning flash, which ill-natured criticism is apt to throw upon the path of those bravely pressing forward, serves but to show any dark, lurking, hidden dangers that otherwise, by ensnaring the feet of ignorant but well-meant endeavor, might have retarded the progress of a world. Pure-minded, earnest students of truth can never be injured by the reckless arrows of false imputations. 1,000 such shafts may fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but they can never touch the true servants of God, nor harm any but the archers. Science makes it clear that a wrong thought dwelt on inevitably harms ignorant as well as vicious thinkers. A warning. A few words of special warning may be added should any earnest students feel inclined to follow their own individual human methods in the attainment of this ideal, rather than take the advice and warnings of those who, reaching out for the truth with needful guidance, have already explored the way, solved great problems, successfully fought the fight, and gained invaluable experience. The marriage tie. Fearless intercourse on the highest intellectual plane is compatible with the highest morality, but on the lowest material plane, it is neither truly Christian nor scientific. There is only one condition in which free intercourse on the lowest human plane of action is allowable and compatible with morality and scientific progress, and that is loyal companionship under the legal institution of marriage. This condition has been the basis of the highest present civilization and will continue to support progress until the intellectual and spiritual plane is alone found attractive, as the levelment of individual male and female consciousness brings nearer universal dematerialization of all evil. Spiritual advance. Consistent advancement in higher understanding of truth will never separate husband and wife, nor any true companionship, but will bring all into a far closer at-one-ment on that higher plane where, if the demand for courtesy, patience, gentleness, and love is greater, closer bonds of spiritual unity are being rapidly welded, and will prove to be the only bonds that can never be broken. Thus only do we prove that we are linked in a conscious eternal unity, which admits no taint of material earthly sense. The greater demand for demonstration of heavenly qualities is not surprising when we recognize that in the endeavor to attain to a perfectly balanced individual male and female consciousness, complete in each one, multitudinous and diametrically opposite views must be brought together and closely analyzed without clash of arms. This is essential to progress. No material union on the lower plane has hitherto ever proved equal to this strain in the historical record of human experiences. Indeed, the reverse picture faces us on many sides. How often a happy and seemingly united pair, who are entirely at one in the ordinary round of married life, are seen to betray a painful incompatibility of temperament on the first attempt to ascend into the mental plane of free interchange and discussion of new thoughts regarding the fundamentals of existence. It has unfortunately often come to the point of a loving husband forbidding a beloved wife to think, speak of, or look into a religion which she feels to be unquestionably true. He came not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's foes shall be they of his own household. Matthew 10:34-36. Spiritual consecration necessary. If this has been the case in the past, what must be the demand of today for these higher qualities, standing as we do, facing an entire mental revolution of old laws resting on misconceptions and fatal to all in their results? It is obvious that the progress of the world demands every working moment from such students as are able to demonstrate harmonious, intellectual, and spiritual companionship, for the purpose of working out higher problems of the essential rules of life for the benefit of humanity. This work necessitates the exercise to the fullest possible extent of both male and female qualities. By the man, intuition, gentleness, refinement, patience, thoughtfulness for others, in fact, all that love implies. By the woman, wisdom, courage, frankness, energy, and unfailing application. When the ideal unity aimed at for all is declared, and the paths leading thereto understood, much becomes clear that might otherwise seem obscure, and much generous help will be afforded the world's workers by all truly pure and loving natures, in place of any old opposition that may have arisen through misconception. That is true love, which is always the same, whether you give everything or deny everything to it. Goes. Intellectual blending of male and female qualities of thought in individual human consciousness is essential for the final complete denials and consequent effacement of these antiquated but deadly laws. Spiritual at-one-ment, or true unity, is the eternal outcome of the omnipotent action of the eternal law of good. So links more subtle and more fine bind every other soul to thine in one great brotherhood divine. Adelaide A. Proctor. Need for fulfillment of the world's highest standard. In rendering to Caesar that which is his just due, it is impossible to be too conscientious in the payment to the uttermost farthing of this debt, not only in the absolutely honest and faithful relation between husband and wife, but in all intercourse with the other sex. As we advance, it becomes more and more evident that neither by word nor deed can we run counter to the human requirements demanded by the popular conscience in the endeavor to safeguard its feeble human standard of right. Any deviation from the above course can only lead to needless suffering for all concerned. Other loving companionships on the material human plane compatible with morality and Christianity are those that exist between intimate members in the families growing out of and resulting from the above legal contract. Simplicity ought to be in our affections, purity in our intentions. Purity doth apprehend and taste of God, simplicity doth tend towards him. Thomas à Kempis. Self-restraint and purity, the knowledge of noble truths, this is the greatest blessing. The teachings of Buddha. Practical results, the only proof, to judge accurately of the rightness of human intercourse between men and women. It is necessary to discern the motive which brings them together, whether it be a person they go to see or a principle they meet to discuss and further apprehend. Only the latter motive justifies the wisdom or utility of the meeting. What can prove the motives of those who meet? The works that result in their lives will place them beyond all possible misconception on this point. The mighty purpose to be accomplished. So far in human history, the highest realization of happiest earthly experience has been rudely interrupted by the cold enshrouding mist of death. Having been investigated and exposed, this needless interruption of a false material law leading to death and further immature counterfeits of God's man is now doomed to disappear. In the light of scientific truth, even the present generation will be re-established on a sound basis of health and joyous existence, opening up glorious vistas of spiritual at-one-ment and eternally unfolding perfect ideas. There is a mighty purpose to be accomplished. Individual advancement will always be the result of self-forgetful cooperation for others' good. Joy is the grace we say to God, Jean Ingelo. There are wit, humor, and enduring vivacity amongst God's people, Talmage. Joy is a duty, Van Dyck. It is a health-giving duty. Wondrous is the strength of cheerfulness, Carlyle. A laugh is worth 100 groans in any market, Lamb. Always laugh when you can. It is a cheap medicine, Byron. Talk happiness. The world is sad enough without your woe. No path is wholly rough. Ella W. Wilcox. A leader of New Theology writes, love is essentially self-giving. It is the living of the individual life in terms of the whole. In a finite world, this cannot but mean pain, but it is also self-fulfillment. True love certainly does not mean pain, but the contrary. In the past, it has meant pain simply because we did not know how to pray or how to love. Now love always brings with it joy, an indescribable joy, because love, when sufficiently realized, destroys sin, sickness, and every kind of trouble. As Aristotle points out, the distinctive mark of true happiness is the full realization of the activity peculiar to each individual. It is only by a joyous and useful life that we can show our gratitude for what we have been taught. Sorrow is the mere rust of the soul. Activity will cleanse and brighten it. Dr. Johnson. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, Galatians 5:22. Your joy no man taketh from you, John 16:22. Love means happiness, love means life, love means every single thing that is worth having. When love is lived, it is no mere theory, it is practical religion, the religion of God, for love is God, and love to be real must be spiritual. Feeling is everything. A name is sound, and smoke clouding heaven's glow, goeth. This must be the experience of thousands besides myself. Where are the cares and troubles of 10 years ago? Gone, never to return. Where is the increasing despair at the horrors enacted all around us, drowned in the joy of alleviating the misery of others? We will rejoice in thy salvation, Psalm 25. There is no time to be unhappy, there is no time for anything but work, work that brings heavenly inestimable joy, a high and holy joy. Sin, suffering, and sickness disappear from right and left directly. They present themselves to the one keeping watch in prayer, and we find ourselves in the midst of the paradise of God, of good, 2 Corinthians 12:4 and Revelation 2:7. For in thy presence is fullness of joy, Psalm 16:11. This fullness of joy comes through treatment, and through treatment alone. Even in the present improved human experiences of mortals, there is great joy. As Spinoza has said, joy is the transition from less to greater perfection. Freedom from fear is the gateway of happiness, and this freedom can be obtained when we know how to think so that the action of God destroys the thoughts that cause the fear. Then the evil thoughts that you have felt cannot act. Joys want eternity, Nietzsche. Grief is comparatively easily destroyed. What's gone and what's past help should be past grief, Shakespeare. Better is one smile for the living than fountains of tears for the dead, anon. Beauty, goodness, and love mold the form into their own image, and cause the joy and beauty of love to shine forth from every part of the face, Swedenborg. It is interesting to note, and it has been observed by many, that imagination and beauty have a truth of their own which can be felt, not stated. The art, poetry, and drama of the ancients we cannot excel. Those in their beauty represented truth, which is eternal. Beauty is the apotheosis of truth, Sir Oliver Lodge. Beauty is God's handwriting, a wayside sacrament. Welcome it in every fair face, every fair sky, every fair flower, and thank for it him, the fountain of all loveliness, Charles Kingsley. Beauty has an expression beyond and far above the one woman's soul that it clothes. It is more than a woman's love that moves us in a woman's eyes. The noblest nature sees the most of this impersonal expression in beauty, George Eliot. Beauty, Professor Alfred Russel Wallace says, is a spiritual mystery. Even Huxley was puzzled by the beauty of his environment. What is the origin of beauty? Evolution cannot explain. Nevertheless, of course, evolution is a sound hypothesis. Plus, here you get the ultimate outcome in a nutshell. Spiritual reality on the one hand, material theories on the other, and one of the world's greatest thinkers, after many years spent in the investigation of its mysteries, standing seemingly as puzzled as a little child, while we know that, in fact, man is always standing perfectly poised, reflecting a living principle, with its heavenly manifested realities of beauty and goodness ever available in abundant profusion around. Thank God for this beauty. Directly a man really grasps the significance of the momentous facts now set forth. His expression changes, the principal difference being in the expression of the eyes. These have been called the windows of the soul. When a person becomes a would-be mental worker while still resting on a material basis, amidst ethereal intricacies which purport to be mental, because invisible to normal human sight, it can be known by the alteration in his expression. His eyes become hard and steely. The palm of the hand also shows the condition of the consciousness or no mind. This is the mark of the beast referred to as follows. If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, and they have no rest day nor night, Rev 14 ver. 9-11. Now they can protect themselves, finding peace in God. This is the sign of those who keep the covenant between God and man, referred to by Moses, love the Lord thy God, namely, think good and you will receive good. And thou shalt bind them these words for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. Deuteronomy 6:5-8. When a person's ideas grow nearer to truth, the eyes brighten and yet become softer, and a beautiful look gradually grows upon the countenance. Sometimes, as people have spoken to me of God, God's love has shone through the seeming endless mist of matter, and I have seen them look like angel beings. This marvelous beauty is the sign referred to in Revelation 7:3, "Hurt not the earth, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads," and in Ephesians 1:13, "Ye were sealed with that Holy Spirit of promise." I have a letter from the brother of a well-known clergyman who, when very ill, had asked for treatment to enable him to preach a sermon. He writes that of all the sermons he had ever heard his brother preach, this one had been the most inspired, although no one thought that he could at the time possibly face his audience. He said that the vast congregation were profoundly moved, and that the expression on his brother's face had been just like the face of an angel. This was the third time that this friend had been similarly helped, and alluding to the first occasion, he characterized it as his miraculous sermon. Such is the power of God. According to Maeterlinck, Plotinus had the most divine intellect of any man who ever lived. In his moments of inspiration, it is said his face shone with a light not of earth. Mr. F. Taylor writes, "The transcendent spiritual reality within the earthly image shone through the mask of flesh. By sheer intellectual and spiritual energy, he attained into union with God, became one with that undefinable reality, which is the flame in the prophet's heart, the love and purity which comes from goodness of character, the light and life of every man that cometh into the world, and the one undying self in which we all live and move and have our being. The true aim of education is to develop a real love of beauty, Plato. For all beauty and goodness are in and of mind. Beauty is truth, and truth beauty, that is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know, Keats." If you are always watching for opportunities to be kind and making use of such opportunities, you will find not only inestimable joy in this demonstration of love, but the beauty that love gives will shine through your face in ever-increasing variety of expression, and you will receive in return such sweet smiles and hearty thanks. This is the true beauty, which is spiritual and shines through and beautifies the plainest features. It has been said that no old person has any right to be ugly, as he has had all his life in which to grow beautiful. Now we know the secret of how to become beautiful. We must continually pray, think rightly, till we all come in the unity of the faith and of the knowledge of the Son of God, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ. Ephesians 4:13. The essence of all beauty I call love, plus Elizabeth Browning. And he who loveth wisely, well and much, the secret holds of the true master touch. Ella Wheeler Wilcox.